Not so long ago, when people still believed in legends, there was a man called the Godslayer, a man whose mere gaze would turn people into ash. For the prosperity of the empire, that monster did not hesitate to become a killer. The man collapsed to his knees, his trembling hands touching his son's blood-soaked body, and choked back a sob, bursting into tears. "No, no, my son, how could you?" Kieran's steady footsteps echoed as he drew coldly closer. On his sword, blood still clung, slowly sliding down the steel blade, gleaming with a chilling red gleam. He was both the worst tyrant and an extremely cruel Godslayer. He screamed, his voice hoarse with pain. "Why? What did we ever do wrong for you to go to such lengths?" The Empire called this monster Kieran. He was Grand Duke Kieran, master of Shaitan.
Still clutching his son's blood-soaked corpse, he looked up, his voice trembling with indignation. "Treason? You know best. That's a truly absurd slander. Haven't you witnessed my unwavering loyalty to His Imperial Majesty all this time?" Kieran slowly stepped closer. "I don't know about that," he said. "I only know that His Imperial Majesty wishes to destroy the Duchy of Barton." His sharp, cold eyes fixed on the Duke, his deep voice spoke. "So, Duke, this madness has gone far enough." He roared, his voice full of hatred. "You Imperial hound, don't you see how ridiculous you look supporting that wicked emperor?" Kieran, his eyes as cold as ice, fixed them on the screaming man. "You will certainly go to hell for that crime, certainly." His words were still unfinished when his sword swung up, cutting across the man, blood erupting violently and splattering everywhere. "I told you to stop the madness," he said, his voice deep and hoarse, yet chilling. His body collapsed, a deep gash clearly visible across his chest. "If that were the case, at least you wouldn't have died such an unsightly death," Kieran said, his cold gaze sweeping over him. He stepped forward and opened the door behind the Duke's corpse. The hinges creaked, a prolonged, chilling sound in the quiet space. Kieran glanced inside, surprised. "And this place still curses me to hell."
"You won't get to heaven collecting these things." Suddenly he stopped short. His eyes darted around the room. Something piqued his curiosity. Kieran slowly walked closer, his gaze fixed on the strange object, a vague thought crossing his mind. What could it be? He yanked down the red curtain, the thick fabric falling with a thud to the floor, dust billowing up, revealing what was hidden behind it. A girl's face appeared, strangely beautiful, with pale skin and wide blue eyes staring at him, reflecting a mix of terror and bewilderment. Kieran froze, his eyes showing a flicker of surprise as they met those clear blue eyes, looking at the trembling girl before him, unable to utter a word. He was stunned, their eyes meeting through the glass. Melusine, in the water, pressed her hand against the glass, her shimmering blue eyes trembling as if pleading for help. Just then, a voice echoed from outside the door. The Count gently pushed the door open and looked in. "Grand Duke, are you here? I suppose the castle has been tidied up somewhat." Kieran subtly raised a hand for silence, his eyes still fixed on the girl inside the tank. The Count's gaze froze at the sight inside. "Grand Duke, isn't that a mermaid?" Kieran replied, "I know Duke Barton has a penchant for collecting, but who would have thought he could even capture a mermaid, a creature only found in legends?" Count Ian hesitated before replying, "The problem isn't his collecting habit."
"Isn't there a legend that if a mermaid is harmed, they will be cursed to death? Who knows, perhaps even the Duke's death was—" He said sternly, his voice firm. "Duke Barton's death was due to a treasonous plot, not because of this insignificant fish." The mermaid in the tank stirred slightly, looking at him, her voice weak, each word bubbling through the water. She said tremblingly, "Help." Ian asked him, "What do you intend to do?" Kieran said coldly, "Clear everything out, leave nothing behind, because all the collections in this castle belong to His Majesty." The mermaid's hand lightly scratched the glass. "Help me," the Count asked, puzzled. "Do you mean even the mermaid?" He replied curtly, "Go look elsewhere."
Hearing that, Melusine immediately slammed hard on the glass, worried upon learning Kieran was about to leave. He said to Ian, "If you've already said the castle is relatively clean, then now—" He then turned back, his face cold and expressionless. At this moment, she stopped, her body drifting with the current, the numerous wounds on her hands throbbing with each weak breath. Kieran chuckled softly. "She's quite amusing." Ian stammered in fear. "Why is the mermaid suddenly— Is she trying to attack us? Doing that would only make her die faster." The mermaid suddenly regained consciousness, her eyes pleadingly looking at him. Kieran slowly replied to the Count, "I'm not sure. Perhaps she's begging me to send her back to the Lord's side." He drew his sword forward, and Ian frantically screamed, "Are you going to kill her, my lord?" Kieran cheerfully replied, "Why didn't His Majesty order that no one should survive in this castle?" Hearing that, she screamed, "Wait, your grace!" Nevertheless, the sword strike fell, creating a deafening sound that made the mermaid and the Count quickly cover their ears, while large cracks spread across the surface of the glass.
Melusine's eyes widened, intently watching the glass surface that was slowly cracking. A loud sound echoed. The fish tank shattered, and water immediately spilled everywhere. She was carried out by the current, lost her balance, and tumbled straight into him, her heart seizing in the moment of impact. Melusine's hands quickly grabbed Chiron's collar, and the atmosphere immediately became suffocating. Their two bodies collided. The Count stared in astonishment at the scene before him, softly whispering, "Grand Duke." They tumbled to the ground. Fish tank water spread everywhere. His clothes were drenched, and Melusine held tightly onto his body. Their eyes met, that moment frozen in time, with only their breaths and heartbeats mingling together. Tears welled up in her eyes. Chiron watched silently, his gaze a mix of shock and sorrow. A thought flashed through Melusine's mind. She hadn't known earlier. Now looking, she saw these eyes. He gently raised his hand, silently wiping away each tear. She smiled faintly, her trembling hand gently taking his. Chiron, however, was stunned, perplexed and bewildered by her action. This was a story from the not-too-distant past, the tale of an afternoon melody between a mermaid who only existed in legend and her sole human. Melusine's beautiful, innocent face was right before his eyes. At this moment, he suddenly came to his senses, quickly recoiling and stepping back as if afraid to touch something he shouldn't. Chiron raised a hand to signal Count Ian, who startled and quickly replied, "Yes." He looked at Melusine and said, "Put this mermaid into some water container for now, and bring her back to me. We will discuss it later." She remained seated on the ground, her clear face looking at Chiron. The room was silent, moonlight filtering through the window, casting a faint, ethereal glow over everything. He thought to himself, this was the second time he had entered this room, wasn't it? Chiron paused slightly, his mind involuntarily recalling events from long ago. A man knelt on the ground, his voice urgent. "Duke Barton surrenders in this war, and will henceforth live as Duke Barton. I swear to become a loyal subject of the Empire." Chiron and the late Emperor both looked at the Duke, their gazes stern and silent. He continued, "Therefore, I hope His Majesty the Emperor will be magnanimous." The late Emperor quietly called his name, Chiron. "Observe carefully." Back in reality, the stone statues had been smashed, fragments scattered across the floor. He said angrily, "This place always puts me in a bad mood whenever I come here." The Count's voice rang out, "Sir, I have brought the mermaid back, although you instructed to put her in a water container. That..." At this moment, Melusine was unsteady on her feet, trembling, her wide blue eyes and slightly parted lips revealing small teeth clenched in fear. He gave a cold laugh. "She has legs now." She collapsed onto the ground, and Ian's voice replied, "After all the water on her body dried, she suddenly transformed like this." Chiron reached out, gently holding her face. Fish can imitate humans quite well, it seems. So Duke Barton had him in such a precious thing in the castle. Melusine's face clearly showed fatigue and discomfort, her brow slightly furrowed. Her body trembled on the cold floor, each wound clearly visible under his gaze, red, stinging, and agonizingly painful. Chiron frowned slightly, exclaiming in surprise, "Look at this!" He turned to the Count and said, "One must treat their spoils of war kindly, mustn't they? If you leave wounds like these, what am I to do? Manage them carefully, Ian." He panicked. "No, sir, she was already like this. Ever since she was pulled from the water, she already had scars all over her body, perhaps caused by the Duke." Melusine trembled slightly, fear washing over her as that memory suddenly resurfaced in her mind. Originally, mermaids and legends also... The Duke grew angry, gritting his teeth and shouting, "No! Can mermaids create pearls?" He lashed his whip down onto her naked body. "But why aren't you crying? Why? Give them to me. Give me the pearls." The Duke was about to strike again, if not for... Back in reality, Chiron softly called out to her, "Hey!" He reached out and lifted her chin, pulling her face closer, his gaze settling on her trembling eyes. "Are you listening to me? Does that old man have such tastes?" Chiron fell silent, his gaze fixed on her face. Indeed, he liked those eyes too, but... Melusine let out a soft moan, her lips trembling as if wanting to say something, but the sound caught in her throat, unable to utter a word. Ian carefully pushed him away, asking the Grand Duke to step back a little. The subordinates behind them immediately drew their swords. Chiron asked, puzzled, "What are you doing?" Ian spoke, "Excuse me, isn't there a story about having one's soul stolen if they hear a mermaid's voice?" He replied angrily, "Falling for legends and letting them hinder us once was enough, but even so, I'm still worried." At this moment, Melusine still tried to speak, her voice weak and broken. The two subordinates, along with Chiron and Ian, immediately became alert, their eyes following her every small movement. She trembled, trying to open her mouth, finally only managing to utter a single hoarse word. "Hungry." Both of them froze. Chiron asked in surprise, "What?" Melusine reached up and tugged at his shirt. "I'm hungry. I'm hungry." She knelt prostrate at his feet, her hands trembling, her voice choked with pleading. "Feed me." Chiron turned to Ian and said, "Did you hear that?" He replied, startled.
She clearly told you to feed her. He let out a loud, echoing laugh, full of power. Melusine, still prostrate, raised her head, her eyes wide with surprise. His subordinates murmured amongst themselves. The Grand Duke was laughing. Chiron took her chin, lifting it with an air of authority. "We've found a more interesting prize than I imagined. What would happen if we brought her back to the Empire like this? Aren't you curious, Ian?" He gently stroked Melusine's cheek. The large ship, sails full, glided steadily over the vast ocean waves. Chiron spoke. "We're approaching the headwind. Tighten the aft ropes." Ian exclaimed, "It truly has been a long journey. Didn't you suppress the rebellious nomads on the western border and then wipe out Duke Batten's rebel army? It's been almost half a year since you returned as Titan." He replied coldly. "Say what you want to say quickly, Ian."
He hesitated. What is it? Stop eating around the bush and get straight to the point. Ian hesitated. I mean, about that mermaid. She's about to pass through Visay's waters. Should we release her? His Imperial Majesty also ordered that no survivors be left in Battern City. Chiron immediately retorted. That's not a human. To be precise, it's a fish. I'm wondering if we should keep it as an ornamental creature or a pet. He was startled. A pet? He replied cheerfully. Speaking of which, what is that thing doing? My fish. Melusine huddled on the floor, trembling and silent in fear. Chiron asked, puzzled, "What's with this appearance?" Ian bowed his head and replied, "I don't know if she's uncomfortable, but she keeps pulling and tearing at her clothes." Her face was pale, her eyes showing clear signs of fatigue and worry. He spoke up, "Your complexion is terrible. Didn't I tell you to give her something to eat before leaving the city?" He explained, "I clearly gave her the fish left in the city, but that—" Chiron asked again, "Fish? In the room where the mermaid was found, there was a barrel full of live fish. I assumed it was prepared as food for the mermaid, so I gave it to her." He said, "Live fish? Right, it makes sense. There's no way a mermaid would eat soup or fried food." With an innocent face, Melusine opened her mouth as if to say something. He touched her chin, sternly ordering, "Stay still." Chiron gently put his finger into her mouth. Melusine looked at him, utterly confused. How strange.
Her mouth was burning hot, but her complexion made anyone who looked at her think she was a corpse. She moaned softly. "Water!" The Count's face was filled with panic. "What should we do now? We should probably send her back before it's too late." "Water!" Chiron immediately asked. "What are you doing? She's asking for water." Ian replied, trembling. "I was afraid she was thirsty, so I already gave her water, but I brought it to her face and she didn't drink anything." He snatched the water bottle from the servant's hand. "She's a fish, so she must want more than just a drink." He hesitantly asked, "Are you saying—" Immediately, Chiron calmly poured the entire bottle of water over Melusine's head. After that, the two men intently watched her reaction. Melusine gasped, feeling refreshed. She looked up at him, wanting to say something, but it was very difficult. Chiron asked her, "How are you? Do you feel better now?" Her eyes sparkled, and her trembling lips struggled to utter two words. "Thank you," he ordered the Count. "Call the third-class navigator, assign him to watch over her, and report to me when she's better." Just as Chiron was about to leave, she let out a soft cry, her weak hand reaching out, as if to hold him back.
Don't go, wait a moment. Melusine quickly grabbed his leg. He turned around, a flicker of confusion in his eyes, and she stammered, I. He looked at her with cold eyes and said softly, "I have no desire to keep any animal that requires too much effort to care for." She gently placed a hand on his shoulder, her other hand trembling as she held Chiron's face. He awkwardly asked softly, "What exactly are you?" She looked up, choked with emotion. "Don't go," she exclaimed, a sudden surge of emotion. "Don't go." Melusine's fingers touched his face, their faces so close that their breaths mingled. Suddenly she fainted, her limp body falling into his arms. Her face was tired, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. He bent down, his voice full of worry. "What exactly is going on here?"
The merfolk in Melusine's tribe instructed her. "Do you understand? You absolutely must get rid of it before you sleep. When you meet the serenade of your life, you will understand our words." Melusine softly asked, "I'll understand when I meet them? I'm not sure. I still don't understand. It's just that I found a serenade that I might remember forever. And if, after meeting that person, I could hold the most beautiful baby merfolk in my arms, then—" Hearty laughter rang out. "Look at this. I've caught the legendary merfolk." Melusine woke up with a start. She looked around in surprise. This place— Her hand gently caressed the water. "This is the sea. I've finally returned to the sea. Now I truly feel alive again." As she was enjoying herself, Chiron walked in, holding a glass of water. He spoke, "Your tail has reappeared."
Melusine startled. It was the human man from earlier. She wondered silently if he had brought water for her both times, just now and earlier. Now that she wanted to say thank you, what was the best way to say it in human language? Chiron stepped forward. "Are you a bit more awake now? Ian went to such lengths to get seawater. It might as well be worth the effort." Melusine looked at him with wide eyes. Seeing her so dazed, he gently touched her head. "Do you understand what I'm saying?" Isn't there a legend that one will die from a curse if they harm a mermaid? Melusine was puzzled. Curse? Kieran thoughtfully looked at her, almost like a blank slate, perhaps not even knowing what a curse was. She saw her reflection in the water. She smiled at her reflection, her innocent, naive appearance no different from a child's. At this moment, he slowly drew a knife from his person, his movements slow and unpredictable. He lowered the knife into the water. She watched him, surprised and unblinking. Melusine was puzzled, not knowing what he intended to do. She shouted, "Got it!" Kieran sternly asked, "Hey, what are you holding?" She, however, remained cheerful, feeling no danger.
The late emperor softly said, "Look at this, Kieran. Mermaids are very beautiful, but don't let their appearance deceive you. They will use their singing or their human guise to show you terrible illusions, and eventually they will drive you mad, just like you are now." Lost in thought, he suddenly snapped out of it. At this moment, she had slowly opened the knife sheath. She looked at the sharp knife with delight. She gently raised her hand to the knife, her mouth slightly agape with curiosity and delight. Kieran snatched the knife back. He softly but firmly commanded, "Let go." She looked at him, her eyes confused, but her hand still gripped the knife. "Huh?" The sharp blade cut into her hand. Blood immediately gushed out, and she cried out in pain. Melusine's eyes welled up with tears, a thought flashing through her mind. Pain, so that thing can hurt me. Kieran sighed and reached out to pat her head. His voice was low. "When we return to the city, the first thing we'll have to do is teach her to speak. Even a parrot is better than her." He turned and walked away. She silently watched him go, her eyes filled with an unspoken longing. Are you leaving again? Why? Is it because I can't speak a complete sentence that he's annoyed?" A desperate whisper echoed in her mind. "Don't go. I'll be obedient. So please, don't go." No matter how much she yearned for Kieran to stay, he still turned his back and left. The door clicked shut coldly, closing off her eyes full of unspoken words. At this moment, the Grand Duke and the Count rode their horses into the city, attracting the gaze of the people on both sides of the road. They bowed their heads, avoiding eye contact as the procession passed. A curious soldier looked inside. "Sir Deputy Commander, what exactly is inside that carriage?" Ian replied, "It's an order from a superior, so I cannot tell you."
He replied, "But the universal hatred remains, doesn't it? I don't know if this is a parade for victory or for defeat." Ian told Kieran about the rumor circulating. Recently, it was said that if one made eye contact with His Majesty, they would be burned to ashes. The late emperor had caused a great stir, for he was the one who contributed to His Majesty being branded as the empire's foremost godslayer. He quietly looked at him. "But rumors are just rumors. They will quickly be forgotten. Your Majesty doesn't need to worry." He thought to himself, "That's right, nothing will happen." At this moment, beneath the completely draped white curtain, her body stirred slightly, the fabric swaying gently with each movement. A small hand gently reached out from behind the curtain. From behind the water, she gently lifted her head, her pink hair clinging to her face, her gaze full of innocence.
"Anne!" a voice shouted. Anne, the maid, turned slightly to look. She asked, "Where have you been?" She softly replied, "I just came back from the dining hall." She and another maid burst out laughing. "What are you doing at the dining hall at this hour? Isn't it time to prepare a meal for that person?" As they spoke, they looked at the bucket of fish in her hand. The two said sarcastically, "You're really struggling, aren't you? You've only been here a few months, yet you suffer like this every day." She replied, "It's not that much trouble." The two maids burst into laughter, their lips curling slightly. "What's there to deny? We all know, because lately everyone talks about that person whenever they gather. I mean, the lover the Grand Duke brought back isn't actually human, but a mermaid, right? They say she uses songs to kill people. No, that's not it. They say just hearing her voice will kill you." They then turned to Anne and asked, "Do you really think it's true?" She cursed inwardly. "What's true about it?" Her footsteps stopped before Melusine's room door, and she reassured herself, if mermaids are truly so terrifying that they can kill people just by using their voice?
"Mermaid Princess, now that I've arrived, there's no reason for you to remain as healthy as you are." She pushed the door open and went inside. "I'm sorry, have you been waiting long?" And indeed, Melusine truly exclaimed happily upon seeing her. She tried to say the maid's name, but only produced a few faint, indistinct sounds. "Hello," Melusine said with a smiling face, looking at the maid. The maid spoke. "It's not A, it's Anne, miss." Melusine tried to pronounce, "Anne. It's Anne." "Oh well, it's all right. You can imitate other sentences so well, but why do you get my name wrong? Also, even when you're on the verge of death, you only eat raw fish and spend all day soaking in water. Here, eat this. You like it, don't you? Last time I saw you seemed to like squid." Anne gently offered the food to Melusine. Melusine held the squid in her hand, her face eager like a child, and with difficulty uttered two words, "Thank you." Anne was surprised and praised Melusine. "Yes, that's right. In situations like this, you should say thank you. How interesting, you remembered." At this moment, the door was suddenly flung open by someone. Melusine nervously looked at the door. Disappointed, she dropped her favorite food. The maid anxiously asked, "Mermaid Princess, are you perhaps waiting for someone?" Melusine asked again, "Waiting?" "Yes, waiting. I mean, are you expecting to meet someone?" Now that I mention it, during the first few months after the Mermaid Princess arrived here, Count Ian often visited. Are you waiting for Count Ian? She repeated the name. It turned out the man's name was Ian. Anne said to Melusine in a teasing tone, "Oh, Mermaid Princess, your face is turning red. What do you like about the Count? Is it because he's handsome or because he's a Count?" She said, "Like."
Melusine innocently, a bright smile on her face. I love it, Ian." The maid placed a hand on her head, gently saying, "The Count hasn't even arrived recently. What is there for you to like so much? You sit back, I'll tie your hair for you." But at this moment, only the name Ian echoed in her mind. Her human, her serenade. Just as her sister said, from the very first moment their eyes met, she knew that person would become her serenade. Therefore, she could wait as long as it took. She was capable of it. This was not difficult at all. The maid tied Melusine's hair. "It's done, little mermaid. Please wait a moment, I'll bring the hair accessories." Melusine remained lost in thought, having learned from her sisters that one had to wait a very long time to meet their serenade. The sound of the door opening echoed, and she happily called out the maid's name. But when she turned around, it was Chiron. "Who are you looking for?" He brought his face close to hers and looked at her. "You look ridiculous, always like a mute. And your tail, how did it disappear?" In her mind, she softly called Ian's name. Melusine hesitated. "Tail." He placed his hand on her leg. "Yes, right here." It was true that after arriving here, she could no longer return to her mermaid form. She thought, perhaps it's because of the water. This place and the sea smell different. "Ian," she held out both hands, saying innocently, "Water." Chiron was puzzled. "I don't understand what you're trying to say." "No water, water."
Seeing that he didn't understand her meaning, she helplessly shouted, "Ian, water!" He froze. "Ian?" Before he could understand what was happening, Anne ran over and pushed the Grand Duke, screaming, "Mermaid lady!" She hugged Melusine, protecting her. "Who are you to dare to intrude into a place where only a lady resides?" Melusine frantically called her name. At this moment, Chiron slowly stood up, his hand rubbing his head after the fall, a clear look of anger on his face. "Get out?" he sneered. "Are you telling me that?" She snapped, yelling, "If not you, then who? Who on earth is this madman?" Melusine called out to her helplessly. Anne gasped in recognition of the person before her, crying out in alarm, "Grand Duke!" Chiron rubbed his shoulder, his voice laced with interrogation. "During my absence, has the ducal mansion implemented some new rules, like I need permission to see my own possessions, for example?" The maid knelt down in fear. "Grand Duke, I apologize. I haven't been working here long, so I haven't had the chance to meet you. I am truly sorry. Please kill me," she said fearfully, her face now drenched in sweat. He gently drew his sword, saying coldly, "You've been praised for doing your job well, but you should know who you're serving, shouldn't you?" Anne trembled, her voice speechless, tears streaming down her cheeks. Immediately, Melusine rushed forward and hugged his leg, shouting, "No, Anne!" He gritted his teeth, looking at the girl at his feet. Melusine knelt at his feet, saying coherently, "Anne, this hurts. Pain is dangerous. If you don't like it, please don't do it. No, thank you, no." He chuckled, raising a hand to her face. "At times like these, you shouldn't say thank you, but rather ask for a favor, right?" She replied, "Ask for a favor." Chiron helped her up. "I thought you were mute, but it turns out you can say quite a lot now, and perhaps you have more strength too." "Now you even automatically let me embrace you like this. That's commendable. My fish." Their bodies pressed tightly together. He whispered, "What should I do now that you've held my sword, so I must follow your will, right? Shall I kill that maid?" Melusine still didn't understand. Kill? What does kill, Anne, mean? Hearing this, the maid pleaded, "Please don't kill me. Please spare my life. I don't want to die. Please." Chiron replied teasingly, "Just now you were asking me to kill you. What happened?" Anne trembled as she spoke. "I was wrong. I was mistaken. I will do anything you command. Please spare my life." He whispered into her ear, "Try saying, 'spare her life.'" Melusine turned to look at the maid. "Life? Use your mouth to beg for that maid." He held her waist, instructing her to say, "Please spare her life, my lord." Melusine tried to repeat, spare her life." Her face was full of anticipation as she looked at him. Chiron happily pulled her into his embrace, but at this moment, she called out Ian's name, making him freeze. Chiron released her and pushed her to the ground. "Fine, I will spare this maid's life as you wish. A promise is a promise." Anne quickly helped her up. "My lady mermaid," he instructed, "but from now on, you must teach her to speak better." He sheathed his sword and turned to leave. "It's unacceptable for something of mine not to know my name. Make sure that name Ian doesn't come out of her mouth when I return next time." The maid bowed in response, her voice trembling. "Thank you, Grand Duke. I will certainly remember."
Melusine, meanwhile, watched his retreating back with lingering regret. In the dark room, only bright moonlight filtered through the window. Count Ian gently asked, "Grand Duke, have you visited the mermaid?" He remarked, "Rumors certainly travel fast." He bowed and replied, I heard the new maid was disrespectful to your grace, and the primary responsibility is mine for not properly training the servants. Kieran casually fiddled with a vial. He nonchalantly said, "It was a plea for life." Ian, confused, asked again, "Pardon?" He explained, "What I said about a plea for life was the request the mermaid made to me. Isn't it rather odd? There's nothing that irritates me more than having to struggle ignobly to survive. But my mermaid, there's something peculiar about her." Ian called out to him, "Grand Duke." Kieran replied irritably, "Enough. You may withdraw."
His voice was full of worry, my lord. Recently, the number of days you've been taking medicine has rapidly increased. If this continues, I'm afraid it will affect your health. He snapped. Isn't becoming an addict better than several days without sleep? I hate repeating myself. Step back. The Count replied mournfully, "Yes." Kieran slowly drifted into sleep. Voices echoed in his head. Kieran, Kieran, the Emperor's hound. The Duke cursed at him. "I don't want to die," the maid pleaded. And the voice of the late Emperor, "Kieran, please, save your brother." Along with Melusine, who didn't understand but still repeated, "Spare his life." She cupped Kieran's face, softly calling his name. At this moment, he woke up with a start. His hoarse voice uttered, "I'm sick of this."
Stumbling footsteps on the tiled floor, trembling like a child learning to walk. A maid's voice rang out, "Mermaid Princess, this way." She awkwardly held up her dress with one hand, the other gripping a wall pillar as she took clumsy steps. Anne encouraged her, "Just a little further, this way." She supported Melusine and happily said, "Princess, you've taken more than 2 steps compared to yesterday. At this rate, you can go outside today. You're so good, so cool." She mimicked Anne. "Cool." Her legs stumbled as she continued forward. The maid was surprised. "Are you going to walk even more?" Anne watched her. "Suddenly I remembered my siblings. My family was a large one. I was the eldest daughter, and I had 3 younger siblings." Melusine turned back and replied, "Siblings?" Anne continued, "Our family was poor, so my parents had to work hard outside, which meant they entrusted my siblings to my care from a young age. Of course, I was the one who changed their diapers. I also witnessed all their first steps. They were really disobedient and sometimes annoyed me, but to me, they are an extremely precious family." Melusine listened intently. "If the princess hadn't stopped the Grand Duke from helping me last time, I probably would never have been able to see my siblings again." With tears welling up, she took her hand. "Thank you so much, Mermaid Princess." A voice nearby spoke up. "Is that Marchioness Hesnor? I said I would stay one more day. Is there a problem?"
The maid immediately pulled her behind the curtain. "Mistress, please come this way," the maids on that side gently explained. "We apologize, but we are only following orders. The Grand Duke has given orders that as soon as you wake up, you are to be immediately brought back." Anne thought, "The head maid. So that noisy woman is—" The maid leaned in and whispered to Melusine, "I heard that His Highness the Grand Duke summoned a woman last night. It seems that's her." She only replied with one word, "Summoned," Anne said in a panic. "So that means she spent the night with His Highness the Grand Duke. Spent the night? I think I've heard that somewhere before." "That's right, my sister said so. You have to spend the night with Serenade to be able to have children." She's still making a fuss and refusing to leave, but that rumor seems to be true. They say the Grand Duke always sends women away the next day, no matter which woman he summons. She pulled Melusine's hand. "I've talked too much in front of the Mermaid Princess. Let's go somewhere else, mistress." She cried out, "Wait!" but the maid acted as if she hadn't heard.
She watched her retreating back, feeling a pang of regret. I was still hoping to ask what it felt like to spend the night with Serenade. "Katu, Kieran." The immortal emperor ordered him. "Kill him, Kieran." He just trembled, clutching his sword. The emperor roared, "What are you doing? Kill him." Kieran immediately burst into tears. "But brother, this person is my teacher." The immortal emperor shouted, "No, from now on he is no longer your teacher. He is merely a traitor who sold information to the army to kill all of us." Kieran looked up at his brother, his voice trembling as he said, "But it might be some kind of misunderstanding. So brother, please, no, your majesty." He swung his hand and slapped him hard across the face. Kieran fearfully touched his face. "When will my younger brother truly become a proper member of the royal family?" the emperor demanded. "This is an order, Kieran." The immortal emperor pointed at Dukin. "Kill this man, or you will die first. Prove yourself right here, right now. Do you think you still have a choice?" He sobbed, his voice faltering. "Dukin, you're not a traitor, are you?"
"You and I have been together for several years. How could you so easily—" He remained silent, not answering him. Kieran yelled, "Tell me it's not true, quickly. If it is, then I will at all costs." "Grand Duke, obey His Imperial Majesty's command. Do not resist. Please punish this sinner." The late emperor's hand gently held his. "The sword is the monarch's baton. A monarch must always and only serve their people. You must not focus on using the sword to injure or kill anyone. The reason your highness always carries a sword is to help people." His eyes gleamed with fierce determination, mixed with pain and utter despair. He swung his sword, ending his master's life in one decisive stroke. Kieran woke with a start, his eyes wide open. He gently sat up.
Outside the window, the faint voice of a maid echoed, "Lady Mermaid, wait a moment." Outside the palace, Melusine ran and played like a carefree child, Anne hurrying after her, her voice filled with worry. "You must put on your shoes before you go, young lady." In the early morning sun, she ran and laughed, her mouth slightly open, her eyes closed in delight. Kieran remained still in his room, his gaze passing through the window, silently watching the radiant figure of the girl outside.
That evening, the glass jar slipped from his hand, falling onto the tiled floor and shattering into tiny pieces. Kieran clutched his head, utterly exhausted. It was no use, he muttered. No matter what he did, no matter what he drank, it was no use. If it continued like this, it would be for life. Kieran thought of Melusine. Mermaids were beautiful, but one shouldn't be deceived by their appearance. There were tales of people losing their souls if they heard a mermaid song. Lose one's soul, he told himself. Perhaps that would be better. At that moment, the Count rushed in, panicked. "Your Grace," Kieran exclaimed. "My God, you finally arrived at the perfect time, Ian." He hastily added, "Summon the mermaid here, right now." A soldier stepped forward to support her, gently guiding her to meet the Grand Duke. Her steps faltered, almost causing her to fall. He asked, "Is something wrong, my lady?" Melusine replied with difficulty, Wait a moment." The soldier, flustered, told her, "That won't do, my lady. His Grace has ordered you to be escorted immediately." She asked again, Escorted? What is that?"
He didn't answer, leading her to Kieran's room, motioning her this way. "From this point on, you must go alone. Once inside, you will immediately see the reception room. After passing through there, turn right, and then right again, and you will see the Grand Duke's bedroom." The Count grumbled softly. "That takes a lot of time." She struggled to stand, leaning her hands against the wall. "No," Kieran asked Melusine, "have you practiced walking at all?" She cheerfully replied, "Walked? Yes, I've walked a lot already." He sat on the bed, motioning for her to come closer. "Then let's see, try walking over here." She said nothing, taking difficult steps forward on her bare feet, which were not yet firm. Her small steps trembled constantly from walking on the cold ground. Suddenly, Melusine lost her balance and fell. Seeing her like that, Kieran teased, "What are you doing? If you're going to walk, you have to go all the way." Melusine puffed out her cheeks and glared at him, momentarily unsure how to respond. A few seconds later, she slowly stood up from the cold, hard ground. Her trembling steps still moved towards Kieran. I can do it, I can do it." But Kieran's next words shattered her momentary joy. "That's not right." Kieran suddenly grabbed Melusine's arm, and she cried out in a slight panic, "Ah, ah." The very next second, Kieran pushed her down onto the bed in a very embarrassing position. "You have to come all the way here, don't you?" he said. "You've only walked for a short while and your legs are already this warm."
Taken aback by his sudden action, Melusine could only stare, stunned, deep into his fathomless eyes. Her constantly trembling feet were being gently caressed by Kieran. "Are you tired?" Melusine shyly raised a hand to cover her face, which had flushed red from embarrassment. "Tired? No, I'm fine." Kieran nodded cheerfully in approval. "That's good then. Now sing." Kieran's warm fingers slowly traced Melusine's soft lips. He slowly leaned closer to Melusine's face and made his request. "Sing here, for me." As dusk fell, Kieran sat gazing into the distance. From afar, a loud call echoed, "Grand Duke!" The butler, standing in a distance, gently reminded him with concern, "Grand Duke, it's very cold." Despite his advice, Kieran remained silent, his eyes reflecting an unnamed sorrow. "Have you just been sitting here looking at the sea all day? What are you thinking about?" His deep voice resonated. "I'm thinking it's truly beautiful. Because it's beautiful, I want to possess it." Recalling those words, Kieran caressed Melusine's cheek. "Just once would be enough. I want to hold it in the palm of my hand." Kieran questioned, his gaze slightly lowered, appearing cold. "Why are you so silent?" He slipped his hand into her mouth, commanding, "I told you to sing." Melusine started, replying, "Sing? I don't know how."
Kieran's eyebrows furrowed slightly in annoyance, and he growled, asking again, "Don't you know what singing is?" He asked continuously and relentlessly, which made Melusine somewhat flustered. She hadn't learned yet, or perhaps the merfolk songs could truly bring curses, so they were afraid and didn't teach her. As Kieran spoke, he remembered Anne's bright smile, Ian Raster's shy figure upon seeing Melusine, saying he would be loyal to her, would serve her wholeheartedly. Outwardly, they all said the same thing. The image of Barton frantically holding a weapon intending to strike flashed in Kieran's mind, but eventually at some point, they wouldn't be able to hide their true nature anymore.
Melusine looked up timidly, her eyes wary, thinking, "That mermaid is a monster, so she will definitely harm me." He smirked and continued, "Those are petty, narrow-minded people, so they'll probably just lock the mermaid in a barrel of water. Vasis." He asked seriously, "Vasis, do you understand?" Hearing this, Melusine couldn't help but be startled, thinking to herself, "Kieran just spoke my language." Kieran suddenly realized that as she listened to his words, she smiled radiantly, her eyes shining brightly. It seems she was indeed named after the ancient language of mermaids. Vasis must mean lullaby, he thought. He placed his long, slender hands on the bed. Kieran lay on his side facing Melusine, gently raised a hand to caress her cheek and requested, "In short, try to do something Vasis-like here." His hand suddenly paused for a moment, his eyes slightly lowered, and he asked again, "What's wrong?" Seeing her hesitant, fleeting look of doubt, Kiran urged, "Hurry up." His finger rested on Melusine's pursed lips, which were humming a melodious tune from the deep sea. Kiran lay silently, listening intently, a thought fleetingly crossing his mind. This isn't a song, but more like... He recalled a rainy day long ago, with dark, gloomy clouds covering the entire sky, when Kiran unconsciously plunged into the cold, deep sea, as if by a spell. That spell helped him retrieve very old memories. Despite a questioning voice echoing back, "Your Grace, what are you thinking?" His heart remained submerged in the deep sea, as before. Back then, he had said he was looking at the sea, simply because he wanted to possess it. But what he truly desired was to fall into the sea and die.
A solitary light shone amidst the lonely ocean. If only one could sink into it and die after touching it, completely fearless. If only one could die in the sea. Melusine's eyes, blue like the sea under the sun, lit up. She smiled and ran to embrace Kiran, caressing him, gazing at his face with affectionate eyes. Kiran softly said, "Now I know." In the dark room, his warm voice resonated, while I myself said that legends are just legends. Kiran caressed her cheek and spoke his mind. "Perhaps it's because what I long for most is that you can truly enchant and kill humans." Melusine made a few sounds. Suddenly, he unexpectedly leaned in and kissed her. Although Melusine was still bewildered by Kiran's recent action, her cheeks still flushed red with shyness, and she stammered, asking, "What is this?" He gently prompted, "Go on." Kiran looked her over and commanded, "Voices, I never told you to stop." He leaned his lips close to hers and emphasized, "Continue, I will devour everything." Melusine hummed a song while closing her eyes tightly, embracing it. Their lips met, a scene of intense affection. Her singing voice echoed like a sweet curse that could choke a person at any moment. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the window into the room. Melusine woke up and sat bolt upright. Kiran was still fast asleep beside her, and she looked up, puzzled. Suddenly, Melusine startled and looked to her side. Kiran, it turned out, had simply fallen asleep yesterday. She opened her eyes wide with curiosity, playfully gazing at him in his deep sleep. In her heart, she recalled yesterday's memories, wondering what exactly Kiran had done to her. Something felt a little itchy, yet incredibly exciting. Melusine intended to reach out and touch Kiran's face, as people would naturally feel this way when encountering a two-star siren. The moment her finger touched his lips, he startled awake. Melusine, frightened, pulled her hand back and cried out. Kiran quickly reached out. His two hands squeezed her neck tightly, pinning her forcefully onto the bed, making Melusine scream in pain. Her hands trembled, trying to resist. Tears welled up in her eyes, and her mouth struggled to plead. "Let go." Despite Melusine's agony, he breathed evenly, his expression grim. Kiran stared at her with troubled eyes, his jaw clenched tightly, veins protruding. Her mouth tried to scream for help, but his hand was too strong, pressing down, making her only able to cry out in pain internally, so painful, so uncomfortable. Just as Melusine's scream escaped her mouth, Kiran's eyes flew open as if waking from a dream, startled and aghast. Let her go." He released his hand and turned his face away, leaving her to cough continuously on the bed. Kiran looked outside. The dazzling sunlight streaming into the room made the scene even more magnificent. He mumbled, "The sun is up. I'm not even dreaming anymore." Meanwhile, Melusine grimaced as she sat up, her face clearly showing confusion. Kiran bent down, moving close to her face, his wide, pale, lifeless eyes pressed. "Will you steal souls like that?" Without waiting for Melusine to answer, he quickly continued, "If that's true, then you're useful." Kiran paused, his steady breathing for a moment, then spoke, "Melusine, from now on, that will be your name." The scene shifts to the living room. Anne rushed over, calling out loudly, "Lady Mermaid." Melusine also ran over, trying to call her name, Anne. Anne anxiously ran around her, looking her over from all angles, asking rapidly, "Are you all right? Is there anywhere you feel uncomfortable? I've prepared the bathwater. Please go in quickly." "Oh," she wondered, making Melusine turn to look back. "The ribbon I tied for you yesterday is still intact." Anne, curious, bent down close and whispered her question. "Lady, last night you met the Grand Duke, and then, no, nothing happened at all?" Melusine's face showed some confusion, her eyes brightening with innocence. "Nighttime matters?" She leaned close to Anne's ear and whispered something. After hearing it, Anne's face turned as red as a tomato from embarrassment, and she shrieked in surprise. "Mistress, you can't do such a thing." Melusine bounced around frantically, trying to explain. "It was like this last night." Anne shouted loudly, asking again, "You mean that happened last night? You kissed the Grand Duke?" Suddenly, Melusine stopped short, pointing to her lips, confused. "Kiss?" Anne's face went pale, and she immediately advised, "Exactly, lips, mistress. From now on, you absolutely cannot casually kiss others." As she listened to Anne's explanation, Melusine recalled the scene of the two of them touching lips last night. That thing Anne had just described was called a kiss, a very important act, a special act that happens between people who like each other. She looked up curiously, vaguely confused about the word she had just uttered. Like.
Melusine vaguely recalled the explanation she had heard, the intimate images of her and Kieran from last night replayed in her mind like a film in reverse, the special connection between people who like each other. She couldn't help but wonder, did Kieran also think she was his other half? Melusine recalled the indescribable thrill, her hand reaching up to touch Kieran's face, which was why she had given herself that name. Kieran had intended to kiss her hand, looking at her with affectionate eyes, and called her in his warmest voice, Melusine. Every time she thought of it, Melusine unconsciously placed her hand on her lips, her eyes closed, and hesitantly whispered, Melusine. Hearing this, Anne wondered, what? She excitedly replied, my name is Melusine. She immediately asked again, it's a name? Miss, you said your name is Melusine, right? Melusine nodded in response. Her face beamed with a radiant smile, her heart fluttering. I'm so happy, she exclaimed loudly. I am Melusine. I truly have a wonderful name now. The scene shifted to a room, sunlight streaming in through the window. A stack of papers was forcefully thrown onto the table. Ian Zatter started in shock, his eyes wide and mouth agape. The person has slept? Kieran, flipping through ledgers, replied, yes, and deeply too. He stammered nervously, asking again, did he really sleep? What exactly happened? He let the stack of papers drop and looked away. I don't know. Ian Zatter thought to himself, a person who, after the late emperor's death for 5 years, couldn't sleep soundly even with medicine. But now...
He wondered, is it because of the merfolk? Ian Zatter left the sentence hanging. If it's really because of the merfolk, then today that woman... Kieran closed his eyes tightly and continued in a deep voice. Did you really come here at this hour just to talk about that? He said sternly. I'm asking, what has Marquis Hesno been doing lately? Ian Zatter awkwardly bent down to retrieve some documents. Please forgive me, your lordship. Looking at the newspaper, he revealed, Marquis Hesno has recruited twice as many soldiers into his territory as last year, and perhaps by the end of this year he will have nearly 3 times that number of soldiers. Ian Zatter continued his report. On the side of the imperial palace, or the capital, all nobles close to his late majesty the emperor are beginning to prepare. He stated that most of them have expressed their stance to follow your will. Kieran immediately spoke up. More urgent than the previous conference. Ian Zatter replied, from what I see, that is indeed the case.
He suggested, should we send someone to the Marquis? Kieran replied, we'll meet in 2 months anyway. Let's just monitor for now. Ian Van Zatter's calm voice echoed through the room. Yes, I understand. Suddenly, Kieran called out, startling him. Count Ian Van Zatter. Ian Zatter immediately asked back, yes? He implicitly asked, are you all right? He hesitated, leaving his sentence unfinished. You mean, he continued, you know what I want to ask. Kieran turned to look Ian Zatter directly in the face, emphasizing his words. Are you really going to be all right? Because if things continue like this, you'll become a rebel with me. Kieran, having finished listening to the work report, looked up from his chair and said to Ian, though I've repeated it many times, you don't need to participate in this rebellion. Why force yourself and cause yourself trouble? Ian continued, Grand Duke, He didn't let him continue, interrupting. I just want you to be cautious. You are a deputy commander, not my servant. He shook his head. No, that's not right. Your will is my will. Please allow me to follow you to the end. He listened to him speak, then chuckled softly. My will is yours too, is it? Even if you're just saying it, I appreciate it. You may leave.
He turned back to look at him. Yes, please rest comfortably, sir. If you need anything, I can also summon a mermaid here tonight. One hand rested on his crossed knee, the other on the chair, and he said, a mermaid? Then he thought of her, recalling the image of placing his hand over her mouth, and mused, yes, that fish also has useful talents. He lit a cigarette, took a puff, exhaled the smoke, leaned his head back against the chair, looked up into the air, and said, how long must I listen to that song before I can sleep forever? Scene change. The door in the room opened, and a soldier standing outside said, His Grace the Grand Duke has ordered me to take the mermaid lady. Anne was putting a bracelet on her. Hearing the soldier, she smiled brightly and happily said to her, See, miss, wasn't I right? I told you His Grace would definitely summon you today. She seemed not to understand much, sitting and looking back at Anne, who was joyful, with a bewildered expression. Anne continued to chatter. Surely the Grand Duke will like it, won't he? It was right to put on makeup first. She looked at Anne blankly and said with a puzzled expression, Like? As she walked away with the soldier who had just delivered the order, Anne, behind her, joyfully jumped up and said to her, Please be careful, miss. She also happily turned back, smiled brightly, and waved at Anne. The soldier also turned to her and said, Please be careful. Anne stood behind, watching her walk away with a smile, her cheeks flushed, and thought, The soldiers are also treating Miss more carefully than last time. Miss has spent the night with His Grace the Grand Duke several times, but she's still allowed to stay in the city. This is the first time something like this has happened. Clearly, in His Grace the Grand Duke's mind, the mermaid lady is someone special.
She arrived at the door of the room, her bare feet taking one step after another. The door opened. She looked around, then thought, "It's too dark. I can't see anything. Where is Kieran?" He stood in the darkness, right near the door. As she stepped into the room, he was already standing right behind her. While she was disoriented, he embraced her from behind and called her name. "Melusine, you're late." She flinched, her face flushing when she heard him speak. He still held her from behind, and looking at the outfit she was wearing, said, "What is this? You're wearing so many useless things today." She looked at the dress she was wearing and thought, "His touch here makes me so uncomfortable." She made uncomfortable sounds and said to him, wait a moment." She seemed uncomfortable. "Let me help." As soon as he said that, he grabbed the necklace she was wearing around her neck and yanked it off, causing the necklace to break, its beads falling one by one.
After taking off the necklace, he leaned close to her neck, sniffed her body, and said, "Your scent is completely gone. That maid really does useless things." She looked at him, listened to him speak, her face flushed, and she only made simple sounds without saying a single word. He put his arm around her waist and called her name. "Melusine, why don't you just take off this dress?" After hearing him, she looked at the dress on her body and thought, "Take off? What does take off mean? How do I do it?" Then she said, "I don't know." He sat down on the bed and asked her, "You don't know how to take off clothes?" "I think I've already said it. I don't want to keep an animal that needs a lot of care by my side." After he finished speaking, he helped her take off the dress. She looked at her body, no longer wearing the dress, her face flushed with surprise. This? He looked up at her. "What, are you only feeling embarrassed now?" At this moment, she was cheerful and radiant, smiling and saying to him, "It's so comfortable, thank you." He looked at her with helplessness because she didn't react the way he expected, and he said to her, "Are you laughing with such delight just because of this small matter? If you really want to thank me." He put his arm around her waist, letting her fall into his lap, and she was startled by his action, unconsciously crying out. He hugged her and said, "You have to do your job, Melusine. Have sex." Her cheeks were still flushed. She hugged his neck, listened to him speak, but couldn't answer. She hummed the melodies of the song from dusk till dawn the next day. She opened her eyes to look at the sky, a voice echoing in her head. Has the sun risen already? Lately, Kieran has been by her side every day, which she really likes, but it wasn't like last time, the kiss, so she felt a little regretful, as it felt so good back then. She stroked his hair, her cheeks flushed, and smiled at him. After all, they had truly spent the night together. "So I'll probably give birth to a little merman just like Serenade, won't I? It would be great if you came to me soon, because Serenade's nose and eyes are truly beautiful." As she thought this, she slowly leaned down and kissed the bridge of his nose. When she looked up and met his gaze, she was startled and wanted to say something but couldn't. She sat up abruptly, covering her mouth with her hand, her face flustered. He sat up, held her hand, and said, "Melusine, you know how to do these kinds of things too?"
He sat up abruptly, looking at her, taking her hand. She turned to look at him in surprise, letting out a soft gasp. One of his hands went behind her head, pulling her closer, giving her a kiss. He said, "Don't hide." He pushed her down onto the bed, and the two of them were lost in a long kiss, soft, intimate sounds echoing. After the kiss, she quickly gasped for air. He kissed her neck and said, "You should breathe through your nose, because you're like that until now you've only been brushing your lips together." She looked at him and listened to him speak, a look of confusion appearing on her face. He said, "I'll show you what kissing is. Relax your lips." Then he continued to kiss her lips. The scene shifts to a garden full of fresh flowers blooming vibrantly. She stood barefoot, admiring the flower garden. A voice rang out, "Young lady Nyungu." Anne, holding a pair of shoes, ran up to her and said, "You must wear shoes, young lady." As soon as she heard her speak, she lifted her skirt and ran into the flower garden. Anne, holding the shoes, looked at her in surprise. "Young lady, you're stepping into the flower garden."
She walked on the grass in the flower garden, bent down to admire the vibrant flowers, and smiled brightly, thinking, "The flowers are blooming more profusely than last time. Last time Anne told me their name. This flower is freesia. So what is this one?" A butterfly was perched on a yellow flower. Then it flew off and landed on the hand of Kieran, who was approaching. He said to her, "Are you out in the garden today?" She looked at the butterfly on his hand, then bewilderedly looked up at him. "That flower, what's its name? It's moving." He looked at the butterfly, then turned to her. "This isn't a flower, it's a butterfly." She heard him and repeated, "Butterfly." He gently moved his hand, and the butterfly spread its wings and flew away. He continued, "Yes, it's a butterfly. In your language, it's sakura." She sat on the ground, watching the butterfly fly away, and still said, "Butterfly." He rested his hand and looked at her. She turned to look at him, calling his name, "Kieran, Kieran." This scene was truly beautiful. She sat on the ground, looking up at him, and he leaned on one hip, looking down at her beside the flower garden. He reached out and flicked her forehead, then said, "Your effort to remember my name is commendable, but your pronunciation is terrible. Practice, get the pronunciation right."
She cried out in pain when he flicked her forehead. Then, wincing, she nodded. Practice.
He turned and left, saying as he walked, "I'll call your maid over. When you've seen enough, go inside." She sprang to her feet, thinking, "Are you leaving already?" Then she said word by word, "Let's go together. I want to come along." He stopped, turned his head to look at her, then uttered 2 words, "As you wish." She was overjoyed to hear him say that. Her small, pretty face was filled with joy and excitement. She happily ran barefoot, holding up her skirt, chasing after him. Anne, meanwhile, chased after her, holding her shoes and calling, "Young lady." The next scene was the soldiers' training ground. Swords clanged against each other, creating deafening sounds. She stood outside the door, peering into the training ground, full of excitement and curiosity. She looked at her helplessly and grumbled, "How can the young lady follow His Grace the Grand Duke to the sword training ground anyway? If His Grace hadn't turned a blind eye, the young lady and I would have been immediately chased out. Are you even listening? This place is very dangerous. If you just walk in, you could get hurt." She seemed not to pay attention to her words, but continued to watch the soldiers practicing with their swords. Then she exclaimed to her, "Anne, look over there." Following the direction she pointed was the sight of him majestically holding the reins, sitting on a horse. She said, "Chiron, it's Chiron." She replied, "Yes, yes. His Grace the Grand Duke is truly an exceptional person. My father is also a soldier in Shitan City. Father says that His Grace the Grand Duke is the only commander who always participates in all training sessions."
He rode his horse and shouted, "Excellent, training concluded." The soldiers below also shouted loudly, "Thank you, sir." Anne was still rambling on, saying, "If my father hadn't died on the battlefield, then now my father would also—" Before she could finish speaking, the young lady happily skipped after him and said, "Chiron is gone." Anne startled and said loudly, "Oh, young lady, wait a moment. You can't keep following him like that." The young lady still happily ran after him, walking and smiling as she said, "Whatever you say." Anne flinched. "What nonsense are you talking about now?" Inside the building, at this moment, she was still happily peeking through the crack in the door into the room. Anne was sweating in fear as she whispered to her, "Now it's really not okay. Young lady, let's just return to our room. If we're discovered, we'll be severely punished." Inside the room, he and Ian were sitting, eating, drinking, and talking. She looked and said, "What's wrong?" Anne cried inwardly and said, "The Grand Duke is having a meal with the Count, and it's clear they are having a very serious conversation, so we cannot disturb them." She heard Anne speak, thought of her fish, then looked at Anne and said, "Rice." Anne, startled, remembered what she ate, and replied, "No, that's not what the young lady eats." Then someone from the room came out, opened the door, and said to the 2 people whispering outside, "Hey." One girl was squatting and looking, while the other knelt, her face turned towards him, speaking in a trembling voice. "I'm so sorry, we're leaving right now, so please." Before she could finish, the man interrupted, "It's not about that." The man scratched his face. Because His Grace the Grand Duke finds it very bothersome, he ordered that the young lady should not wait on the ground like that, but come inside. Anne said, bewildered and confused, "What?" The girl's face lit up with a bright smile, while he was sitting in the room at the dining table, raising a glass of wine to drink. Kieran and Ian were talking while eating. So how much was spent this time? About 6 million. Clearly, His Majesty heard the report about the purchase of the diamond mineral region a few days ago. I don't know why he keeps buying mineral regions from which no gemstones can be extracted. It seems to be because Marquis Hesno is constantly instigating him. That old man is probably quite impatient now, restless and wanting to drain the national treasury. When will Solstice Palace be completed? This year. While the 2 were talking, the girl, holding a fork in one hand and a knife in the other, was intently and painstakingly trying to cut the fish. Ian looked at her and burst out laughing. He was holding a wine glass, sipping and looking at him. He coughed and suppressed a laugh, then turned to look at him and said, "I'm sorry, around early winter this year. I heard it will be completed once the interior decoration is done, and because they wanted to unveil it in time for the National Day celebration, they mobilized all available manpower, which has caused a lot of dissatisfaction among the nobility." He wiped his mouth with a napkin, then turned to look at her. She startled, stopped what she was doing, and turned to look at him, feeling a pang of apprehension. He sighed, then continued what the young man was saying. "This is the first time he's been able to escape the supervision of the former emperor. He'll surely be dancing with joy for a while. It's also good for Marquis Hesno. He can use this opportunity to draw the previously neutral families to his side." He was speaking when he was interrupted by the sound of a knife falling to the floor and her involuntary scream. He turned to look at her, smiling. "Good heavens, it was hard enough to invite you to eat, and now you can't even eat properly, Melusine." Ian, standing nearby, looked at him and her in alarm and surprise. She, with one hand still holding a fork and the other empty, looked at him, speechless.
He continued, "I already told the maid to prepare the things you usually eat every day. Isn't it delicious today?" She held her knife and fork, turned towards him, shook her head, and said each word slowly, "What is this, Chiron?" Ian, who was drinking wine, choked when he heard her, coughing and saying, Just now she called his name?" He ignored Ian and turned to talk to her. "That's wrong. You need to pronounce it by emphasizing the first syllable and saying the rest more softly." After hearing him, she repeated his name once more,
Kiran, you still need to practice more. If you find using a fork inconvenient, just eat in whatever way you find comfortable. Don't just sit there doing nothing. After hearing him, her face lit up with a brilliant smile. In a comfortable way, I will eat, and I will eat deliciously. As soon as she finished speaking, she picked up the fish with both hands and took a big bite. Ian watched her eat, bewildered and helpless. He rested his chin in his hand, looking at her. Melusine, you're really enjoying your food, aren't you? Is it that good? She chewed and smiled radiantly as she told him. Very delicious. Thank you, Kiran. He used his hand to wipe her mouth. Ian watched their actions, growing even more confused. Grand Duke, Ian interjected, you just keep talking. How many families do you plan to draw to our side? Yes, about that, he thought, looking at the scene before him. Now, what exactly is happening right in front of me?
The scene shifted to the soldiers' training ground. She stood peeking at the gate, her hair tied in a ponytail and wearing a blue dress, looking into the training ground and thinking, I must surprise Kiran. Meanwhile, Ian was talking to the Grand Duke. What? I mean, that mermaid. Because lately I've seen her appearing quite often next to you. Wiping his sweat, he replied, ignore her. Then he turned to look at her. It's interesting, standing like that, but thinking she's hiding from others. So this is what you find interesting? Observing animals slowly being tamed is interesting. Have you ever tamed animals? I don't know. He thought back to the past, 10 years ago. A voice echoed, this little one is very obedient to the Grand Duke. An image of a fox fawning next to someone's leg. A man was kneeling and continued. It's very rare for a wild fox to follow humans. This is truly miraculous. The young him was holding the fox and said, it keeps following me. So annoying. Even though you say that, I know you let the fox into your room every night. If you truly want to keep it, then give it a name. I mean, don't just let it be like this and lose it. The fox clung to his shoulder and licked his fingers. The scene shifted to a certain room. The young him was holding the fox, hiding it under a hiding spot, his small face full of worry as he said to the little fox, do you understand? Today you absolutely must not leave this place. My brother is coming soon. He will be hunting here. If you happen to be discovered by my brother, then so you absolutely must not go out. Absolutely. The next scene was in a forest. He stood in front of the fox, which was lying barely breathing on the ground with a long cut across its belly.
The scene shifts back to the present. He gazed into the distance, then the image of a small fox chained by the neck appeared, and he said, that's right, I used to keep animals too. Do you know that, Ian? At this moment, a maid stood behind her, and she smiled brightly at the maid. He led her to the beach. She looked delighted and said, Kiran, the sea, it's the sea. He stood behind, observing her. Do you like it that much? If you like it, go closer and look. She turned back to look at him. What about you, Kiran? I'll wait here. I have something I need to confirm. Her bare feet stood on the sand. The waves gently lapped at her feet. She turned back to look at him and said, confirm?
The wild fox lay gasping on the ground, fresh blood gushing from the corner of its mouth, along with a long cut on its belly. Kiran, at that moment, stared at it with a dazed expression, speechless. Why? I told you not to go out. I told you so many times. What do I do? Just as he was about to approach and pick up the fox, urgent shouts rang out. This way, quickly, gather this way. Kiran's whole body trembled, his face turning pale with helplessness. If things continued like this, his brother would catch him. If he were caught, he would certainly be brutally killed. If that's the case, then it's better to... Returning to the present, Melusine was now delightedly running towards the gently lapping ocean waves. Her small feet touched the cool water. Ian, startled, was about to run to stop her. Grand Duke, the mermaid is currently... He raised a hand to halt him. Let it be. I'm testing to see if she truly tries to escape. Melusine's feet were already submerged in the water, and so scales began to appear. Her fishtail gradually shimmered into view. Melusine delightedly savored the familiar sensation. It's been so long since I've been in the ocean. This is so much fun. Ian's mouth fell open. Sir, look, after touching the seawater, her tail has reappeared. Just then, Kiran called out coldly, Melusine. She heard him and turned her head, merely thinking, I'll just go down for a little while and then come back up, so that should be allowed, right?
Seeing Melusine didn't turn back, he turned pale with fury and shouted, Come back, Melusine! But she only gave an innocent, bright smile and replied, Wait for me a moment. After all, Kiran himself said I could go near the sea. With that, Melusine thrashed her beautiful tail and plunged into the ocean before she could hear his final words. I told you not to go on your own. The sea surface reflected the splash. Ian stammered, She's gone. Kiran's face darkened. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his face as he snarled each word. Melusine, how dare you? Without waiting any longer, Kiran sprinted towards the sea, ignoring Ian's cries of, Grand Duke! Scenes from the past flashed back, the memory of him playing with the small fox and the butler's words of advice. Your Royal Highness, if you truly wish to keep it, then give it a name. What I mean is, don't just lose it like this. Now, Kiran's mind was a turmoil of chaos and gloom. No, a mere name couldn't hold anything. The fox from back then was the same. If a chain had replaced its name, it wouldn't have been caught in that trap. If you don't hold on to something properly, it will eventually be taken by someone else. If that's the case, he'd rather be the one to do it himself. A short while later, Melusine emerged from the water, her fishtail transformed into small feet, her water-soaked dress dripping in droplets.
She gently ran her hand through her water-soaked hair and looked up. Seeing Kioran quickly run towards her, Melusine was surprised and was about to say, "Kioran." Before she could utter another word, he forcefully pulled her hand towards him. Hugging Melusine's waist tightly, pressing her body close to his, Kioran bent down and fiercely kissed her lips. Melusine tried to part her lips to catch her breath, her voice choked. Kioran. He didn't let her speak, their lips intertwined, not parting. Then suddenly a short sword was pointed at Melusine's neck. Kioran grabbed her hair, pulling her head back, and coldly questioned, "Do you miss the sea that much? So much that you could just leave like that?" Melusine's face paled as she stammered an explanation. "No, leave. I'm not leaving. I was just going out for a bit. I didn't want to leave at all." But by now, Kioran's reason was clouded by anger. How can I believe that? Indeed, animals cannot be let loose without a leash. These words stunned Melusine, and she said in a trembling voice, "Kioran." He sneered, a cold laugh escaping his lips. "The great fault is mine. I saw you as naive and became careless." Melusine's heart was filled with confusion. "Kioran, this is so strange." He suddenly spun her around to face the sea and growled, "Melusine, look closely at the sea, because you will never see it again."
Melusine had just finished listening and was still horrified, wondering how this could be, but before she could finish her sentence, Kieran forcefully pulled her hand and led her away. She cried out in pain, "Kieran!" Ian, who was behind them, quickly ran over. "Grand Duke!" He stopped, glanced at Ian, and ordered, "Everyone return to the city. Today I will not stay at the palace, but will use the guard post nearby. Convey this message to the servants." That night, the full moon hung high, casting its cold light down upon the small house at the guard post, covering every corner of the walls. Melusine was dragged away by Kieran, who held her wrist tightly. She urgently cried out, her voice trembling, "Kieran, Kieran, let me go!" Without letting Melusine say more, he forcefully pushed her onto the bed, even though her wet dress was clinging to her body. Kieran said nothing, only raised his hands to unbutton his cuffs, then continued to loosen the collar of his shirt. On the bed, Melusine let out a soft moan. "It hurts." He slowly climbed onto the bed, staring at her. Melusine felt his gaze, blushed, and turned her head away. Kieran remained silent, one hand propped on the bed, the other tightening around her waist, forcing Melusine to look directly into his eyes.
It was then that he slowly spoke. "What should I do with her? Even if I put a collar on her, she would immediately take it off. If I tied her here, there would be nothing interesting about it." Kieran's hand rose to caress Melusine's cheek, causing her to instinctively recoil. His voice deepened. "Melusine, it was I who granted you a name, so you must obey me." His finger moved from her face downwards, pressing lightly on the tip of Melusine's tongue, making it difficult for her to speak. "Obey me?" He continued to toy with her small tongue. Kieran lifted Melusine's chin, looking directly into her eyes as he commanded. "Say that you will be loyal to me. Say that I am yours, so you will only look at me and follow me." After speaking, he watched her intently. Melusine slowly spoke, "I am yours."
Her cheeks flushed, her innocent eyes repeated once more smoothly, "I am yours." Kieran couldn't suppress a faint cold smirk. Then he suddenly squeezed Melusine's cheeks, forcing her mouth open. Kieran leaned down, his hot tongue sought Melusine's parted lips. Amidst their heated breaths, he reiterated his demand. "No, you are not to act on your own accord again." Kieran's large body pressed Melusine down onto the bed, their lips and tongues intertwined, inseparable, faint gasps echoing in the room. Not stopping there, his two fingers continued into her mouth, manipulating it. Melusine, uncomfortable, tried to twist her face to the side. His restless hand continued to move downwards, fondling between her legs. Kieran shamelessly uttered a lustful remark. "You need to be completely wet, don't you?" His finger pressed firmly, making Melusine shiver, and she couldn't help but let out sensual moans. Melusine's entire body trembled, her cheeks flushed crimson, and her voice, broken, pleaded. "Kieran, no. This is strange, too strange." He leaned down, his soft breath caressing her ear. "Relax." Melusine's hands clenched Kieran's shirt at his back, the arousal building to a climax, making her body jolt.
Melusine tremblement wrapped her arms around his neck. Kieran smiled contentedly. "Well done." Lying on the bed, her eyes hazy, this felt different from before. It wasn't just spending the night together. It seemed like this was how one truly conceived a baby. Kieran suddenly lifted Melusine, placing her to sit on his lap. She was surprised. "Kieran, isn't it over?" He looked directly into her sea-blue eyes and chuckled softly. "What's over? The night is still very long." Moonlight streamed in through the window. Inside the room, intimate moans made one blush. Kieran gently pressed the tip of Melusine's tongue, softly reminding her, "Don't bite your tongue." He lifted her waist, thrusting deep inside. Melusine quickly brought her hand to cover her mouth, to prevent embarrassing sounds from escaping. And then everything seemed to halt as a powerful current surged through her body. There was an uncomfortable sensation in her stomach. The pleasure was so intense that the sounds escaped involuntarily. Kieran continued to push his finger against Melusine's tongue. He gritted his teeth and muttered softly, "I told you to relax." The lazy moonlight slid across the window frame, illuminating a hidden corner of the room
room where two figures were intertwined.
Melusine's mind felt lucid yet dreamlike. This was the first time she had felt this way. It was clearly strange and confusing, but the feeling was too good. So it turns out you can feel both fondness and strangeness simultaneously. She immediately wanted to see Kieran's face. With that thought, she unexpectedly reached out, gently yet firmly cupping his face. The pull wasn't strong, but enough to make Kieran lean down. Melusine didn't give him time to react, quickly closing the distance between their lips and giving him a tender kiss. After releasing Kieran's chin, she looked straight into his eyes, flashing an enchanting smile. I love it, she thought. Kieran froze for a few seconds, finally unable to resist, relaxing and leaning down, muttering a soft curse. Damn it. Their bodies remained pressed together, his rough hand playing with her tangled locks. Her long hair spread across the crumpled bedsheets, accompanied by their rapid, urgent breaths.
A long night passed just like that, and it was unclear which morning it was, but the dawn light stretched across the Grand Duke's mansion. Playful sunlight shone into the room's window, awakening Melusine, who frowned slightly and groggily opened her eyes. Anne, seeing some movement, approached and asked with concern, "Milady, milady, are you awake?" She anxiously touched her forehead, and only after confirming her condition did she relax and smile. "It's a relief that you're awake. You hadn't woken up for 2 whole days, so I was very worried. Milady, do you feel all right?" Melusine, her face still being touched, tried to speak. I'm fine. Where is this?" Anne helped her up and replied, "This is your room, milady. You're not in pain anywhere, are you?" Once she was fully awake, Melusine couldn't help but look around and ask, "Where is Kieran?" Anne hesitated. "The Grand Duke is not here. He has gone out to receive guests." Hearing that, she tilted her head in question. "Guests?" Anne's voice grew softer. "Yes, that's because the daughter of Marquis Hesno has arrived. The daughter of Marquis Hesno. She is the Grand Duke's fiancée."
She explained to Melusine while brushing her hair. After listening, she innocently asked back, "So it means there's only one man, one woman?" Anne nodded slightly. "Yes, you only marry one person. You swear before the gods that you will only look towards one person for your entire life. And what must be done before that is the engagement." Melusine asked curiously, "But Kieran spent the night with me and that beautiful woman." She further explained, "Is that different from marriage?" "Because it's before marriage, the Grand Duke can conduct himself that way. In fact, because he carries the direct royal bloodline, he can do as he pleases." Although it had been explained very clearly, she still seemed doubtful and asked again, "I still don't understand. If you want many children, a few people would be good, wouldn't they?" Anne broke out in a cold sweat. "My lady, if you say something like that elsewhere, there will be big trouble. Oh, right. Starting this afternoon, I probably won't be able to be here." Melusine couldn't help but be surprised. "Why?" She replied, "The head maid has assigned errands to the youngest maids, so I have to go into town." Melusine's eyes widened as she tilted her head. "What is a town?" Anne pondered, trying to help her understand. "A town is an area outside the city walls. It's where there's a market and many people gather. Right now is an especially busy time because it's the post-harvest Thanksgiving festival. It's the most festive time in the empire. They sell many new things, and there are even performances." Hearing that, Melusine's eyes immediately lit up, her face full of excitement. "I want to go too." Anne immediately refused. "You can't, my lady. You must rest in your room for the rest of today."
She immediately teared up, clasping her hands together in an adorable gesture, looking at her. "Anne, you can't go." "Why?" Looking at Melusine's face at that moment, Anne's mouth fell open, unsure what to say. An aura of cuteness shone brightly. She found herself slowly retreating. "No, no." Finally, because it was too dazzling, Anne gradually gave in. "You can't, but—" And then the scene shifted to a bustling, crowded town, with people coming and going. The maid accompanying them secretly leaned in and whispered to Anne, "Hey Anne, is it really okay for us to be out with her?" She replied in a low voice, "Count Luton has given permission, saying he himself originally wanted to go. Besides, it'll be fine because the young lady isn't very mobile, so she won't be able to go far. Anyway, it's thanks to the Mermaid Princess that we even get to ride in a carriage, so it's something to be grateful for." After looking around at everything for a while, Melusine turned back excitedly. Anne, what's that? It has seaweed on its head." Anne looked in the same direction. "Ah, your ladyship is referring to the chicken. Those are feathers. That's a bird, young lady." Melusine then looked at a bald man and exclaimed, "More glowing fish!" Anne and the maid screamed in fright. "Young lady, stop! Get back in the carriage!" Finally, the carriage stopped. Anne got out first and instructed, "We've arrived, young lady. I'll go to that shop over there and be right back. Can you wait alone?" Melusine nodded firmly.
The two people were still uneasy, instructing the soldiers to keep an eye on the young lady. I'm already tired just thinking about it. But when no one was paying attention, Melusine was drawn away and ran out of there. She blended into the crowd with great delight, seeing all sorts of things she couldn't see when she was in the city.
So the world of Kyoran has these sounds and smells? How wonderful. At this moment, a sound reached Melusine, making her stop short. She looked in the direction of the sound, full of doubt. These sounds, could it be? It was the singing voice of an older-looking woman, whose face wasn't clearly visible because she was wearing a shawl. Just then, the soldier accompanying Melusine came over to remind her, young lady, you cannot go alone like this." She suddenly became urgent. "Wait a moment, it can't be wrong. This is the singing voice of my sisters."
He was still dazed, not understanding anything. What? Wait. Before the young lady could react further, Melusine had already run into the crowd, searching for her sisters who were there. As soon as she escaped the crowd, she saw an old woman in a black cloak clinging to another woman's skirt, wailing, "I'm dying! I'm going to die!" The surrounding crowd recoiled in disgust. "It's that old woman again, isn't it? Don't go near her, you might catch something," the woman complained. Oh dear, in a peculiar acoustic sense, it was as if she was saying, "Serenade must be waiting for me now, or is she sad?" Melusine walked over, also communicating in that language. "Hey, what's wrong? Are you in a lot of pain?" Hearing this sound, the old woman started and looked up. She stood up, ran towards her, clinging to her and stammering, You. Before she could say anything, she lost her balance and knelt down. Melusine looked down worriedly and asked, "Could it be that you're not in pain, but you're hungry?" The old mermaid woman nodded frantically in response. "My stomach. I'm hungry. I'm so hungry. I'm going to die. My sister. You are my sister, aren't you? Please help me a little."
Realizing it was one of her own people, Melusine gently nodded in agreement. Just then the soldiers escorting her caught up. "Milady, if you continue like this, something bad will happen. Please return to the carriage." But she suddenly darted past a nearby stall, resolutely picking up a fish. "Give me this. Give it to me, please. My sisters are very hungry." He stammered. "Sisters? Who are they? Why do you suddenly need fish?" Melusine shouldn't explain, but ran off with the fish, only leaving a thank you. The soldier reached out helplessly. "Milady!" She crossed the road, oblivious to her surroundings, and the horse was suddenly reined in sharply. The man driving the carriage angrily yelled, "Why is there a madwoman running out here like this? Get out of the way!" Meanwhile, the soldier, jostled by the crowd, couldn't catch up. "Milady!" Melusine gave the fish to the old woman and called back, "Wait for me a moment. She's hungry. She needs to finish eating first." The man angrily raised his arm, intending to strike her. "Do you know who is passing through here?" Just then Kieran appeared from nowhere and sternly ordered, "Put your hand down." The man stared at him stunned and stammered, "What?" Kieran growled, "Did you not hear what I said? Put your hand down." The man, terrified, quickly knelt and kowtowed. Grand Duke, I apologize. Please forgive me." Melusine was thrilled to see Kieran. Without a second thought, she lifted her feet and ran quickly towards him. Then she embraced Kieran's tall figure and rubbed her face against him, pouting affectionately. "Kieran, I missed you so much." But his reaction was cold. Kieran even turned his face away, clearly annoyed. Melusine looked up in a daze. "Kieran." Just then the Grand Duke stepped down from the carriage. Estelle, radiant in a wine-red dress, her face alight with a smile, said, "It truly is you." Kieran immediately turned his back, pushing Melusine behind him. "Lady Hesno." She elegantly lifted her skirt and curtsied. "It's been a long time since we last met, and I'm causing such a commotion. How shameful." He slowly stepped forward and expressed, "This matter also bears some of my responsibility. Lady, please don't say that." Estelle raised the corners of her lips and smiled in response. "As expected of the Empire's hero, your generosity is truly exceptional. I heard you recently achieved another great feat." Kieran didn't answer this question, but asked about something else. "I heard the Marquis say that you wouldn't arrive until next week." She chuckled playfully. "Perhaps I was just too eager."
I'm very curious about the Duke's city of Shitten, so I want to go confirm if it's as I imagine as quickly as possible. After all, this place is about to become my home. Kieran subtly glanced at Melusine behind him. Meanwhile, Estelle continued to chatter on. "I haven't been rude, have I?" He immediately turned his head and replied, "Not at all. Let's go together from here." She smiled brightly. "I'm very pleased that you suggested it." Suddenly, Estelle tilted her head, her gaze fixed on a spot with a hint of discomfort. Kieran politely offered her arm to escort her, and she quickly placed her hand in his. "I wouldn't dream of refusing this honor, Your Grace. But who is this young lady? May I ask for an introduction?" Melusine flinched at this, standing still in a daze, but Kieran's voice cut in to refuse. "No need." He glanced at her with coldness and said, "As the young lady can see, the animals we keep tend to cause trouble." Estelle chuckled. "I see. Beautiful animals are inherently harder to control." Melusine slowly reached out and stepped forward, softly calling, "Kieran." He sternly commanded, "Melusine, behave." Soon after, the carriage moved further and further away.
Melusine stood frozen, watching him, her eyes filled with a sense of loss. Kieran had a strange expression. A sudden pang shot through her chest, but Melusine still didn't know what that feeling was. At this moment, the old mermaid woman she had helped suddenly stood up and walked over. The corners of her lips curved into a smile as she mumbled words only Melusine understood. "Go, If that time comes, you must choose the sea. You must. The old mermaid woman gripped her wrist tightly, making her turn pale with pain. What? Melusine's reflection shimmered in the old woman's eyes, and her mouth kept repeating, "If you hesitate, it will be too late. It will be too late." A few days later, Melusine lay listlessly on her bed, like a lost soul. Seeing this, Anne asked with concern, "Miss Mermaid, are you going to stay in your room again today? The weather is absolutely beautiful right now." She just nodded mechanically. Then mumbled to herself, "He's not coming today either?" Anne could only offer a comforting smile. "I've already told you, miss, the Grand Duke has been very busy lately. He will come to see you as soon as he's done with his work." Melusine turned to her, asking, "Can't I go? If I go to town, won't I be able to see Chiron?" She started, stammering, That won't do. If you just wait patiently, he will return. Please bear with it a little longer, okay?" Hearing this, she pressed her lips together without replying, then pouted and turned her face away. Anne awkwardly tried to persuade her. "If you feel restless, shall we go for a walk? Some very beautiful roses have just been planted in the garden. If you see them, your mood will surely improve." In the garden, large flowers bloomed, vying with each other in their beauty.
Even though she had been walking for a while, Melusine's mood hadn't improved much. Anne was truly a liar. She had gone to the garden but found nothing interesting. She then turned and looked in a direction where she had previously come with Chiron. Chiron. Just then a sharp voice rang out. "Hey, could you please move out of the way?" Startled by the sound, Melusine looked up. In front of her, Estelle tilted her head and chuckled softly behind an exquisite folding fan. "Madam, you are being impolite." As she looked up, she also caught sight of Melusine, in feigned surprise. "Oh, I just noticed. It's an acquaintance, isn't it? Miss, do you remember me?" Estelle quickly stepped forward. "It's a pleasure to see you again, young lady. What is your name? I believe the Grand Duke called you something." She quickly replied, "Melusine." Her eyes curved in admiration. "That's right. What a beautiful and unique name." Estelle then moved closer, suggesting, "How do you feel, Lady Melusine? If you don't mind, would you like to take a stroll with me?" Two intertwined figures cast shadows on the ground. Estelle looked and spoke. "Last time, due to the chaos, I wasn't able to properly greet you. May I ask which family you come from, Lady Melusine?" "Oh no, perhaps I should ask which country you are from, shouldn't I?" Melusine listened, bewildered and confused. She pursed her lips and lowered her face, thinking to herself, "She's saying such difficult things. I really should have come with Anne. Is she asking where I'm from?" Estelle began to speculate. "Is it the kingdom of Glemont? Or Meculence?" Melusine shook her head. "No, it's not. I'm from Vexays." She frowned in doubt. "Vexays?" She affirmed with a firm voice. "The sea. Vexays."
Estelle is getting harder and harder to understand. How odd. As far as I know, the coast of Vexay has no nations. It's entirely made up of a few barren islands, inhabited only by merfolk. So, milady, are you saying you are the legendary merfolk? Melusine innocently smiled and admitted, "Yes." A shout interrupted. "Insolent!" Estelle's maid angrily strode forward and scolded. "Where do you come from, daring to tell such an absurd lie?" Estelle, maintaining her fake smile, said, "What's the harm? I find it interesting, indeed." She paused for a moment, then glanced down at Melusine's bare feet before smirking meaningfully. So this is what the Grand Duke meant by raising an animal himself. What a relief. Now I'm at ease. I was originally worried because he had never raised anything before, but if it's a merfolk, it's certainly worth the effort, because everyone in this world wants to possess valuable items. Estelle used her fan to lift Melusine's face, scrutinized it, then flicked it away. She turned and walked away leisurely. I didn't realize the Grand Duke could also appear like an ordinary human. Discovering this different side of him, on the contrary, makes me even happier. Melusine, holding her face, innocently asked, "What is your name?" Estelle tilted her head back and introduced herself. "I am Estelle Hesno, daughter of Marquis Hesno, and I am also betrothed to Grand Duke Chiron. Milady Melusine, even if your actions are rude, this must be the last time." Melusine was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Estelle.
Regarding the engagement, even though she didn't fully understand everything Estelle said, she suddenly asked, "So Estelle, have you also spent the night with Chiron?" She froze. At this, the smile on Estelle's lips vanished, and she glared, growling. Being too promiscuous isn't interesting anymore. Estelle turned, pressing the fan in her hand firmly against Melusine's chest, and demanded, "Why do you ask me that? Did you manage to catch the Grand Duke's attention, and just because you were held in his arms you think the world has changed? Or have you become pregnant recently?" The maid behind her couldn't help but gasp in alarm. "My lady, you—" But Melusine, still very innocent, hugged her stomach and retreated. "It's not yet, but soon."
Estelle scoffed, interrupting. "Soon? So you harbor such hopes, Melusine. How pathetic. At this rate, you might truly die." Hearing that, she froze. Die. She sneered. "Don't you know why I've left you alone? For the nobility of this empire, having one or two mistresses is no big deal. The important thing is not to disrupt the succession. Do you think that in a country where innocent illegitimate children are more severely shamed than even the debauched, the Grand Duke could expect you to bear his child? Aren't you already suffering from rumors of being the late Emperor's illegitimate child? You are of no use whatsoever to the Grand Duke. Even if you bear a child, both you and the child will die by his hand. So I hope you'll continue to drown in that dream alone for as long as possible." Having said her piece, Estelle finally turned and left. Melusine watched her go with a bewildered expression, while Estelle left with a parting remark, "I've had a very pleasant stroll." That evening, in the grand mansion, the lights in the room still shone through the window. Inside the room, wine glasses were arranged on the table, along with the voice of Marquis Hesno. "I heard you met Estelle outside the city. The girl was in such a hurry, it turns out she came straight to find you. You must have been quite surprised, but I hope you will be magnanimous and overlook it." Chiron leisurely took a sip of wine and said, "I wasn't bothered by it in the first place, so the Marquis needn't apologize." He gave a forced laugh. "You've always been like a block of ice." He curled his lips. "So what? Don't you have something to say, which is why you came to meet me privately before the ball like this?" Marquis Hesno nodded slightly. "I wanted to ask your opinion on the struggle for the throne. Do you perhaps have different thoughts on the appropriate timing?" Chiron gracefully leaned back in his chair, replying indifferently, "You are the one who has been acting recklessly recently. On the contrary, I am the one who should be asking you why you are in such a hurry." He burst out laughing. "Indeed, nothing can be hidden from the Grand Duke. This winter, won't the new imperial palace, Kung So Ta, be completed? Just think about it, Grand Duke. The emperor meeting his death in the beautiful palace he has long awaited, and ushering in the era of a new emperor. Isn't that an incredibly magnificent sight?" Hearing that, Chiron calmly inquired, "So you mean that when the palace is completed, we will kill the emperor and seize the throne?" Marquis Hesno raised a hand to explain. "Many nobles are targeting us. Coincidentally, with the imperial palace undergoing renovations and everything in disarray, we can seize this opportunity." He sat up straight and interrupted. "Next spring, the empress will give birth to a prince. If we're not careful, it won't just cause chaos domestically, but the surrounding nations will also seize the opportunity to rebel." He awkwardly scratched his head. "What you say is very reasonable, but I have been preparing for a very long time. If we continue like this, I'm worried there will be an informant. The nobles' dissatisfaction with the emperor isn't just a recent development." Chiron tilted his head in doubt. "The nobles' dissatisfaction?"
Isn't it true that before Lady Estelle gets married, you want to clear all obstacles for her? Marquis Hesno was stunned and felt a pang of guilt upon hearing this. He continued to expose him. "Only by quickly making me emperor can your only daughter firmly secure the position of empress." At this, Marquis Hesno began to stammer a forced laugh. How could that be, Your Highness?" Chiron let out a cold laugh and continued to raise his wineglass. "That was a bit too much of a joke. It's been a long time since we last met, and I'm a little agitated. I know what you're worried about. I will consider this matter carefully." He quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness. Furthermore, there's one more thing. The matter of Your Highness and I joining forces is not solely for my daughter to become empress. The only true sovereign in my heart has always been Your Highness Chiron." He calmly took a sip of wine, then nonchalantly replied, "Then I must thank you." A moment later, the room door closed. The Marquis' subordinate asked curiously, "Well, did His Imperial Highness the Grand Duke object again?" He let out a sigh of relief. "How could that be?" The young man hesitated. "But His Highness has refused our plans many times before." Marquis Hesno said with full confidence, "Rest assured, the one who hates the Emperor more than all of us is none other than His Imperial Highness the Grand Duke. The Emperor has sent His Highness to the battlefield countless times. Instead of being controlled, wouldn't it be much better to seize the throne? His agreement to a marriage alliance with the Estelle family is also because of this.
And more importantly, His Royal Highness the Grand Duke has a deep-seated blood feud with the late Emperor, so you can rest assured, His Royal Highness the Grand Duke will certainly never betray us." At this moment, only Chiron remained in the room, sitting silently with his glass of wine gradually emptying. He gazed silently into the distance, a memory resurfacing. Previously, Chiron had knelt on the ground in fear, crying and pleading, "Please don't do this." The late Emperor slowly approached, his voice cold. "I am truly heartbroken, Chiron. Even now you still don't understand? Did killing your master on the battlefield last time make you so furious, and you still cling to that ungrateful traitor?" He looked up, trembling, and stammered, unable to form words. "You—" The late Emperor lowered his voice. Marquis Hesno said, "After killing Duncan, you've always had nightmares, and you said you never wanted to return to the battlefield again. You are the future Grand Duke of this country. How can you be so weak?"
Emperor Xian pulled the whip in his hand, his voice cold. "Today I must fix this bad habit of yours. Marquis, close the door." Marquis Hesno had no way to defy the order, so he could only go outside, leaving Chiron alone with him. "Yes, Your Majesty." The cold creaking sound of the door closing echoed repeatedly, making Chiron tremble more and more. Through the narrow gap in the door, only his bewildered, fearful, tear-filled eyes could be seen. But then, finally, it was shut tight without a gap. Returning to the present, Chiron scoffed, placing a hand on his forehead mockingly.
that scumbag actually dared to say that from beginning to end he only considered me his sole lord. Just then, Ian opened the door and entered. "Your Highness, why are you still so idle?" he lazily asked. "What is it?" Ian then recounted. "A servant said that this afternoon Lady Estelle of the Marquis's house will be strolling in the garden with Lady Mermaid." Kieran listened, then gave a cold laugh. Her attitude at the market was very unusual. She's finally going to confirm it herself. Ian was full of regret. "I apologize. I shouldn't have allowed her to go out. Should we just lock her in her room now?" He calmly analyzed. "Estelle is an intelligent girl. She will surely know whether Melusine poses a threat to her status or not. Our overt protection of her might not necessarily be good."
So, silently observing from the shadows as I am now, so that she can see I am completely uninterested in Melusine. When she confirms my attitude, she will naturally know how to keep her distance. One day, as Estelle was in her dressing room, a worried voice echoed, "My lady, that—" She turned her head to glance. It had finally come. She was Melusine's maid. Anne nervously asked, "My lady, do you need me for something?" Estelle stood up and said kindly, "There's no need to be so afraid. I want to be friends with Melusine. The masquerade festival is in a few days. If she participates, she will surely have a lot of fun. Could you bring her?" Anne's expression changed slightly, and she stammered, explaining, This matter, the mermaid, no, the young lady is not feeling well." She subtly swallowed, silently resolving, "Absolutely not. The Marquise's daughter must not meet the mermaid young lady. The Earl's past instructions were still crystal clear in her mind. At that time, Anne had repeatedly emphasized, unless His Highness personally gives the order, no one is allowed to act arbitrarily in matters concerning merfolk.
The Mermaid Princess is a special existence to His Royal Highness the Grand Duke, and absolutely cannot be allowed to go out as she pleases." Hearing that, Estelle sighed, her voice carrying a hint of regret. "So that's not possible?" Anne nervously replied, Yes, I'm truly sorry." She tilted her head slightly, the corners of her lips curving into a cold smile. "Sorry?" No sooner had these words left her mouth, Anne was immediately seized by Estelle's two maids, who grabbed her hands tightly and forced her to her knees onto the floor. Estelle stepped forward, her tone superior. "I am not asking you. This is an order." Anne's entire body trembled slightly, her eyes filled with panic.
Seeing that, she softened her voice again, the smile on her lips becoming gentle. "All right, let's talk from the beginning." Sitting down, Estelle crossed her legs and calmly questioned, "Why make things so difficult for each other? Even though there's no trust between us, isn't that right?" Anne continued to tremble, kneeling on the ground, not daring to utter another word. She waited in silence for a moment, but still heard nothing, so she spoke up. "All right, here's the situation. I hear you have 3 younger siblings who need you to support them. His Royal Highness the Grand Duke has achieved countless victories on the battlefield since childhood, so sending your younger brother to the battlefield will surely teach him many things." At this point, Anne couldn't help but panic and quickly grabbed Estelle's skirt, pleading, No, miss, my younger brother is still too young." Estelle glanced at her indifferently. "You don't want me to help you? One learns a lot through real combat." Anne trembled more and more. Finally, she could only grit her teeth and nod. I was wrong, miss. I will do as you say. Please spare my siblings." Hearing the words she wanted, Estelle's expression softened again. "Wouldn't it have been better to be this obedient from the start? Well then, I'll wait for you." A few days later, as dusk fell, Melusine was meticulously made up by her maid with lipstick and powder. "All right, a bow still suits the dress best. Let's use this coral color." She was now fully made up, and changing into a well-fitting outfit further enhanced her dazzling beauty.
Seeing her maid hastily tidying up and about to leave, Melusine tilted her head and asked, "Anne, where are you going?" The maid flinched. Placing the box on the table, she replied in a low voice, "Mermaid lady, I told you before, didn't I? The Autumn Harvest Thanksgiving Festival will take place this week." Melusine nodded slightly, her eyes lighting up. "You did tell me. There are many magical items, flowers, and even candy. And Anne just forced a smile, her voice dropping and revealing her unease. "Today is the last day of the Thanksgiving Festival, and there will be a grand party tonight. You will also attend that party, wearing a mask and meeting many people." But Melusine paid no attention to her hesitation, only eagerly asked, "Meet people? So will Kieran be there? Can I meet Kieran there?" Just then, a knock on the door sounded, startling Anne.
She was sweating, stammering, "No, not today." Before she could say anything more, the door opened. Estelle's maid entered and prompted, "Lady Estelle requests Lady Melusine's presence. Are you ready?" Anne had to pretend to be flustered. Lady Estelle?" Melusine looked at her, a hint of surprise appearing in her glistening eyes. "Estelle?" The maid bowed, her voice devoid of emotion. "Yes, Our Lady wishes to see Lady Melusine, immediately. And also, although it's summer, the nights are still very cold, so you must wear shoes." Anne panicked, quickly kneeling to ground her shoes for her. "Yes, of course, please wait a moment." But Melusine frowned slightly, her voice growing softer. "Anne, I don't want to wear shoes."
She suppressed her unease, pleading softly. Please bear with it today, Lady Mermaid. When we get to the party, you might even meet His Grace the Grand Duke. Then, as she bent down, she leaned in close, trembling as she whispered, If you meet him, you absolutely must ask him for help. Do you understand? Melusine froze slightly, her eyes revealing clear bewilderment. Anne. She was then forcefully pulled away by Estelle's maid down the corridor. There's no more time. Hurry up. Melusine struggled to speak. Wait a moment. The maid paid no mind, continuing to pull her all the way to a large door before stopping. From now on, you must wear this. The maid handed Melusine a wine-red mask, and even diligently helped her put it on her face. The door then opened and Melusine was ushered in, her mind still reeling. What exactly was going on? She didn't understand anything. Would she really meet Chiron, as Anne had said? This place felt so strange. Stepping inside, she found a hall adorned in noble golden hues. Melusine couldn't help but gasp in admiration at the sight. Just as she stood there, bewildered, a masked man approached her to strike up a conversation. Miss, have you lost your way? Another person followed him. Melusine startled and turned, stammering. I want to find Chiron. Chiron, where is he? The man looked bewildered upon hearing this. Are you referring to His Royal Highness the Grand Duke? The person next to him immediately leaned in and whispered, Now that you mention it, I think I've seen that pink hair before. Is she the one who was outside the city with His Royal Highness the Grand Duke? No sooner had he finished speaking than countless eyes in the hall immediately focused on her. A woman feigned surprise. Oh my, who exactly is this person? And wearing the mask of a lowly dancer to attend. From within the crowd, Estelle stepped forward, sneering. I heard that you and His Royal Highness the Grand Duke returned to the castle together. Perhaps she's a dancer His Royal Highness sent to entertain the party. These words made everyone present burst into laughter. So that's how it is. As expected of His Royal Highness the Grand Duke, he certainly knows how to make us happy. Suddenly, someone grabbed Melusine's hair and yanked it back, making her cry out in pain. Surrounding Melusine were countless covetous gazes from the men. Pink hair, how could she possess such a precious thing? A dancer truly is a temptress. Hey, come on, dance for us. Melusine began to panic, repeatedly mouthing rejections. No, I don't want to. A hand suddenly gripped her shoulder. Estelle grabbed Melusine's shoulder and pulled her closer. It's a pleasure to meet you, she replied with a trembling voice. Estelle. Estelle glared, her tone full of mockery. Melusine, it seems you still don't quite understand your place. Can't you feel that they need you now? Don't you see it's just like His Royal Highness the Grand Duke's attitude towards you? Melusine shook her head repeatedly, trying to break free from Estelle's grip. No, it's not the same. Chiron isn't like that. Estelle tightened her grip, and no matter how much she struggled, it was useless. No one can help you. With that, Estelle forcefully pushed her forward. Melusine stumbled and fell. Her face turned pale and her voice became shaky. No! Just as she was about to fall, a firm hand caught Melusine in time. She looked up at the person with tear-filled eyes. The one who caught her was none other than Grand Duke Chiron. But it seemed that because he was wearing a mask, Melusine didn't recognize him temporarily and only asked fearfully, Who? From behind the mask, a familiar gaze slowly looked down at her. Melusine looked up, her heart pounding, then almost held her breath. It had to be him. Joyfully, she embraced him and softly called out, Chiron, it's Chiron. He didn't respond to her, then suddenly pulled Melusine's hand and dragged her away. She stumbled, struggling to keep up with his rapid strides. The people behind them couldn't help but be bewildered. Hey, wait! The man intended to follow. What suddenly happened? Someone behind him quickly stopped him. Wait, Sir Knight, it seems that person is His Royal Highness the Grand Duke. Hearing that, he flinched, almost stumbling and falling. What? The women were confused. Why did he suddenly get so angry? Estelle stood silently observing, her appearance seemingly calm, but the faint vein standing out on her jaw betrayed her. That calmness was merely a thin veneer, concealing the surging rage within. Melusine was now pulled by Chiron to the quiet, secluded grounds outside. He had taken off his mask, his voice full of suppressed anger. I told you to stay put and behave, but you keep doing what I told you not to. Melusine's face was now flushed red, and she stammered, I miss you, Chiron. I miss you. That's why I came to see you. Chiron raised her chin with his hand, saying in a low voice, Appearing here dressed like this, and then saying you miss me. Is this how you want me to treat you? He ripped the mask off Melusine's face. Without letting her say another word, Chiron bent down and devoured Melusine's soft lips. Their breaths mingled, and the sound of their kisses echoed with suggestive intimacy. Melusine slowly wrapped her arms around him, responding, I like it, but it's not enough. Chiron pulled away from her lips, slowly moving to Melusine's shoulder and kissing it, his warm breath on her skin making her lose herself, a little and then a little more. Just then, Chiron suddenly stopped and called, Melusine. He straightened up and ordered, Last chance, don't be impulsive, go back obediently. Chiron turned his back in an instant, but she quickly reached out and grabbed his shirt. Chiron. He stopped and turned his head to look, and Melusine expressed in a small voice, I miss you. Will you come to my room again? Chiron, aren't you curious about me? He slowly turned around. His rough hand lightly touched her cheek.
It seems you're mistaken.
In the garden, Kieran stood opposite Melusine, his face cold and expressionless. To me, you're not that important. We've never had any kind of relationship from the start, so even if you harbor any other feelings for me, don't bother me anymore. With that, he turned and walked away. But before leaving, he turned his head back and added, "Your feelings are nothing but your own illusion, Melusine." His footsteps echoed, each one striking deep into Melusine's heart, leaving her alone and isolated in the garden. As soon as Kieran left, Estelle, as if she had been waiting for this very moment, approached from behind with a sneer. "You just caused a scene at the party, and now you're hiding here." She scoffed. "This meticulously manicured garden, this place is the embodiment of His Highness's complete naivete. If that's all it is, then I can tolerate it."
This is your first time attending a banquet, so I've come specifically to look after you. Saying this, she approached, took off the mask she was wearing, and threw it to the ground. This mask in particular was one used by a new dancer, and dancers are merely commodities for entertainment. "Doesn't His Highness wonder why you're wearing this mask?" Estelle smiled, her eyes filled with contempt, because in His Highness's eyes, you are merely a low-class individual. Hearing Estelle speak, Melusine turned her head, her eyes welling up as if about to cry. "Estelle, do you hate me?" Estelle merely smiled, feigning generosity and magnanimity. "No, I don't hate you. I just hope you won't overestimate yourself like that again. Do you still want to have the Grand Duke's child?" Melusine nodded. "Kieran's child. Yes, I want one." Estelle's face remained calm. "You can't have it, because you're just a toy, and there's nothing to worry about even if a toy breaks." Estelle approached, gently stroking Melusine's hair. "You're beautifully made up, even though you're being played with by others, and you're uncomfortable inside." After a moment, she looked directly into Melusine's eyes. "But that's all there is to it. No one stays with a doll forever. Once they're tired of playing, they'll throw it away." Estelle turned and walked away. Melusine asked curiously, "Throw away?" As if to answer Melusine's question, Estelle turned her head back. "Otherwise, how could His Highness have left you here alone? You've been discarded."
Upon hearing that, Melusine's heart trembled, her face filled with loss. She had been abandoned. She suddenly recalled the moment Kieran had just spoken to her. "This feeling is merely your own illusion, Melusine. Don't bother me anymore." Each word, cold as a blade, carved wounds into her heart. Was it because he found her bothersome that Kieran had abandoned her? She knew that word, abandoned. She remembered when she was in the ocean. Her sisters who couldn't bear children all said they had been abandoned. Being abandoned meant their lives were over. They couldn't go back. So she and Kieran were also over. Melusine stood alone in the garden as dusk slowly fell, her light pink hair gently swaying in the wind. Her face was vacant. So she and Kieran were over. Just like that, it was over. Kieran walked out of the garden, but his mind was preoccupied with the image from the garden at that moment. "I miss you so much, Kieran. I miss you. That's why I came here." He stood there, lost in thought, as if pondering something. Suddenly, a voice rang out, pulling him back to reality. "Why are you just standing there, Your Highness?" Kieran turned his head. It was Estelle. She stood with her arms crossed over her chest, her tone casual, as if nothing had happened. "It seems you've lost something, haven't you? But I don't see anything there." Kieran chuckled, his voice tinged with sarcasm, and replied, "Thank you for being behind me and always paying attention to me." Estelle smiled, pretending not to catch the sarcasm in his words. "Then could you agree to a request of mine?" "Today, dance with me. I heard that the couple who dances the last dance at the autumn Thanksgiving celebration can be happy forever, for a very, very long time, perhaps even a lifetime. You'll agree with me, won't you, Your Royal Highness?" Kieran asked, "Why? You don't need to do that. I don't understand what you mean." Estelle fanned herself casually with the fan in her hand, her demeanor nonchalant. "All right, let me put it this way. A common insect flying around can be ignored, but if it's a venomous insect, then using medicine to treat it is the smartest choice." Her eyes, no longer tender as before, gradually turned cruel. "You gave a knife to a doll, played with it until you were bored, then discarded it." She extended her hand, a gentle smile on her face, yet full of servility. "Your Highness, do you truly not want to hold my hand?" After hearing this, Kieran walked past her, his face betraying no emotion. "Excuse me, I dropped something in the park." He simply walked away, leaving Estelle with her hand still outstretched, her smile not yet receded.
She clenched her fists, letting out a self-mocking laugh. Meanwhile, Melusine stood on a beach, still lost in memories of her time in the ocean. Her sisters there had whispered to her that having children was extremely difficult, and almost no one succeeded on their first attempt. Therefore, if she sensed any danger or unfavorable circumstances, she could return at any time. "Never forget," they had said, "for us, our children are the most important thing." Every word was still deeply ingrained in her mind. Estelle had said that if she had a child, Kieran would kill her. Even if she gave birth, both she and her child would die at the hands of the prince. Yes, Melusine clutched the hem of her garment. Even for the sake of the child, she should find another siren hide. She silently made up her mind, walking step by step towards the sea, her feet touching the waves as if they were welcoming her home. First, she would return to her sisters. If they asked where she had been, she would say she had been caught in a human net, almost losing her life. She thought to herself she would tell them about Chiron, how she had thought he was her siren hide, but it was only her own illusion.
At this thought, Melusine felt deeply pained and humiliated. While she was still deep in thought, a sound of hurried breathing suddenly reached her. Chiron rushed towards her, gripping Melusine's hand tightly. "Since when did this place become your room?" Chiron's forceful grip made Melusine yelp in pain. She looked at him in surprise. "Chiron, it's... Chiron panted, breathless from running, his face flushed with anger, veins throbbing. "I told you not to do as you please. This is your last chance." Then he embraced Melusine tightly, hoisted her onto his shoulder, and walked away. Melusine was startled, looking back at him. "Chiron, wait!" Chiron's large hand clamped over her mouth. He leaned down and whispered into Melusine's ear. "Be quiet now. Don't say a word." He placed her on the horseback, letting her lean against his chest. Melusine saw him panting, secretly thinking Chiron was a bit out of breath. She turned her head, her face full of resentment and self-pity. "You're looking for me? Why?" "Chiron, let me go. Let me not bother you anymore. Chiron doesn't need me anymore." Chiron didn't understand why Melusine was sulking, so he said, "Don't need you? Who said that? I don't understand what you're saying. If there's anything, let's go back to the castle and talk." She pushed him away forcefully, shouting, "No need, Chiron. If you don't need me, then..." She stopped speaking there, only thinking to herself, "If Chiron truly doesn't need me, I want to determine if Chiron is truly my Sarenhai." Melusine hesitated slightly, then hugged Chiron's neck, and the two exchanged a deep, passionate kiss. Chiron gently bit her lip, his hand sliding down to caress her smooth, white thigh. "I want Chiron's child." Suddenly, Chiron pushed her forward, forcing her to lie down pressed against the horse's back. "Lie down. Hold tight." Melusine struggled in panic, but couldn't. Chiron bent down and whispered softly into her ear. "And yet, you want to run away?" He held her tightly from behind. "From now on, I won't allow you to think of anything else. I will make you like this."
Melusine was trembling, only able to grip the reins tightly, her face flushed crimson, pleading, "Chiron, I'm scared. It's too fast, too fast." His face, too, was reddening, sweat beading on his forehead. Hold on tight," he reassured. "I'm here." With that said, Melusine wrapped her arms around his neck and gave him a kiss. By the time they arrived back at the castle, it was already night. In the room, clothes were scattered across the floor. Chiron pushed her onto the bed, held her hands tightly, and gently kissed her cheek. Melusine's throat let out soft moans, her eyes gradually glazed over. Melusine was deeply embarrassed. She squeezed her eyes shut so she wouldn't have to look at him, her hands clutching Chiron's neck. Chiron saw her embarrassment, gripped her chin firmly, his deep, seductive voice saying, "Melusine, don't close your eyes. Just look at me like this." She opened her eyes and looked at him. "Ah, yes, all right, I'll only look at Chiron, so please don't go." Melusine wrapped her arms around Chiron's neck, hugging him close. "Whatever you desire, I will give you. Please don't go." Hearing Melusine's clingy, kitten-like pleas, Chiron gave an indulgent smile. His tone carried a hint of teasing. "What do I like? I don't like anything in particular. What can I do?" Saying this, he looked at Melusine lying on the bed. He continued to tease. "But your efforts are good, so let's see what you can do." Melusine was startled. "Chiron, that spot. Ah, it feels so good now." She hugged him, pleading, "I want more." In the opulent room, the two people entwined tightly, as if wanting to merge into one.
Melusine's face glowed with happiness, so warm, wishing to live together like this forever. A spring night passed peacefully. Melusine had just woken up. She dreamily looked around. What is this? She looked over at Chiron lying beside her, his hand resting lightly across her stomach. Noticing her movement, he woke up and hugged Melusine tightly. "You're awake. You fainted last night. Do you have your strength back now?"
It's said that mermaids' tears turn into pearls, and it seems to be true. Chiron gently ran his hand through her hair. "Haven't you ever cried in front of Duke Barden? He would surely torment you to get pearls." She seemed rather indifferent. "How bothersome. We don't cry, so we wouldn't know. Do humans usually cry?" Melusine slithered onto Chiron, and he kissed the hollow of her shoulder, gently replying, "It's hard to say." "When do you cry, Chiron?" Hearing her question, he paused slightly, suddenly remembering painful childhood memories, times when he was with the teacher he always respected, having to personally kill him. Those things were like thorns piercing deep into his heart. After a moment, he replied, "In times of sorrow and suffering."
"But crying won't produce pearls, so crying is useless." Melusine innocently asked again, "Useless?" His lips gently touched hers. He tenderly asked, "Tired?" She giggled and leaned into his arms. "No, I like it. I want Chiron's child, so I still want more." He was slightly surprised, then smiled and replied, "All right, as you wish." The two continued to embrace and chat for a long time before finally leaving the room. A moment later in the study, Ian, tense, almost yelled, "So how much longer do you intend to stay here, Your Highness?" Kieran paid no attention to his hurried demeanor and leisurely said, "Must I be restricted by time in my own castle?" Ian quickly said, "This isn't a castle, it's a villa. Marquis Hesno has been waiting for you in the study all evening." Ian's words reminded Kieran of his conversation with Estelle in the flower garden the previous afternoon. It seemed the Marquis had heard about what happened at the ball. Ian felt extremely tense. "What if you just stay here?" Kieran interrupted him. "The party ended peacefully. Why are you rushing here to criticize me? Isn't the wedding about to be held? So I think it's best if you're a little careful." Kieran's face also became serious, and he said, "I've thought about this for a long time. Whether it's Marquis Hesno, his daughter, or you, it seems you've all misunderstood something. They need me now. I don't need them." Ian still felt uneasy. "But, Your Highness." He ignored the worry in Ian's eyes, his voice carrying a warning. "Or perhaps I should spread false rumors that you and the Marquis are planning a rebellion." He stood up and walked towards Ian. "Remember this, Ian. Raising the victory flag on the battlefield isn't everything. When the war ends, returning to your own territory alive is what's truly called a complete victory. Don't just focus on immediate acts of concern." Ian was a little scared and whispered, "I'll remember." "Good." Karen looked at him. "You've gone through a lot to come all this way. Don't let these trivial matters waste everything." In the living room, the maid Anne was spinning around, looking everywhere, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This was the villa of Sheeton City, from the time of the previous empress and His Majesty. No, it was said to be even earlier than that. Its appearance and furnishings were still like new. Anne was extremely excited. Like a child, she continued to exclaim, "I heard His Royal Highness the Grand Duke has lived here since childhood. He must have some profound reason for bringing you here, right?" Melusine was flustered and didn't know how to answer properly. "I don't know." It was then that Anne realized she had been a bit out of line and said in a panic, "I'm sorry, I got too carried away." Melusine asked in passing, "Do you like this place very much?" As if hitting the bullseye, Anne continued excitedly, speaking non-stop. "Of course. In fact, being able to work in His Grace the Grand Duke's private residence is an extremely great honor for me. According to the established regulations, I wouldn't normally be able to set foot in this place." Anne, brimming with pride, continued, "It feels like only extremely important people can enter this place." Melusine listened attentively, like a student listening to her teacher lecture. Anne beside her continued to chatter incessantly. "Count Ian told me that Miss Mermaid was looking for me. He said you requested me to stay here, and no one else." At this point, Anne turned away a little shyly, her voice tinged with a hint of remorse. "I made a big mistake concerning you." Melusine walked behind Anne, gently placing a hand on her shoulder, smiling gently. "And it's good you're here. I've missed you very much." Melusine's gentle, concerned voice deeply moved Anne, the mermaid princess. She suddenly burst into sobs. "Hoo hoo hoo! I'm sorry, mermaid princess. I was only thinking of myself. You don't know how much I regretted letting you leave that day. I won't let something like that happen again, I promise you." Anne knelt at Melusine's feet, tears and snot streaming down, deeply regretting what she had done. Melusine gave a wry smile, a little flustered. She reached out to help Anne up. "Anne, are you all right?" Anne wiped her tears and replied with a smile, Of course, I'm perfectly fine." After that, she changed the subject, not mentioning it again. "Do you want to take a bath, mermaid princess? I'll comb your hair for you." Kieran had appeared at the doorway at some point, leaning against the doorframe, and seeing the cheerful atmosphere inside, he suddenly interjected, "There's no need for such meticulous care." The two people in the room were startled and looked towards the door. Anne suddenly exclaimed, Grand Duke, Your Highness!" Melusine saw him, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she called his name, "Kieran!" Then, as if a little shocked, she swiftly ran and hugged him tightly. "Kieran, I've missed you so much." Melusine's childlike demeanor made him find her very cute. He smiled dotingly, replying to her, "Melusine, have you been good today?" As he spoke, he carried her into the room. Melusine was suddenly lifted high, a little startled, and reflexively hugged his neck. "Ah, high, too high." She swayed on him, laughing happily. "Ha ha, let me down, quickly." Anne watched the two masters being affectionate with each other and quietly whispered, "I'll step out first." Then she quietly left, feeling incredibly excited in her mind, glad that she had already sprinkled flower petals into the bathtub today. In the bathroom, Melusine and Kieran were soaking in the tub. He lifted her soft, fair legs, gazing intently. Even when placed in water, her legs remained unchanged. Do they only transform into a tail in the sea? Melusine touched her legs. Water, strange, it won't appear. Kieran rested his head on her shoulder, deeply inhaling the scent that belonged only to Melusine. That's good then. This means that as long as it's not the sea, you won't be able to escape. Melusine seemed to sense something in the water. She suddenly pulled away from Kieran. "Ah, Kieran." Kieran pulled her back into his arms. "What's wrong? Your expression makes it seem like I could embrace you at any moment." She blushed, pushing him away with her hands. But my legs and my body hurt so much." Kieran chuckled, his voice like he was coaxing a child. "Is it all because of me?
Melusine blushed, shyly replying, "Of course, it's because of you." Chiron suddenly kissed her lips, a lingering, endless kiss. He leaned down and bit Melusine's neck, his voice hoarse. "So what should we do?" Melusine's mind was hazy. She unconsciously responded to his seduction. "Ah, what should we do?" Melusine's hand touched his cheek, and he slowly asked, "Should I apologize to you?" Melusine stared blankly at him. "Even if I hate you, I can't say I don't need you." While she was lost in thought, Chiron suddenly spoke up. "Serenade. If you just call me Serenade, I'll agree not to do anything at all." Melusine was stunned. "Here? Here? Yes, here." Melusine thought for a long time. Her lips parted, and she softly sang a gentle mermaid song. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. Chiron closed his eyes, enjoying the rare tranquility that this song brought. After singing for a while, Melusine suddenly became hoarse. She coughed a few times. Chiron, interrupted by the sound, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at her. "What's wrong?" He checked Melusine's throat. She was still coughing a few times, and then he realized the cause. It's the taste of fire." Melusine kept coughing, trying to suppress the cough. "Fire!" She recognized the word. "I know, fire. Anne told me about it. She said fire is extremely dangerous. Getting close to it will bring great suffering." Chiron leaned his head back against the edge of the bathtub, his voice nostalgic as he recounted a childhood story. "When I was 5, the mansion almost burned down. I never thought I'd find traces of that time here." Hearing this, Melusine suddenly panicked. She lifted his face and turned it left and right. "Burned? Chiron, were you in danger? Were you hurt? Where were you hurt?" Chiron glanced around the room. Where else could it be? Here, right in this room. When Chiron was little, he once entered this room, and a servant came up to him and asked, "Your Highness, are you still making wooden swords? It's very late." 5-year-old Chiron was very excited about the toy in his hand at the time, and happily replied, "But my younger brother is about to be born, and I want to make a gift for him." The servant, hearing him speak, hastily and flusteredly corrected him. "Your Highness, it's your older brother. The child is not your younger brother, but your nephew." Chiron suddenly became sad, his voice also carrying a hint of disappointment as he echoed, "Yes, nephew." His eyes suddenly flickered with a hint of disappointment, his hand still toying with the wooden toy sword, but a moment later he was as cheerful as before, excitedly pointing at the sword. "The birthstone for November is citrine. I want to inlay a huge citrine stone here." He looked at the servant excitedly, his voice tinged with anticipation. "My nephew will like it, won't he?" The servant smiled along with him, beaming. "Of course, Your Highness. That way the wooden sword will look much more beautiful." He spoke for a while, then mumbled, "I hope my older brother will like it too." Hearing this, the servant suddenly felt a pang of sorrow. Suddenly, the room door burst open, and a man slammed it open as he rushed in. "Your Highness, quickly leave this place. The villa's on fire, Your Highness." The servants in the villa ran in panic, everyone frantically looking for a way to escape. The servant picked up Chiron, preparing to run out. The butler covered his mouth with a sleeve to avoid the smoke, urgently shouting, "Your Highness, run this way." With a crash, a wooden beam fell from the ceiling onto the servant and Chiron. The servant was utterly panicked. Why? Why is this happening? The butler helped him up, saying urgently, "Your Highness, I'll carry you. We must leave this place quickly." Chiron's face was filled with panic. "No, if we do that, all our people will die." His mind immediately raced. He pulled a piece of cloth from the room. "Use this to cover your face. Absolutely no need to rush. Escape through the original path." The butler and the servant quickly took the cloth, covering their mouths, and nodded, "Understood, understood." The fire showed no signs of stopping. All three desperately rushed outside. As soon as they escaped and looked back, the mansion had already begun to collapse, turning into a pile of rubble. The servant sat down on the ground, covering his face and crying, "Oh my God, oh Lord." All three were breathing with difficulty. If they had been just a little slower, they might have been buried in this terrifying fire. Chiron turned and asked the butler, "Why did it suddenly catch fire?" The butler breathed with difficulty. I don't know. I was on the second floor hallway when I discovered Your Highness's bedroom door was on fire. There was nothing around that could have caused it to ignite. Why did something like this happen?" The butler recounted in horror. Chiron suddenly realized the abnormalities in his account. His eyes suddenly flashed with a glimmer of despair. "My brother." His limbs went weak. He staggered and then fainted. The butler caught him. Your Highness, please wake up, Your Highness." He fainted, and in his dream he saw himself talking to the former emperor, who was also his older brother. The cold tone couldn't hide the hatred. "I heard you've refused to meet the Empress several times. Do you not even consider the Empress the first lady of this empire?" Hearing him speak, Chiron was terrified. His hands unconsciously clutched his lapel, his voice trembling. "That's not it, brother. You see, the Empress has been very tired lately, so I hoped she could rest. The Empress is about to give birth." Hearing Chiron's reply, the former emperor clasped his hands together, a contemptuous smile spreading across his face, then suddenly flew into a rage. "The prince is in the Empress's womb. He is not your younger brother, nor is he some nephew. He is the prince who will rule the empire. Do you know that every time you have this attitude, I find it utterly ridiculous? You were born amidst all sorts of speculation. I saw you as pathetic.
which is why I personally raised you. You possess power, the power to control the entire empire." The more he spoke, the closer he advanced towards Kieran. Kieran, like a wounded animal, had no strength left to resist and could only retreat with each step the other man took, weakly saying, "Brother, my brother." He stood over Kieran, looking down at him like a dead rat, his eyes filled with contempt and disgust. "That is why I fear you. There will come a day when you will kill me to usurp my position. If I had known this would be the outcome, I would not have kept you by my side from the very beginning." Kieran's face was pale with fear. This side of his brother was terrifying, so his brother was afraid of him. In the end, he couldn't overcome his fear and ultimately decided to kill him. Kieran suddenly woke up. The events just now were like a nightmare. Unfortunately, it was a truth he couldn't deny. Although his brother felt pity for him, in reality, that day he felt his brother was the most pitiful person in the world. He actually suspected that I would kill him. I had thought that because he had lived his entire life on the battlefield, his mind had become unusual, so I wanted to try even harder to prove to my brother that he was wrong. But it was only now that I understood. In the end, my brother had been right. He gently caressed his brother's face, who was now cold in his arms. I killed him.
But now he had Melusine. Melusine was like a warm moon, gently embracing him, whispering words that brought peace to his heart. "It's all right. Don't think about it anymore. Forget everything. I will help you, so you can sleep soundly." Melusine's appearance illuminated his dark, decaying life. Kieran gently closed his eyes. Thanks to her song, he peacefully slept beside her. The simple wish he had always longed for had finally come true. The next day, in his study, Kieran stared at the stack of documents. Were Grand Duke Barton's maternal relatives causing trouble? Ian reported his recent investigations. They had refused the Lord's command sent by His Highness, advocating for independence.
"What about the scale?" Ian replied. "The scale is immense. The commander alone cannot suppress it." He placed the stack of documents on the table. "If something has already happened, then we must take responsibility. Send a fleet, just like last time. They will depart at dawn tomorrow." Ian heard his command and softly replied, "Yes, Your Highness, as you command." Having said that, he prepared to leave. Before he could even exit the study, Kieran called out to him, "Count Zatter, stay." Startled by being called by name, he blurted, "Huh?" Kieran continued, "It's about Melusine. You stay here and look after her properly. Don't let anything like last time happen again." Ian outwardly obeyed, but inwardly he was crying silently. Yes, I understand." Kieran asked a few other things, but more importantly, "What about the things I entrusted to the refiner?" Ian took out the box he was holding and placed it on the table, his tone respectful. "Yes, that's right. Just in time, word came that they were finished, so I brought them here for Your Highness to see." He softly hummed, and opened the box. "With this, I should be able to keep my mermaid." Inside was an exquisite piece of jewelry, encrusted with diamonds, looking incredibly dazzling. Inside the bedroom, Melusine lay beside Kieran, her voice tinged with reluctance. "Do you really have to go?" Kieran reassured her. "Nothing will happen. I'll be back soon." Then, as if suddenly remembering something, Melusine became incredibly excited. So let's have one more round, okay?" He playfully pinched her lips, his smile feigning extreme awkwardness. "Oh dear, what should I do about this?" Melusine puffed out her cheeks in a pout, her petulant voice tinged with a hint of anger. "I want a baby." With that, she climbed onto him. "I want to." Kieran was suddenly put on the defensive. "Wait a moment." Melusine asked expectantly, her voice a little pleading. "Kieran's child, isn't that allowed?" Kieran was somewhat at a loss with her. "Melusine," he called her name, skillfully refusing her enticements. Melusine felt a sense of unease. She remembered when Estelle had threatened her, saying that even if she gave birth to the child, both she and her child would die at His Highness's hands.
Estelle's words at that time, "I want to confirm if they were all false. I'm willing to trust Kieran. I hope Kieran is mine alone." He moved closer to her, smiling and said, "A fish, yet dares to want my child." As he spoke, he slid his hand down her thigh, lifting her to sit on him. Melusine blushed, her voice trembling. "Kieran, it's uncomfortable." He slowly released his hands, feigning an extremely proper demeanor. "Don't you still want it? Then move yourself." He kissed her neck, his mouth softly uttering an enchanting call. "Just sit down like this and press down." Melusine cried out. While she was still dazed, Kieran suddenly fastened a band around her leg. Melusine was surprised, looking down at her leg. "Huh? What is this?" Kieran smirked. "Shackles." Melusine was a little unaccustomed to the band, complaining, "It's so itchy." Kieran kissed her cheek. "It suits you very well, Melusine. Next time, I'll make a similar one for your neck." He lightly bit her neck, pushing her onto the bed. He looked at her, his voice half coaxing, half threatening. "Melusine, from now on, don't even think about taking half a step towards the seashore. Don't forget my words."
The pair of ornamental bands on Melisine's legs now seemed like his deep fear of losing her. A month later, in the villa, Ian stood blocking Melusine. "I'm afraid. His Highness has commanded that you are not allowed to go out, especially not to White Sand Beach. Haven't we told you this for many days now?" Melusine stood next to her maid Anna, pleading. But I'm so bored." Anna quickly interjected. "Is it not even allowed to just take a walk on the beach? I beg you, Count."
Melusine looked at Ian with sparkling puppy dog eyes, her expression full of anticipation. He swallowed, trying to restrain himself from being persuaded. Anne continued to plead. "The Grand Duke has already been away from the castle for a month. You don't know how bored Lady Mermaid has been these past few days." Ian deliberately changed the subject, pushing up his glasses and looking away. "I heard she's recently been learning how to use restaurant dining utensils." Anne complained indignantly. "Honestly, that was only once or twice. You can't make her hold a knife and fork all day. Besides, Lady Mermaid learned table manners because—" Before she could finish her sentence, Melusine's eyes were already red-rimmed, her voice a little aggrieved. "I just miss him. If we go to the beach, who knows we might see when Killian's ship returns," she pleaded pitifully. Her appearance at that moment made Ian sigh, feeling at a loss for what to do. Melusine, with sparkling eyes, moved closer to Ian and pleaded, "Can't we really go? Or perhaps you could come along too, He quickly backed away in confusion. "What? That's out of the question." But somehow, that firm resolve turned into a scene of her and the maid frolicking on the beach, while Ian could only stand by, dazed. No, this can't be happening. Anne bowed her head and gave a forced smile. "Thank you very much, Count. I will take very good care of Lady Mermaid." Ian was drenched in sweat, his mouth twitching as he mumbled, "How am I going to report this to His Highness?"
Amidst the tranquil night, the gentle full moon illuminated the sea surface. Melusine smiled softly, her pink hair fluttering in the wind. Beside her, Anne reminded her in a soft voice, "Miss Mermaid, today you absolutely must not go far." Hearing this, she pouted a little, her eyes full of longing.
Melusine couldn't help but wonder, "Anne, do humans hate the sea so much? Why won't you let me go?" She gently shook her head and explained, "It's not because I hate the sea. For the Shaitan people, the sea is their homeland, but it's also the most terrifying existence. The sea made me lose my father, so I can't help but be a little cautious." Hearing this, Melusine was momentarily stunned, a pang of sympathy rising in her heart. Just as she was about to comfort Anne, the sound of crashing waves echoed from behind. She quickly turned her head to look. In front of them, a pod of dolphins was continuously leaping out of the water as if sealing something. Melusine exclaimed, "It's Aenea's people." Anne beside her was puzzled. "Aenea? Are they dolphins?" Melusine was full of excitement. "Perhaps I know them. Anne, I'll introduce you to Aenea." With that, she ran towards the sea, startling Anne, who cried out in alarm, "Mermaid lady, wait a moment, no!" Melusine plunged into the sea and quickly dived down. With Aenea's friends, Anne would no longer be afraid of the sea. Anne was still too stunned to speak. "Mermaid lady." In the blink of an eye, Ian rushed over, his face pale as he roared, "Quick, call someone to save the mermaid." She was startled by his voice. "Count."
He was sweating profusely, urging her on. The anklet on the mermaid's leg was made of orrid. If it touched seawater, it would swell into a gemstone. Deep in the sea, Melusine's body slowly sank. One hand covered her mouth, the other flailed upwards. Strangely, her legs, they hurt so much. Kieran's words suddenly flooded her mind. "Melusine, from now on, it's best if you don't go near the sea. Not even half a step." At this moment, she couldn't help but regret. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have forgotten her promise with Kieran. She had broken her promise with Kieran twice already, so now even the sea despised her. As her consciousness faded, a figure appeared in her sight. It was Kieran. He plunged into the sea, his hand reaching out to her amidst the swirling water. But Melusine was still disoriented by the water pressure, her eyes closed. So now, must I die too? On the shore, Anne was sobbing uncontrollably. She choked out, "Mermaid princess." Just then, from the freezing water, Kieran slowly surfaced, his hair soaking wet. In his arms was an unconscious Melusine. Anne and Ian exclaimed in unison, Mermaid princess, your highness." Kieran held her body tightly in his arms and slowly walked ashore. He lowered his head to look at Melusine, his voice tinged with anger. "You've just come back and already given me such a huge surprise. Melusine, you just have to challenge me like this, don't you?"
Deep beneath the sea, only a faint light from the full moon reflected down, flickering and swaying in the icy water. In Melusine's mind, the conversation with Anne earlier suddenly rushed back. "Anne, do humans really hate the sea? The sea is the most terrifying existence. It made me lose my father." Her body slowly sank. At that time, Melusine didn't fully understand what Anne had said. But now she realized, is this what death feels like? Solitary, cold, afraid. It's too terrifying. Melusine suddenly woke up, her breath ragged, her face as pale as paper. Kieran, sitting by the bed, saw her and spoke up. "You're awake." Melusine instinctively turned towards the voice. "Kieran." She sat up abruptly to confirm.
Is it really you? Kieran quickly held her shoulders and gently reminded her, don't move. Although the doctor said you're fine, you almost drowned. It would be better to rest a bit more for now. Suddenly, Kieran's voice deepened. Why did you do that? I told you not to go. Can't you understand human speech because you're not human, but an animal? As he grabbed her ankle and lifted it high, questioning her, she quickly explained. No, it's not that. I saw a dolphin. Kieran interrupted. It's precisely because you saw a dolphin that you almost killed yourself.
It seems you really enjoy pain, don't you? With those words, his hand gripping Melusine's ankle tightened. She cried out in pain. Kieran, can you take this off? It hurts too much. He gritted his teeth, his eyes darkening. Take it off? Who knows where you'll run off to this time? Kieran's other hand pressed down beside Melusine's face, making her feel as if she was trapped within his powerful embrace. His voice was hoarse, filled with possessiveness and suppressed anger. I don't want something like this to happen again, Melusine. Don't think I can save you forever. Her eyes welled up as if she was about to cry. Her small lips parted as if to say something. Kieran smirked. Explanations are useless anyway. However, Melusine's hand suddenly reached up. Kieran. She cupped his face, pleading softly. Hug me. Hug me. In that moment, Kieran froze, his sharp eyes softening, a flicker of sorrow and helplessness crossing them. Finally, he leaned down, pressing his lips onto hers, deepening it with a tender kiss.
The next morning, playful morning sunbeams shone into the room. Melusine was still fast asleep, while Kieran, beside her, gently played with a lock of her pink hair and softly called, Melusine. He leaned down, placed a light kiss on her cheek, and his voice softly echoed, It's time to wake up. Melusine stirred slightly, giggling as his warm breath tickled her face. That tickles! She sat up, drowsily rubbing her eyes, and softly mumbled, It's Kieran. He sat down beside the bed, his gaze softening. I've already asked the servants to bring in the food. Melusine, still sleepy, began, Kieran, that... He tilted his head, raising an eyebrow. What is it? She stammered a little, then glanced up at him, her voice growing softer. Kieran, why don't you take it off? He frowned in confusion. What do you mean? Melusine gently touched his stomach, her finger tracing lightly in a teasing manner. I've never seen you without your clothes on. I want to see. Before she could do anything further, he immediately flicked her forehead and gently chided, Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and eat. Melusine's forehead immediately turned red, and she pouted. Why did you... But when the food was placed in front of her, Melusine instantly brightened. Food, food! Kieran instructed, There's no need to use utensils. Just eat. But she insisted on picking up the knife and fork, confidently declaring, No, I want to use these. I can do very well today.
As soon as she finished speaking, Kieran corrected her. You're holding it the wrong way. Melusine paused briefly, then quickly turned her hand to correct it, her cheeks flushing crimson. Now I can do it. I've practiced for a very long time. Her hand trembled as she cut the fish, but in the end her hand slipped, cutting hard into the ceramic plate with a jarring sound. Melusine's face instantly flushed crimson, and she bowed her head slightly in embarrassment, stammering, It was so smooth before. Kieran leaned closer. Is that so? His hand slowly enveloped hers, guiding her through each cutting motion again. Indeed, she was more proficient than earlier. As Kieran instructed her, Melusine slowly confided, Kieran, I want to eat in the same way as you, so you might be a little happier.
I want to see you truly happy. I miss you every day, Kieran. His gaze softened slightly. Kieran leaned in, gently nuzzling her cheek with his nose, his voice low, like a soothing whisper. The Emperor's birthday will be here very soon. It's to celebrate the day the Emperor was born. This time we'll be gone for at least a month and won't be able to return here. Melusine wondered, A month? Is that very long? Kieran gently put down the knife in her hand and nodded slightly. Extremely long. Hearing this, she hesitated and asked a question that made him pause. Then can you take me with you? Without you, I'm afraid to be alone. Kieran looked at her in silence for a long time. Finally, he conceded. All right then, let's go together, to the Imperial Palace. On lush green branches, birds chirped loudly, welcoming a clear and vibrant early morning. Below, the rhythmic thud of horse hooves echoed. A long procession of carriages stretched out, exuding an air of majesty. From inside the carriage, Anne looked out and exclaimed, We're almost at the Imperial Palace, and there are so many soldiers accompanying us. With so many people, it must take a very long time to travel. Behind her, Melusine tilted her head, full of curiosity. The Imperial Palace? What kind of place is that? Anne turned her head and explained, His Imperial Majesty, the Emperor, is the ruler of this empire. The only person with a higher status than His Highness in this empire is His Imperial Majesty, the Emperor. Hearing this, she marveled. Higher than Kieran? But Kieran is more handsome. Anne covered her mouth and chuckled teasingly. Mermaid lady, do you like His Highness that much? Melusine blushed but answered decisively. I love him immensely. Nevertheless, she still tilted her head, hesitantly asking, "Does His Highness always bully you? Your ankle, it looks like something serious happened." As soon as the words left her mouth, Melusine couldn't help but flinch, quickly pulling her skirt to cover the 2 anklets on her feet. She lowered her head, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. It's nothing." Anne sat down beside her and asked kindly, "Are you really okay? Miss Mermaid, don't you want to return to the sea?" Melusine remained silent, her hand gently clutching the anklet. She herself was very doubtful. "No, for me, it's a child." "Because of a child? Is it truly only for this reason that you remain here?" Instead of saying that, I want to determine if Chiron is my true serenade. I want to have Chiron's child, but it's not the child I want, it's Chiron." Seeing her lost in thought, Anne spoke up, pulling Melusine out of her reverie. "Miss Mermaid, do you love His Highness?" Melusine's eyes widened in surprise. "Love? But my sister said no. After all, humans and merfolk cannot be together long term. Absolutely. There's only one chance. By then, I must definitely leave Serenade. Absolutely cannot love Serenade." Melusine clutched her head, trembling. I don't know." Anne gently hugged her, comforting her. "It's okay, Miss Mermaid. I will always be by your side, no matter what decision you make." After a long journey, the carriage procession finally arrived at the mansion.
That evening, Kieran stood silently by the bonfire, lost in thought. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Your Highness." Ian bowed slightly, his voice respectful. "Everything you arranged has been prepared." He didn't turn around, only asking in a low voice, "What about the soldiers in the second-floor hallway?" He reported, 5 men have been assigned." Kieran immediately ordered, "Add 2 more men." Ian obeyed, but still had some doubt. Will what you're worried about truly happen? The firelight flickered across Kieran's face, reflecting his deep-set eyes. He slowly spoke. "You've seen it yourself. This isn't a crossroads, and the hunter season is long past, yet there are still tracks on the mountain path. This indicates they are still nearby." Hearing this, Ian nodded slightly. "I understand, Your Highness. I'll have someone put out the fire, making it seem as if everyone is asleep." Kieran nodded slightly. "We must be prepared to repel attacks at any moment." With that, he looked up towards the building behind them. Kieran's voice sharpened as he emphasized, "Especially tell the soldiers guarding the second-floor bedrooms to be extra careful."
Inside the bedroom, Melusine continuously shook Anne, who was sound asleep on the chair. Anne! She was sleeping soundly when she was woken up. As she sat up and rubbed her eyes, her voice still heavy with sleep, she asked, "Lady Mermaid, it's the middle of the night. What's happening?" She said worriedly, "I heard something strange. Outside, it seems something has happened." At this moment, Anne was still not fully awake. What sound? No sooner had she finished speaking than a resounding noise echoed. This time she jolted awake and sat bolt upright. Could it be? Continuous noises reverberated, and a fiery glow seemed to flicker from the window. Downstairs, a fierce melee was taking place. Chiron, fighting and slashing, gave orders. "Intruders, capture them all." Looking down from the window, Anne's face turned pale. "What do we do? It seems there are attackers."
Melusine couldn't help but fling open the door, run out onto the balcony, and shouted, "Chiron!" Anne frantically followed her, exclaiming, "Mermaid Princess!" Down below, an intruder was raising his sword, preparing to ambush Chiron from behind. She was so panicked she looked as if she wanted to jump down. "Chiron! Danger! Chiron!" Anne quickly held on to Melusine, urging her, "No, you must go inside." Her pupils constricted with unease. What should she do? If things continued like this, Chiron would get hurt. I must do something. Thinking this, Melusine glanced around, her gaze then falling upon the decorative vase in front of her. Down below, it seemed Chiron had sensed the attacker behind him, and he quickly jumped back. However, it seemed he couldn't avoid it completely. Chiron's arm was still cut. He clutched his wound, looking at the assailant in front of him and questioning, "Who sent you here?" Asking is useless. We all know very well whose orders these are. The assassin, holding twin daggers, challenged, "Then obediently surrender your life. This is what the Emperor wishes to see." Just as he was about to charge, a porcelain vase unexpectedly fell from above. It struck the assassin precisely on the back of the neck, shattering into pieces. Seizing the opportunity, Chiron charged forward and delivered a decisive sword thrust, eliminating him. He looked up, his face dark, and shouted, "Melusine!" She was currently using all her strength to lift another vase, her entire body trembling from the effort. Suddenly, a dagger flew towards them, but fortunately, Anne, who was beside her, quickly pulled Melusine aside, avoiding it. The intruding assassins quickly spotted the 2 women and immediately ordered, "There are people up there. Catch them first."
Very quickly, the men in black successfully broke into the second floor and closed in on the 2 girls. Anne, trembling with fear, hugged Melusine. "Mermaid Princess." One of them raised a dagger threateningly. "You 2 brats, how dare you mess with us?" Melusine's face turned pale, and she couldn't even utter a sound. She fearfully squeezed her eyes shut, bracing herself for a horrifying scene of blood and gore. But then came screams, and the interwoven sounds of swords clashing and blades cutting, punctuated by cries of, "Help! Help me!" When Melusine finally opened her eyes, she only saw the assassins lying slumped on the ground. Before her, Chiron, sword in hand, slowly and wearily approached. Her voice trembled as she called, "Chiron!" His golden eyes flashed, the assassin's blood splattered all over his face and clothes.
The sudden attack quickly came to an end, the bodies of the assassins gathered by the soldiers and piled in one place. Melusine's room was plunged into darkness. Suddenly, the lights flared on and she startled, looking over in fright. At the door, Kieran was still dressed in his royal attire. He reached out to close the door and bolt it. Melusine's voice trembled as she softly called out, "Kieran, I was so worried about you." Before she could finish, his cold voice, tinged with anger, rang out, "Disobedient, utterly reckless. My words hold no meaning for you, do they?" Without letting her explain, Kieran quickly strode over and grabbed her hand. Unable to control his anger, he gripped her tightly and roared, "Do you even know what you've done? You almost died, and right in front of me." Melusine's eyes welled up as she looked at Kieran. Faced with his fury, she could only utter two words, "I'm sorry." Kieran bit his lip, trying to suppress his frustration. She choked out, "I was afraid you'd get hurt. I wanted to help you." At this, he could only turn his face away, his voice softening. "Don't worry. These were assassins sent by the Emperor." Melusine was surprised. "The Emperor? Why'd?" He gave a self-mocking sneer. "Why do you think? Perhaps he just wanted to see if the dog he raised was of any use after all." Or, "I am the loyal dog you wish to train. Even if you push me to my death, I will not turn back and bite my master." A bitter laugh escaped. Outside, Ian and the soldiers had set fire to the pile of corpses. Back in the room, Kieran's eyes darted towards Melusine. "Why are you looking at me like that? Don't pity me. I've always been this way." Her eyebrows furrowed, her eyes filled with worry as she thought, "But Kieran, your expression now looks incredibly uncomfortable." Melusine recalled what he had said before. "Feelings are just your illusion, Melusine, even though I've said it before." But as she took Kieran's hands now, she realized it was indeed not an illusion. "Kieran is very special to me. I hope Kieran doesn't have to be uncomfortable or sad." Melusine gently brought his hand up to her cheek. She gently tilted her head, softly kissing Kieran's palm with tenderness. "I don't want to see him hurt anymore." Her series of actions left him stunned. "Melusine." She cut him off, expressing sincerely, "I'm not pitying you. I have no pity for Kieran." His eyes softened, and he gave a soft, gentle hum. Kieran leaned down, his hands tightening around Melusine's waist, and kissed her soft lips. "That's enough." The next morning, Melusine was now draped in a robe, her soft pink hair hidden beneath the thin fabric, her eyes sparkling with curiosity wherever she looked. "Kieran, is this the Imperial Palace? Look, it's all flowers. This place is so beautiful, so grand, even grander than Shitten. But Kieran is still the most amazing, right?" He was stunned and gave a wise smile. What kind of nonsense are you thinking now?" From behind, someone approached. "Your Highness, you've been awaited for a long time. His Majesty has commanded that you proceed there immediately upon your arrival." Kieran was a little surprised. "Now?" Having no other choice, he turned and called, "Ian." The latter immediately stepped forward. "Yes, Your Highness, I'll handle this place." With that, Ian stepped forward, gently pulling Melusine along. "Let's go." Still not understanding anything, she looked towards him, then looked ahead. His back slowly receded into the distance, leaving only her soft, small call, "Kieran." Inside the palace, the slanting sunlight cast streaks of half-golden, half-dark light onto the wall painting. Kieran stood silently, his eyes fixed on that spot, his mood unclear. Suddenly, in the quiet space, vague sounds echoed, making outsiders involuntarily blush.
The embarrassed butler bowed towards Kieran. Your Highness, I'm truly sorry, but His Majesty has not yet risen." He said expressionlessly, "His Majesty is busy with state affairs. Rest assured, I will wait here until His Majesty is finished." He hastily replied, "Thank you, Your Highness." After the butler left, Kieran again stared blankly at the painting on the wall. It was a portrait of the late emperor and the current emperor when he was young. A distant memory suddenly resurfaced. Back then, Emperor Edward was still a child, running to embrace Kieran, his voice full of admiration. "Uncle, I think you're the most handsome person in the world, so one day I'll definitely become just like you." Kieran smiled faintly, gently stroking his head. But at that very moment, a sudden wave of coldness washed over him, freezing the smile on his lips. Edward, still innocent, continued, "Before that, you must promise to stay with me." Kieran looked up. The person before him was the late emperor. The aura emanating from him seemed to swallow Kieran whole, like an invisible fear tightening its grip on his heart. Just then, the curtain stirred slightly, revealing a figure, and a hazy voice, tinged with alcohol, echoed, pulling Kieran back to reality. "No, who is that?"
Edward walked out, dressed casually, a bottle of wine still in his hand. When he clearly saw the person, he happily ran down. "Isn't this the uncle I love?" Kieran calmly bowed his head. "Long time no see, Your Majesty." Hearing this, Edward smirked, his smile seemingly indistinguishable between joy and mockery. He approached, lightly patting Kieran's shoulder. "Why be so distant between us? You weren't injured on the way, were you?" The luxurious scene of a room appeared, with a woman lying motionless on the bed. A deep, warm voice, full of worry, suddenly rang out. I heard you ran into trouble at Mount Raffalo. Kieran, with a cold demeanor, replied indifferently. It was nothing major. But immediately after, a thud echoed, and Edward growled, repeating irritably, Nothing major, you say? He revealed his muscular chest in his wide-open red shirt, his eyes showing a hint of pain. Do you know how worried I was about you? I even thought I might lose you just like that. Hearing this, Kieran remained calmly seated in his chair, speaking in a composed voice. The matter you were worried about has all been resolved smoothly. Edward looked at Kieran, bottle of wine in hand, his voice sounding profoundly sad. You know, Uncle, you've always been like a person without a soul. Kieran's eyes now clearly showed weariness, as Edward's voice continued. Never smiling, never crying. I've never even seen you get angry.
Edward mumbled for a long time, then smiled and said with satisfaction, That's why I've been able to live for a decade like this. Before, I was my father's puppet. Now, I am my own dog. Across from him, Kieran's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this. He let out a faint, disdainful laugh and said, The Emperor said you were a lion. He feared that one day you would tear him apart. As he spoke, Edward recalled the old days. In truth, he was merely a hyena unwilling to be tamed. As a hyena, he knew neither how to flatter nor how to obey. Edward was holding a bottle of wine. He leaned over and walked towards Kieran, who was sitting nearby. With the bottle raised high in his hand, Edward sneered. How could a dog ever bite its master to death? The atmosphere was as tense as a taut string. Kieran clenched his fists, his face growing darker and darker, gritting his teeth as he endured bit by bit. Edward raised an eyebrow, pressing the bottle against Kieran's head as if in a challenge. Am I not right, Uncle? Their gazes met, one arrogant, one restrained. Without a word, the entire room seemed to be filled with the scent of power and unspoken hatred.
The atmosphere in the magnificent room was as tense as a taut string. He immediately stood up, wanting to leave. Since there's nothing to say, I'll be going now. Suddenly, a cold voice from beside him rang out, and Edward's hand gripped Kieran firmly, pushing him down. Sit down. I have a favor to ask of you. Upon hearing the news of the Queen's pregnancy, the Kingdom of Mechalon sent a delegation of envoys to offer their congratulations and inquire. Uncle must go to the western border to welcome them.
He said, gently twisting his wrist and gripping his shoulder. Can it be done? Edward chuckled, Kieran's serious expression amusing him greatly. As long as I make a request, you'll always do it. His gaze lowered, not resisting, simply silently obeying the command. The garden was bathed in sunlight, Melusine walking lightly among the white flowers. A voice suddenly called out, Miss Mermaid! Anne quickly approached her, asking worriedly, Are you barefoot again? This isn't shitten. Even if you're uncomfortable, you must wear shoes. Melusine clutched her dress, startled by the words. Anne stood before Melusine, hands on her hips, her voice full of helplessness. Honestly, you're still like this even after coming to the palace. Melusine looked up, her blue eyes blinking, and hesitantly replied, But wearing shoes isn't comfortable. Anne sighed, shaking her head, her voice stern yet gentle. Wait here, I'll go get your shoes. Don't wander off. You must wait for me here, understand? Melusine nodded vigorously like an obedient cat. Anne then turned and hurried away. I'll be right back. Melusine gently waved, calling after her, Anne, come back quickly. Suddenly, a blue butterfly flew in from somewhere. Melusine looked up, her eyes shining brightly, as if she had discovered a treasure. She reached out, her face radiant. Butterfly! Melusine extended her hand, her eyes sparkling with joy. Wait for me, she smiled, softly calling, Butterfly! Then gently reached out to try and catch its shimmering blue wings. But as she stepped forward, Melusine's foot suddenly touched something. Her figure unexpectedly caught the eye of another person, who subtly frowned as he realized something surprising. The blue butterfly continued to flutter, Melusine slowly following it. Suddenly, from behind the foliage, a low voice rang out. Who's there?
Amidst a lush green forest, Edward was sitting in the middle of the woods. He had long hair shimmering like sunlight, sharp eyes, and a cold demeanor. Seeing Melusine, Edward frowned slightly, and his deep voice rang out. Who was so blind as to dare trespass into this place? She stared at him in shock, her eyes wide, her heart pounding. Melusine gazed at Edward, so stunned that her face flushed crimson. So beautiful. He frowned in confusion, tilting his head slightly. What? She looked at Edward for a long moment, then suddenly thought to herself, This is the first time I've seen glowing hair. Could this be the spirit that my siblings mentioned? Melusine, still dazed, softly asked, Are you a spirit? The question startled him. Edward awkwardly said, What nonsense are you spouting? Who exactly are you? He snapped irritably. Do you know who I am to be so arrogant?
Suddenly, Edward was startled to realize there was an exquisite silver anklet on her leg. He voiced his suspicion. Rio ritual. Edward's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze suddenly grew cold, and he thought seriously. Uncle is in the castle right now. At this thought, Edward suddenly muttered to himself, so Uncle has such a peculiar taste. Melusine tilted her head slightly, muttering with a mix of curiosity and surprise. Well, are you an elf? Amidst the light-filled garden, he softly exclaimed, his gaze softening. An elf? Yes, that's right. So who are you? With a courteous demeanor, Edward leaned down, looking at her with curious eyes, his hand extended, causing Melusine to freeze for a moment. This is the first time I've seen you. What's your name? She flinched slightly, her cheeks flushed pink, and her hand gently brushed her hair. After a moment of hesitation, Melusine whispered, light as a breeze. My name is Melusine.
He looked her up and down, his eyes showing a fleeting hint of mischievous teasing. That thing on your leg is truly beautiful. You seem to be very pampered. Melusine was bewildered, repeating in confusion. Pampered? I don't quite understand. Edward leaned down slightly, his hand slowly reaching out to lightly touch her sparkling silver anklet. She flinched, quickly pulling her leg back. Can you let me go? He didn't answer, only keeping his deep gaze fixed on Melusine. She continued, Anne is looking for me. Edward smiled faintly, sunlight filtering through the leaves onto his face. What a pity. Otherwise you could have had some fun with me. Melusine sat under the tree, looking up at the sky with sparkling eyes. He then relaxed, leaning against the tree trunk. But there's nothing to do here. After a pause, Edward made a suggestion. Then we'll play next time. She tilted her head, pausing to ask softly. Next time? He replied quickly. Yes, next time. Edward smiled faintly, looking down at Melusine, his gaze gentle yet inscrutable. So let's settle on that. We'll play together next time. The night sky glowed brightly under the full moon. In the castle's grand hall, hurried footsteps echoed. How does His Majesty know the mermaid lady? The urgent question flustered her. Anne, standing nearby, suddenly called out, Count, what are you saying? Standing near the door, Ian Zatter mumbled, seemingly disbelieving what he had just heard. His Highness isn't here right now. I mean, His Imperial Majesty. How does he know Melusine? Hearing her name mentioned, Melusine hastily stood up and asked, What's wrong?
He rushed in, his lips pressed tightly together. Ian Zatter's voice was low and anxious. This is trouble. His Imperial Majesty has summoned you. She looked up, her eyes wide. Anne, who was beside her, asked again with a trembling voice, What did you say? His Imperial Majesty has summoned the mermaid lady? Far away, inside the Imperial Palace, a wine glass was slowly being filled. Edward sat leisurely, holding a glass of red wine, an inscrutable voice echoing in the silent space. What is the meaning of this? The head maid was already there, greeting Melusine and Ian Zatter as they approached. She spoke first. You must be tired from your journey. From now on, we will attend to the young lady. At this moment, Melusine was hiding behind Ian Zatter, looking timid and scared. He didn't want to hand her over, and said with some difficulty, Wait a moment, head maid. Even if this is His Majesty's command, she belongs to His Royal Highness the Grand Duke. How can this be? The head maid remained unperturbed, saying sternly, Count, His Majesty is well aware of this matter. She continued, There won't be any major problems. It's very likely she will be released and sent back. This is what His Majesty wishes to convey to you. No sooner had she finished speaking than two maids appeared from nowhere. They quickly seized Melusine, one on each side, preventing her from struggling. Her face turned to panic as she was suddenly pulled away. She turned her head, pleading for help from Ian Zatter. Faced with her plea, he could only give her an awkward look that said, Save yourself, and watched in silence, utterly powerless.
She was then pulled away by two maids. On the way, she incessantly asked questions to ensure nothing too terrible would happen. She asked, Where am I going? Is Chiron there? The head maid, leading the way, answered her. His Grace the Grand Duke is not in the castle. The person lady must meet is His Imperial Majesty, the Emperor of this nation. Then they stood before a room door. She held the doorknob and gently advised, Therefore, please observe proper etiquette. Melusine's expression was visibly troubled, and she mumbled the two words, the Emperor, with a hint of bewilderment. As soon as she stepped in, she heard a familiar male voice. You've finally arrived. Come in, Melusine. The speaker was, of course, Emperor Edward. Beside him was his fiancée, Lady Estelle. He raised a glass of red wine, and with a grotesque smile said, You haven't forgotten our agreement to play together, have you? Estelle's expression upon seeing her seemed very surprised, and mixed with a hint of displeasure.
Melusine recognized something upon seeing his face. She searched her memories, recalling the clear instruction to meet the Emperor. She asked the Emperor, Spirit, why are you here? It wasn't the Emperor who replied to her, but his fiancée. Her eyebrows were tightly furrowed, intending only to question her. Lady Melusine, why are you here? Melusine was also surprised by her appearance and called out, Estelle. The Emperor chuckled, looking at her, and said, Do you two know each other? Then he turned his gaze, filled with madness, towards her. That's right, Scribe Estelle has been to Chaton before, hasn't she? You knew about all these interesting things so early. Why didn't you say anything sooner? She shot him a dagger-like look, but did not reply.
He continued cheerfully, "Come here, Melusine. I have many things I want to ask you." Estelle suddenly called out to him, intending to remind him. "Your Majesty." He turned, a smile still on his face, and asked, "Don't you find this interesting?" She hastily put on her gloves, saying impatiently, "I don't like impulsive gambling. I already know what your Majesty intends to do tonight, so I'll head back first. Excuse me, Miss Melusine." As she turned to leave, Melusine grabbed her arm, trying to hold her back, and with a pleading look she said, "Estelle, let's stay together. Together." She looked at her irritably, Pumming not given her a pleasant look since they met, and asked, "Together for what? Wasn't it your intention to come here?" Under Melusine's stunned gaze, she looked at her with a superior expression, utterly contemptuous, and said, "It's your lowliness that has made things turn out like this." With that, she decisively pulled her hand away from her. Leaving Melusine standing forlornly in place, she stood frozen in panic, speechless, seemingly still immersed in those humiliating words. Suddenly, there was a movement from the Emperor's side. He slammed his hand down on the chair next to him. She startled and turned her head, seeing him gesture and say, "What are you doing standing there dumbfounded? Sit down."
Melusine hesitated slightly but still chose to sit. The Emperor looked at her with great satisfaction. Then he put an arm around her shoulder and asked, "What do you like to eat? I can give you anything you want." Melusine didn't know what to say, only slowly uttered a few words like, "Food, fish." Then he turned and beckoned to the servants standing not far away, saying, "Fish, huh? Luckily I have a dish I wanted to use to entertain my uncle." He then turned back to Melusine and asked, "You also know that I'm not a true spirit, don't you?" Her eyes scrutinized him. Then she replied, "Yes, I know. Everyone calls you His Majesty the Emperor." He laughed again, his laugh somewhat dry, yet genuine. "Indeed, I am the Emperor of this empire, the grandson of Grand Duke Chiron." Her eyes widened and she looked at him in surprise, asking, "Grandson?" He immediately explained, but also simultaneously evaded the topic. "It's a family matter." "Oh right, you're from somewhere else, aren't you? How did the two of you come to know each other? Uncle brought you to the Imperial Palace. It seems your relationship is not ordinary." Just as he finished speaking, a servant brought food close to the two of them and said, "Excuse me, Your Majesty." He gestured for the food to be placed on the table and said, "Go ahead and eat." When the dish was uncovered, exactly 3 fish appeared on it. Melusine's pupils immediately constricted when she saw the dish. The Emperor didn't notice her unusual reaction. He rested his chin on his hand and asked, "How is it? Uncle will surely like it, won't he?" Melusine trembled and said, "This is—" The Emperor's eyes were full of scrutiny as he looked at her. Melusine exclaimed in fright, "This is poisonous fish." She slammed the table, unable to maintain her composure. "Chiron will get sick if he eats this." The Emperor showed no surprise. He merely toyed with his wineglass, rested his chin on his hand, and said, "So that's it. It's poisonous." Then he looked at her maliciously. "I didn't expect you to discover it."
Melusine's face looked as if she had seen a ghost as she stared at him. She couldn't grasp the sudden change. He dropped the glass of red wine onto the table. The red wine spilled onto the floor. He suddenly asked, "Melusine, do you know how to train a dog? Put it in a cage, then feed it rat poison so that it doesn't die but suffers. That way, it will fear humans, and no matter where it is, it won't dare to show its fangs." Melusine angrily stood up and shouted, "Don't go too far with Chiron." He propped his chin, smiling sarcastically, and replied, "You still have the heart to worry about him now? Do you know what Uncle has put on your leg? Wear it and go into the sea, and you will die instantly." Melusine was completely shocked to hear those words. She couldn't believe her ears and stared at him. The Emperor looked at her with a satisfied expression. Uncle is just like that, all for his own amusement. Killing others is nothing to him, even if it's his own biological brother. Melusine paused for a moment and asked, "Killed?" He replied, "Yes, he killed him, poisoned him, and even stood by watching him, making sure he had completely stopped breathing. Such a despicable act is effortless for him."
He smirked again. "I don't want to end up like my father, killed by a dog I had tamed." He extended his hand and said, "That's why I'm truly happy to have met you." Next to Chiron, there was actually a woman who could make him tense. He suddenly grabbed her chin, an action that terrified Melusine. He leaned in close, laughing maniacally, and said, "Who knows? You might just become Uncle's new dog leash." Melusine stared at him in disbelief. "What did you say?" He didn't release his large hand from her chin as he asked, "What do you say, Melusine? If I hold you in the palm of my hand, will Uncle obey me?" The Emperor's expression as he said that was incredibly twisted, his eyes harboring infinite calculation.
Melusine thrashed about in panic, even knocking a wineglass off the table, but it was no use. He then moved to strangle her. A man's strength made it impossible for her to push him away. Melusine tried her best to scream, "Let me go!" Despite her efforts, he only tightened his grip on her wrist as she tried to break free. At this moment, his eyes held an indescribable madness. He said, "If I could easily let you go, I wouldn't have brought you here. Don't be afraid. I don't want to do anything excessive to you." The girl's face trembled uncontrollably as his hand tightened around her neck. He continued,
You should be obedient. Just do as I say. I don't know why Uncle keeps you by his side, but I agree to pay him an even higher price for you. After all, you don't truly love him, do you? Melusine's eyebrows furrowed together. She disagreed with the Emperor's words, but couldn't voice it. No, I love Chiron. She remembered the good times between them. At that time, they had kissed, and their love was real. Seeing Melusine suddenly fall silent and stop struggling, the Emperor lowered his guard. He said with satisfaction, "So, you're finally willing to be a little obedient now. Are you ready to accept my offer?" Melusine's eyes became emotionless as she looked at him. She mumbled something under her breath, and a surge of magical power flowed out around the Emperor before he could even comprehend it. Melusine's expression became indescribably grim. Her eyes, like 1,000 sharp knives, pointed at the man in front of her, and she commanded, "Let go." Immediately, the Emperor was affected.
He clutched his head, struggling, panicked, and trembling. What is this? Melusine also managed to escape his grasp. She stood defiantly opposite him, silent. The Emperor, affected by her power, merely clutched his head. With a look as if he'd swallowed a fly, he asked, "Who exactly are you?" Melusine did not answer him. She merely commanded with an annoyed expression, "Step back." Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside the door. "Didn't you hear her tell you to back off?" The outer door was immediately flung open. The head maid, who had been holding the door from the start, couldn't stop it this time. She could only say in a threatening voice, "Who gave you permission to act on your own?" The Emperor also turned his head, trying to maintain a calm expression. He said, "Damn it, this is still the outcome. Uncle."
As he spoke, Chiron appeared, panting, and looked at Melusine worriedly. The Emperor babbled on again. "I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. I thought it would be a long time before you got here." Seeing Chiron, the coldness on her face vanished, replaced by worry as she looked at him, and she softly called his name. Chiron seemed very angry with the Emperor. He didn't say a word. The Emperor turned towards him, trying to reconcile. "You don't need to worry. It was just a little game. Look, she's not hurt at all." Despite this, Chiron didn't stop walking towards him. Before he could explain, a sharp sword tip was pointed directly at his throat. Only then did he know fear. Chiron looked at him coldly, not believing a single word he said. "A game? Then I can play a game with you too, can't I?" The Emperor rubbed his forehead. "Uncle, no, Grand Duke Chiron." He suddenly questioned him angrily. "Do you even know who you're pointing that sword at right now?" The Emperor growled. "Is this the etiquette a subject should follow?" Chiron was also astonished by his sudden change in attitude and his unreasonableness. He angrily asked, "What kind of etiquette is it when you steal my belongings?" He tightened his grip on the sword and said, "You called me a dog, so why don't you know that dogs have teeth too? No matter how loyal a dog is, it can fail to recognize its owner and turn to bite its own master." The Emperor froze upon hearing this, his face even paler than before. He suddenly asked, "Did you kill the late Emperor like this? Did you kill my father with this same mindset? Uncle?" At that accusation, Chiron was so angry that his veins bulged. He gritted his teeth and sheathed his sword. "I hear your majesty has recently changed your medication. I will attribute today's incident to the medicine." Then he walked over and embraced Melusine protectively. "There will not be a second time, your majesty." With that, he held her and left, leaving only a receding figure for him. The Emperor gritted his teeth in annoyance, but ultimately said nothing more.
That evening at the mansion, Melusine and Chiron were in the bedroom. He touched her neck, noticing a wound there. She looked at him awkwardly, and Chiron apologized. He then asked, "Do you think I'm angry?" He gently comforted her. "It's not your fault. Earlier, when you sang for His Majesty, that wasn't a song." Melusine said helplessly, "I don't know. I was so angry that it just came out suddenly." He asked her suspiciously, "Isn't it true that you'd like any human male?" He recalled Melusine once saying, "I don't know. I want many children. The more people to conceive with, the better, right?" He reminded her, "You clearly told the maid that any man would do, as long as you could have many children." Melusine's face flushed as she protested. "That's not true anymore." She moved closer and took his arm, gently explaining to him, still blushing, "Now I don't need anyone else, whether it's for touching or for having children." She took his hand and placed it on her cheek, expressing with great affection, "Because it's you that I like, and because they would be Chiron's children. I only want to have Chiron's children."
He was surprised by this sudden confession, looking at her, Melusine, in disbelief. She was about to say something more, but before she could finish her sentence, Chiron kissed her. Melusine was drawn into the kiss, delightedly calling his name. Then her hand froze because it had touched the wrong place. Chiron looked at her affectionately, patiently unbuttoning his shirt and asking, "What's wrong? If you want to touch, just touch." Melusine's whole body flushed red as she stammered. "That?" He added, "Haven't you always been curious?" Chiron, looking incredibly seductive, said, "Or perhaps you could help me?" The space was silent for a few seconds as he spoke those words. She hesitated. Chiron looked straight into her eyes and said, "Don't avoid me." He took her hand and placed it on his chest, saying, "Don't you want to see?"
When Melusine touched his back, covered in old scars, she was momentarily astonished. Then she asked worriedly, "Chiron, what are these on your body?" His expression darkened. She was so shocked she froze, thinking, this is like those long streaks from when I was trapped in the lake. When humans made me feel very, very, very much pain, these marks would appear on my body, but they weren't deep and would disappear quickly. She touched his face with extreme worry and asked, "Who did this? Did that person also want to get your tears, which is why they bullied you?" Chiron, with a troubled expression, said, "Tears, perhaps. All these wounds were inflicted by the previous emperor." He added casually, "who was also my biological brother." She recalled what the current emperor had said earlier. Uncle is that kind of person. He could casually kill people for his own pleasure, not even sparing his own biological brother. She frowned at him, asking without accusation, "Did Chiron kill him?" He didn't answer, but countered with a question. "Did His Majesty tell you that?" Melusine didn't want to admit it. She was about to explain, but he spoke first. "He's not wrong. I killed the late emperor." He recounted in a low voice, "A long, long time ago, if I didn't do what he said, he would use violence against me. It got to the point where I might die, so I tried to resist once. That was the outcome." He recalled the current emperor's words, "You killed my father," and it was that very statement that made him forgive the boy's mistake once.
He took both her hands in his. No matter what I say, you already see me as a murderer." Seeing her confused expression, he placed her hands on his neck and said, "To commit a crime, one must accept punishment, so go ahead and curse me. It's pointless now anyway." She blushed as she looked at him. Chiron had said similar words before. He had said, "Perhaps I truly long for you, someone who can truly ensnare my soul and be my killer." She then thought of something else. Is it really okay to die like this? Aren't you afraid of being lonely? Melusine suddenly became emotional, her tears falling profusely, forming sparkling pearls. "Couldn't I save Chiron?" she suddenly said. "You are not at fault, so I will not curse you." Then she hugged his neck, touching his old wounds. "I know that too much pain leaves scars. Too much pain makes one want to run away, and running away is not wrong." She embraced him heartbreakingly. "Chiron is not a murderer. You are a good person. In this place, only Chiron saved me. Among so many people, it was only Chiron." Chiron laughed, mocking himself. A good person.
Chiron suddenly touched her, shifting from a passive to an active stance. Melusine herself was surprised as he leaned close and asked her, "How long can your affection last?" Melusine was laid down on the bed, his hands restlessly exploring her body. She blushed and asked her, "Why?" He replied, "Even though I've treated you this way, do you still see me as a good person?" Then he went even further, directly kissing the palm of her hand. Melusine wasn't ready and trembled. "Wait." After he finished kissing, he leaned close again, their noses almost touching. "If you ever change your mind, you can curse me any time." Melusine looked at him emotionally, as if about to cry, and said, "I don't want to." Then she hugged him and burst into tears. "I will absolutely never curse you." Then she released him, and they exchanged a loving gaze. He leaned down and kissed her neck. Melusine could only say, "This is wonderful. I adore you, Chiron." She leaned in and lightly kissed his cheek, catching him by surprise, after which they entwined themselves together, spending a passionate night.
On the emperor's side, his room had become a complete mess, with broken wine glasses on the floor. Tables, chairs, and all the furniture had been subjected to his wrath. The emperor held a wine bottle in his hand, his pupils constricted as he called Chiron's name. He recalled what had just happened, thinking, "You dared to point a sword at me, all for that kind of woman." He was so furious that his nose started bleeding, which he then hastily wiped away. Ah, that woman. Unexpectedly, she knew enchantment spells. She wasn't an ordinary woman, but a sorceress who knew enchantment spells. He put his hand to his nose to stop the red blood from flowing. But if that's the case, and she can attack others just by using sound, this isn't sorcery. It's using songs to lure souls and minds, making people see terrible illusions, driving them to madness. He sat down on a chair and said in surprise, "Uncle has truly hidden away an interesting item." Then he chuckled and added, "I wondered why Uncle protected her so much, so this is the reason." He clasped his hands in front of him, thinking seriously, "Melusine, how can I snatch that woman from Uncle's grasp and bring her here?" On the other side, Chiron was sleeping with his eyes closed, in a dream. He was dreaming again of a terrible memory of himself collapsing to the ground, coughing violently. Blood continuously flowed from his mouth as he looked up at the long-haired man in front of him who was calling him. Facing him was a cold gaze. It was the deceased former emperor. He called out, "Brother," but the man merely pulled up a chair and asked, "Uncomfortable, Chiron? This is an unknown poison that assassins from a very, very distant country often use. It's incredibly effective, and I had a very hard time getting my hands on it." He watched Chiron's pain like an outsider, then laughed and said, "Seeing that you're perfectly fine, it seems I used the wrong poison this time." Chiron was not at all as he said. He was in immense pain, clutching his chest as if trying to cling to life, a hateful gaze sweeping over the man.
and that very gaze made him spring up like a madman, laughing until he coughed dryly. He also coughed up blood, took out a bottle of medicine from his robe, then tremblingly poured all of it into his mouth. A long time ago, it was this unknown illness that gradually led him to his deathbed. Even the most renowned physicians in the country could not prevent his death. All that remained was to await death, which could come at any moment. It was also from that moment that he began to assassinate Chiron. There was nothing around that could easily catch fire or create a fire. How could such a large fire have been created? At first, it was merely disguised as an accidental fire at a secondary palace. Countless times he tried to assassinate Chiron to take his head. Chiron couldn't even remember how many times he had to take antidote-stimulating medicine, but he still managed to persevere. He wasn't oblivious to why his brother wanted to push him to his death.
At one point, he said bluntly, "You don't need to warn me like that. I have no interest in the throne whatsoever. Later, I will serve as a loyal subject and aid to Ba." At that, he merely sneered. Serve as a loyal subject and aid to him? Do you really think everything I did before was just a warning to you? Then he extended both hands towards him. No, that's not it. I want to kill you here. The scene that flashed was the late emperor strangling him in his youth, accompanied by hateful words. Once you are dead, you can disappear from Ba's side forever.
He pushed him to the floor, gripping his neck tightly, using all his strength to strangle him, wanting him to die with him. But then a fit of coughing blood came upon him. Blood spurted out, making him quickly bring his hand up to cover his mouth, and only then did he escape imminent death, escaping his strangling grip. He stepped back, looking at him, coughing up blood in horror. He suddenly knelt down. "I beg you." 2 streams of bloody tears also flowed from his eyes. "I beg you, Chiron. I cannot let you die while living in the imperial palace like this. You know, Ba doesn't even have the golden eyes, a symbol of the royal family. What would happen if you stayed by his side? I've never dared to think about it before. Only I truly understand what kind of existence you are to this empire. Ba, a mere youth, fundamentally has no way to contend with you. Therefore, I beg you, I kneel and beg you, die with me." He knelt down and bowed his head towards him. He looked at him, confusion in his eyes. "It seems you truly want to kill me. I even thought you were using this method to warn me because you wanted me not to do bad things, to know my duty. But it turns out, you really want me dead."
He threw the sword beside him towards the man. "Use this. Don't you want to kill me so badly? Use this to kill me. If you're decisive, just order me to die from the start, and I absolutely won't resist in the slightest." The man picked up the sword, stood, and walked towards him. He sat still, eyes closed, awaiting his imminent death. The man raised the sword, but before he could bring it down, a fit of coughing blood seized him, splattering blood all over his face and body. The sword slipped from his grasp. He staggered, then slowly collapsed to the ground. He gasped in shock, staring at the scene before him, then called out in alarm, "Brother!" He rushed over and knelt beside the man, who was still coughing up blood, staining the ground. He shouted loudly, "Guards, your majesty!" The man stubbornly reached out a hand and said to him, "Chiron, please, with me." Before he could finish, he collapsed, departing from the world. He embraced the man's body, still reeling from shock and disbelief at what was happening. The doors burst open, and the current emperor rushed in, shouting, "What's happening? What has happened to Imperial Father?" Then he stared in shock at the scene before him, asking in disbelief, "Uncle, why? Uncle?" He held his brother's body, looking at his nephew who was accusing him, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Doubt and suspicion gave rise to a hallucination. His brother's body spoke, uttering words the late emperor had said to him when he was healthy. "Chiron, didn't I tell you? You would eventually kill me." Still lost in his own hallucination, he stared at his brother's corpse, stammering, "No, it's not. You're lying."
He stood watching him approach, holding the corpse, his hands clenched tightly, tears streaming down his face. Then he accused, "You stood by and watched my father die like that. You are the one who killed my father." Images of the dead appeared around him. He looked at those illusions with his nephew, along with the words, "Monster, monster, monster, go die," echoing. Then the image of the master he had beheaded sat behind him, screaming into his ear, "Go die." This made him startle, shocked, and terrified. He sprang up, panicked, realizing it was all a dream. He looked out at the distant beach and pondered, what was I hoping for back then? At least that my brother would see me as family? So he didn't truly want to kill me. The image of the former emperor, holding a long whip, looking down at him as he sat, appeared. Thoughts continued to surface in his mind. As long as I perform well, as long as I make an effort, then there will be a day when I can return to how things were before. From the very beginning, no one ever needed me.
He sighed, sadness appearing on his handsome face and beautiful eyes. "I've had enough." He threw himself into the sea, then a light appeared, along with a voice calling his name, Chiron. He opened his eyes and looked up. She was looking down at him, smiling happily. "My lord is awake." He asked her, Are you singing?" She stroked his hair and said, "Chiron, I saw you sleeping, so I sang to give you beautiful dreams." He turned over and hugged her waist. She looked at him and asked,
Don't you like it, my lord? He buried his head into her waist, closed his eyes, and said, No. He hugged her, and she naturally hugged him back, her hand tracing the scars on his back. He leaned back and asked her, What's wrong? She looked at him with sad eyes, her face slightly flushed. It's nothing. It's just, I hope there won't be any more wounds on you, my lord. He heard her words and didn't know what to say. Then he sat up and kissed her. In some luxurious palace, Kieran's fiancée spoke over a cup of tea. I heard he went through something big. Didn't I tell you already? What His Majesty wants to do is no mere jest. The Emperor, lounging on a sofa, grumbled in response to her words. Don't say those things anymore. Who would have thought Uncle could get so angry? She sighed and continued. I hope something similar won't happen at the upcoming birthday party. Please, Your Majesty, do you hear me? He lay sprawled on the sofa, chin in hand, looking as if he had just remembered something, then suddenly exclaimed, That's right, there's also a birthday party. I almost forgot the most interesting thing.
Her face expressed annoyance, frustration, and a sense of powerlessness. Meanwhile, he, with a mischievous smile, said that he could seize this opportunity to get revenge on his paternal uncle. The conversation continued. She said, Revenge? Isn't that a dangerous statement? At this, he no longer lay sprawled on the chair, but sat up. It was my paternal uncle who was wrong first. I was merely joking around, yet he turned his precious nephew into this. He pulled open his collar, pointing to a small scratch on his neck, indicating for her to see. This was cut by a sword. She covered her face and said, Your Majesty, you are the ruler of an empire. You should cherish your body. If you speak like this, and if you want any birthday gift, just say it directly. He looked at her and smiled. Isn't this something you usually look into and prepare yourself? She picked up her teacup and replied, Every year, I'm left to prepare it myself. I've already run out of ideas for what to give you this year.
He sat on the chair, one hand propping his chin, the other holding a fork stuck into a strawberry on the cake, his face deep in thought. What kind of gift should I want? That's right. He looked up and smiled brightly at her. How about I want that woman? Melusine, bring that woman to me. She held her teacup, surprised by his words. What are you talking about? He replied while eating. Don't pretend you don't know. In short, I want Melusine. Can you bring her to me as a gift? She frowned and said, Even though you've gotten into this situation because of that woman, you still don't know how to let go? He crossed his legs, propped his chin with his hand, and looked away, speaking while recalling her image, long pink hair in a white dress and sparkling ocean blue eyes, then said, Perhaps so. Melusine has a very special place. Estelle, have you ever thought that? She stirred her teacup, frowning as she thought of her fiancé holding Melusine in a princess carry, and said, That woman is human. To elevate her own value, she pretends to be a normal, weak, and submissive human. She appears simple, as if she doesn't care about anything, provoking the pity of all men. She claims she's from Vexays, which is utterly absurd.
He was surprised when he heard her speak. Vexays? That woman is from Vexays? She looked at him with a puzzled expression. She's lying, Your Majesty. You know Vexays has nothing. He chuckled, tilting his head. Why wouldn't Vexays have anything? Then his eyes lit up. There are mermaids. She frowned. Your Majesty. He touched his mouth and mumbled. So that's it. That's why her name is Melusine. She called out, Your Majesty, and then touched his hand again. He looked at her. She said, Calm down, then sat beside him, put some sugar cubes into a cup of coffee, and handed it to him. I'll pretend I didn't hear what you just said, just like before, all right? He took the cup of coffee she offered him and said, Before, there was a fairy tale book that my father often gave me to read. In that fairy tale, there was a mermaid character named Melusine who enchanted humans and stole their souls.
He continued, She only loved one person her entire life, and she will offer that mysterious magic as an offering. He chuckled. One unique person in a lifetime? Is there anything more precious than that? Precious and valuable? Who wouldn't want something that belongs solely to themselves? Don't you agree? He turned to look at her. Just like Marquis Hesno's daughter, after breaking off her engagement with me, chose my uncle. She replied, My engagement to Your Majesty was a childhood matter. I assumed Your Majesty would regard it as a present memory. He responded, Don't overthink it. I'm merely expressing my thoughts. He rested his chin on his hand, looking at her as he continued. Men choose women based on only two criteria. Either they gain beneficial assistance for themselves, or the woman can satisfy the man's desires, just like my previous situation when I was with the Empress, or Marquis Hesno's daughter. It seems you believe you can offer both of these to my uncle. What kind of woman does my uncle truly prefer anyway? She turned away. I'm merely worried about an old friend, she said, then stood up. Even if that woman is truly a mermaid, even if she offers her most precious heart to His Highness, nothing can be changed. Before the completion of the Tatwan Palace, I will marry His Highness.
Simply relying on love or such things cannot change anything.
He looked at her, smiled, and said, It's still too early to draw conclusions. That woman, no, that mermaid is very well cared for and protected by her uncle. She closed her eyes and chuckled. It seems your majesty truly doesn't understand His Royal Highness the Grand Duke at all. His Royal Highness will not love anyone. Outside, dusk was falling. Her hands clasped together, she lay in bed under a blanket, while he was dressed neatly, as if preparing to attend a festival. She had a high fever, lying uncomfortably in bed, her whole body drenched in sweat, her cheeks flushed with illness. He looked at her and then placed his hand on her forehead. She vaguely called his name, Kiran. He sat on the bed, beside her, looking at her with a worried expression. Melusine had a high fever that wouldn't subside. When did it start? Kiran looked at Melusine and asked worriedly, Is it because it's too hot? Or did you eat something spoiled? Or perhaps encounter something strange? Kiran continued to ask, his hand gently touching Melusine's beautiful forehead. Hearing his question, she gently shook her head, feeling his hand still on her forehead. Kiran's hand is so comforting, so comfortable, Melusine thought to herself. Kiran sensed her comfort, and his hand continued to gently stroke her forehead. It was clear that she had experienced something similar before. Kiran softly said, I don't recall this from before. Melusine looked up at him with misty eyes and softly asked, Kiran, I'm so sleepy. Perhaps because the high fever wouldn't subside, Melusine, exhausted, fell into a deep, unconscious sleep. Kiran beside her was utterly panicked. He urgently called her name, but Melusine wouldn't wake up.
At this moment, Count Ian Zatter arrived with the doctor, looking extremely rushed as he shouted loudly at the doctor running behind him, Hurry, follow me quickly. Zatter's hurried manner prompted the doctor to remind him, Wait a moment, you'll fall like that. Count Zatter didn't listen, only hurriedly saying to the doctor behind him, It's an emergency, she's gravely ill, otherwise someone who has never sought a doctor before wouldn't be looking for you so early in the morning. After saying that, he ran even faster, making it a bit difficult for the doctor to keep up. When he arrived, he pushed the door open forcefully and shouted loudly inside, Your Highness, the doctor is here.
Then Zatter suddenly froze. The person he thought was gravely ill was perfectly healthy right in front of him. Kiran was sitting, assessing Melusine's condition, when he heard Zatter shout loudly. He couldn't help but frown and glare at the person opposite him, growling, What's all the noise about? Seeing Kiran still healthy, Zatter couldn't help but ask in bewilderment. Hearing Zatter's question, Kiran frowned and asked back, Are you hoping something happened to me? Hearing this, Zatter quickly explained, No, you told me to call a doctor. Kiran heard him and spoke up, as if explaining, Melusine isn't feeling well. Then he stood up and turned to speak to the doctor. Her high fever won't go down. Could you come over and take a look? The doctor, hearing him, quickly stepped forward and said, Yes. At this moment, Zatter, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. Your Highness is actually worried about someone else's illness. As he spoke, his expression was very animated, even showing curiosity and amusement. Kiran paid no attention to Zatter's eager-to-see-the-show expression, only quietly saying, All right, can we get some seawater, Mal? After asking, Kiran continued, On the way back from the Republic of Banton, if we put her in seawater, she'll recover quickly. But, Your Highness, doesn't she still have the leg shackles on? He asked Kiran cautiously and hesitantly.
After hearing Zatter's question, he said nothing, only sinking into silent thought. The atmosphere was falling into silence when the doctor suddenly spoke up. The treatment is finished. Kiran flinched slightly, but he reacted very quickly, turning back to ask the doctor, How is she doing? Hearing his question, the doctor was not surprised. He smiled and explained to Kiran, Fortunately, there's nothing too unusual. I've prescribed some fever-reducing medicine for her. She just needs to take it on time. Kiran felt much more relieved after hearing the doctor's words. He looked at Melusine and then told the doctor, Tell me the schedule. I will personally give her the medicine. Zatter was utterly flustered upon hearing Kiran's words. His eyes widened and he exclaimed in disbelief, What are you saying? His Majesty's birthday banquet is about to begin. Kiran didn't react much to Zatter's words, only calmly telling him, Tell me, His Majesty, I will not be attending the birthday banquet. This statement shocked Zatter even further. He couldn't help but exclaimed loudly to Kiran, Your Highness. Kiran knew he had shocked Zatter quite a bit, but he still had no intention of changing his mind. I must personally look after her to feel at ease. With that, he raised his hand and gently stroked Melusine's forehead to make her feel a little more comfortable. Her face was still flushed, and beads of sweat trickled down her cheeks, highlighting her beauty against her fair skin.
At this moment, in Melusine's dream, she was standing in the middle of the sea. The sea. This thought flashed through Melusine's mind, making her feel incredibly joyful, her blue eyes sparkling with delight. How could I have returned to this place again? With that, she lifted her skirt and ran along the clear blue water, searching for the person she was thinking of. Kiran, I must go find Kiran. He must be looking for me. Suddenly, Melusine stopped short. She felt as if she had just bumped into something. She instinctively bent down to look. Melusine reached out and picked up the object from under the water, a little surprised. Looking at the object in her hand, Melusine thought to herself, What is this? Melusine couldn't resist opening the beautiful seashell in front of her. Inside the seashell was a small, glowing pearl, an eye-catching sea blue color. A warm sensation spread throughout Melusine's body, and she softly murmured, So warm. You're awake? Kieran asked Melusine. Only then did Melusine realize she was being held in Kieran's arms. She looked up directly at his handsome profile.
Kieran, my seashell, where's my seashell? She looked up and asked Kieran, who couldn't help but look around as if searching for the beautiful seashell from her dream. Your seashell? Kieran heard her question and, a little confused, asked back. No, the pearl seashell. There's a very large pearl inside. Hearing this, Kieran just smiled. He gently raised his hand to caress her smooth face, his voice soft. Yesterday you dropped a lot of pearls. When we return to the room, I'll give them to you. Melusine heard him say this and chuckled softly, explaining to him. No, in my dream I saw the pearl, and it seems I was always holding it. Suddenly, Melusine looked up, her large, round eyes sparkling as they met Kieran's. Melusine hesitated for a moment, then softly said, Kieran, about that, I want to have a child. Kieran heard her words and chuckled softly, his deep, affectionate eyes full of indulgence. Now is not the time to talk about this, Melusine. I won't do anything with someone as ill as you are. You should rest properly today. Melusine looked up at him, her heart trembling slightly. Melusine bent down and pointed to her feet, saying, But this is the sea. Stepping into the sea will be very painful. Right here. Then she was surprised to see that in the water, instead of her fair, soft feet, there was an incredibly beautiful fishtail, sparkling brightly beneath the surface. Seeing her surprise, Kieran spoke up to explain. The ankle bracelet has been removed. Melusine heard this, a little confused, and softly asked again, Removed? You don't need it anymore. Even without the ankle bracelet, it's fine. Under the twilight, the silhouettes of two people embraced, reluctant to part.
After leaving the bathroom, Melusine was brought back to bed. Kieran checked her temperature for a while before withdrawing his hand, feeling a sense of relief. He gently said, It seems the fever is gone. It must be the effect of the seawater. Hearing this, Melusine was also in high spirits, full of vitality, and happily replied, It feels so good. Seeing Melusine so healthy, Kieran felt very pleased. He gently ran his large hand through her soft hair and said, That's wonderful then. Get up. I'll take you somewhere. Melusine's long, soft hair became slightly disheveled from his touch, and she asked, confused, Go where? Where are we going? After Melusine had changed into proper clothes, Kieran and she set off. Upon arrival, Melusine was very surprised. Kieran, where is this place? Seeing a few merchants exchanging goods, she wondered to herself, What are these people doing? She looked around, a thought lingering in her mind. It didn't seem much different from the market she had visited with Anne before, but it was smaller and quieter. Melusine, don't look around. Kieran's gentle, pleasant voice rang out. He reminded her very tenderly, then gently lifted her down from the horse.
Melusine looked at the man's handsome face, her cheeks slightly flushed as she explained, But this is the first time I've been to a place like this. It's very strange. Kieran heard her words and explained to her, This place is the Emperor's Guild Federation. A guild? Melusine asked again, full of curiosity. Kieran heard her question and gently explained, What you're wearing on your hand, the best artisans will gather here. Those within the guild, when they combine their strength, will become more powerful. Threats will arise from various regions or religions, so I propose to the Emperor to establish a craft guild myself. Under the Emperor's rule, one cannot arbitrarily cultivate their own power. Although she didn't quite understand, so this place was created by Kieran?
You've arrived, Your Highness. A man's greeting echoed from afar, making Melusine and Kieran simultaneously look towards the source of the voice. Guildmaster. He cautiously approached Kieran to strike up a conversation. I didn't expect Your Highness to come in person. Please forgive our delayed reception. He was about to say something else, but Kieran cut him off before the words could leave his mouth. No need for apologies. Are the items ready? Hearing his question, he nodded quickly and replied, Yes. Then he happily explained, The items you brought last time were extremely precious, but the type of gemstone you brought this time is incredibly rare. Even I am seeing it for the first time. To ensure no mistakes were made, it truly took a great deal of effort to process it. Wow, it's so beautiful, Melusine exclaimed as she took the bracelet. She excitedly turned to Kieran and said, This was made from my tears, wasn't it? Kieran gently replied, Yes, I didn't want them to simply rot away. The delicate bracelet, combined with her beautiful appearance, created a truly perfect match, making Kieran exclaim, It's truly beautiful. Now those marks can be covered.
Melusine looked at Kieran with a slightly startled expression. At this moment, the guildmaster suddenly spoke up. Your Highness, what should we do with the rest? Should we just attach the gems from last time? At this moment, in front of him, Kieran had his arms wrapped around Melusine's waist, pulling her closer to him. His arm gently tightened around Melusine's slender waist. His striking golden eyes suddenly glanced at the man in front of him. A shiver ran down the man's spine. The guildmaster stammered, I apologize for the intrusion, then quickly ran out. Through the crack in the door, Kieran gently placed a kiss on Melusine's soft lips. No, young lady, His Highness is still asleep. You should return today. Kieran's servant at the mansion hurriedly ran after Hesno, urgently advising her. However, she not only didn't listen, but stubbornly insisted. I can wait until he wakes up, so aren't I going to his bedroom? Or rather, do I need the permission of a servant like you to enter the castle? Hesno turned back, her eyes wide, staring at the servant. Seeing this, the servant quickly lowered her head and softly replied, I wouldn't dare. Seeing the servant's demeanor, Hesno didn't turn back and continued walking. Her mind kept replaying her humiliation at the Emperor's birthday party. It's said that His Royal Highness the Grand Duke couldn't attend this birthday party. No, he didn't want to attend, and that's because of the woman he brought from the Imperial Palace. Oh my, it seems even the Marquise's daughter couldn't capture the heart of His Royal Highness the Grand Duke.
The whispers and gossip around, along with the mocking faces, were like a bucket of cold water splashed on Hesno. She gritted her teeth, veins bulging on her face, and in her mind there was only one thought. How dare they? How dare these wretches? Thinking of this, she flung open Kieran's door. Her voice was almost a shout in the room. I apologize for the intrusion. Your Highness, I know this is improper, but I have an urgent matter to discuss with you. Her demeanor was extremely urgent. A familiar voice spoke up, causing Hesna's violet eyes to widen. She thought to herself, this sound, could it be? A handsome man stepped out. Kieran, with his handsome face, spoke softly. I thought it was a new maid who had gotten lost, so it's the esteemed daughter of Marquis Hesno. His voice carried a hint of mockery, which made Hesna freeze on the spot. Her eyes filled with hurt as she looked at him.
Kieran's mocking voice continued to ring out. What wind brings the young lady here at this hour? Hearing his sarcastic tone, Hesno awkwardly replied, Since your Highness has been so busy lately, I merely wish to see you for a moment. You even missed His Majesty the Emperor's birthday party, didn't you? You should have informed me beforehand, shouldn't you? I've waited for you for a very long time. I was so worried about your Highness's health. Hearing this, Kieran merely replied indifferently, Not ill, just busy. Recently, the construction of Soda's palace has been proceeding urgently. I believe the Marquis is well aware of this. Kieran's voice rang out in a cold warning, causing Hesno's expression to change, her face twisting slightly. Just as the atmosphere was incredibly tense, a clear, bright voice suddenly rang out. Kieran! Kieran! Melusine strode quickly towards him. At this, Hesno froze, her eyes wide, her face showing disbelief. Meanwhile, Melusine paid no attention to Hesno standing there. She only focused on Kieran, wanting to share her newfound joy with him. Under Kieran's gentle, watery gaze towards her, Melusine's clear voice spoke again. Kieran, look at this. At this moment, she glanced over and saw the woman with a beautiful appearance and luxurious blonde hair standing there, then called out her name in doubt. Estelle? Hesno, surprised to be called by name, her bewildered expression not yet fully composed, replied, Young Lady Melusine. Kieran, slightly displeased, turned to Melusine and said in a still very gentle voice, I told you to wait for me. Melusine, very flustered, looked up with her clear eyes and softly said, Sorry. Then she spoke again, explaining, I just wanted to show you this. It's yellow and it sparkles too. Melusine opened her hand, revealing countless pearls of various sizes, looking incredibly beautiful. After saying this, she gently stood on her tiptoes and whispered into Kieran's ear, just like Kieran.
Hesno witnessed the entire intimate scene between the two. Her eyes flashed with panic, as if she couldn't believe the sight before her. Her mind began to recall a few things from the past. She was just a toy, a lowly toy that could be discarded at any moment. Her thoughts began to spiral. No, she wasn't just a toy anymore. Perhaps His Highness truly loved this woman. Oh, how she wished this woman would just die right here. Hesno's face began to contort, and she glared hatefully towards Melusine. Estelle. The sudden call of her name cut off her thoughts, and she flinched. Why did you leave first that day? That day?
Hesno seemed quite taken aback by Melusine's suspicious follow-up question. That day? That person? No, when His Majesty the Emperor called her. Her words seemed to stir forgotten memories, and she quickly spoke up to explain, careful not to reveal anything. I have no idea what you were talking about that day. I haven't seen Lady Melusine in a very long time. Her demeanor clearly showed she was extremely flustered. Lady Hesno, Kieran spoke, his eyes carrying a subtle warning that was hard to discern, but Hesno seemed not to notice, continuing to babble on. Anyway, I'm very glad to see you're still well, Your Highness. If Stordo's palace is being rushed for construction, does that mean our wedding will also be held sooner than planned, right? I just wanted to come and see the Count's palace early. I want to get acquainted with the staff here and prepare my future bedroom. And also, Hesno was about to say more, but Kieran cut her off. You can do whatever you want. He pulled Melusine behind his back, signaling her to return to her room. Lady Hesno, never deceive me behind my back. Having said that, he quickly walked past her. His face, filled with disgust just moments before, made her freeze for a moment, and then her expression clearly showed thinly veiled hurt. Only Hesno was left standing alone and forlorn in the room.
A peaceful evening, Melusine lay on her bed, her slender, pale fingers gently caressing the exquisite necklace Kieran had personally given her as she was lost in thought. Kieran had suddenly gone out and still hadn't returned. Was he late again because of work, or was it because of the wedding? After all, he would marry Estelle sooner or later. It's fine. Nothing has changed.
I just need to bear Kieran's child. Once I have the baby, I will have to give up Serenade. Melusine unconsciously recalled the advice from her old friends. She knew it was their law. No matter how much she hated it, she couldn't change this fate. I know, she murmured to herself, but it will be all right. It will be all right, at least for now. Melusine gently wrapped her arms around her belly. At the Imperial Palace, the aroma of tea filled the room. Melusine and Kieran sat properly on the sofa. Melusine was visibly tense, her fingers constantly clasped tightly together, which made Kieran unable to resist gently taking her hand to comfort her. It will be all right.
Today I will be by your side. No sooner had he finished speaking than the door was forcefully pushed open. Edward pushed the door open, smiling brightly as he entered, and called out, "Uncle, you've come to the palace so early. You must be tired." At the sight of him, Kieran and Melusine's faces couldn't help but darken slightly. He went on rambling. "I heard you're all returning to the Duke's castle, aren't you? Whether in the past or now, Uncle, you're always like a gust of wind. You just arrived a short while ago, and now you're already leaving." His tone was full of reproach. "But at least say goodbye before you go, wouldn't you agree, Uncle?" Kieran merely replied indifferently, "Thank you." Next, he raised the teapot, admiring it with delight. "Your gift, Uncle, I've received it. It truly is a teapot that gets more beautiful the more you look at it. I really like things like this. Beautiful, delicate." His eyes flashed with a hint of mockery as he glanced at Melusine's tense face. Just a slight touch and it might break. His gaze then settled on Kieran's cold face as he continued softly. "Uncle, you know this well, don't you?" Next, he feigned disappointment again. "This gift isn't bad, but actually I want one more thing. Would you mind, Uncle?" Although it was a question, Edward's tone allowed no refusal. Kieran closed his eyes in annoyance and said, "Give your command." Hearing this, Edward burst into laughter, clapping his hands with great enthusiasm. "Indeed, you truly are my loyal uncle. How touching, truly touching."
Then his eyes gleamed with madness. "So can you catch mermaids?" Hearing this, Melusine panicked, her whole body trembling. Kieran calmly looked back at Edward and said, "I don't understand what you're talking about." Hearing this, Edward merely smiled and said mockingly, "How uninteresting, still pretending not to know. The late Emperor was very knowledgeable about mermaid legends. It's been a long time since I thought about memories with my father. Suddenly, I really want to see a mermaid. Shatan is quite close to Belsize, isn't it?" The more Edward smiled, the more panicked and fearful Melusine's expression became. He suggested, "Going out to sea should allow us to catch mermaids." Under her panicked gaze, Edward suddenly called out, "Melusine." He looked at her with a mocking expression and asked, "Do you know anything about mermaids?" Kieran put his hand out, blocking Melusine. "Your Majesty, legends are merely legends. They are fairy tales for children. I didn't think you still believed them even now." Edward was slightly stunned. "Childish."
Kieran spoke directly to the point, stating arrogantly, "You should also break free from the shadow of the late Emperor, shouldn't you?" He suddenly became tense, spilling tea everywhere from his cup. Edward couldn't control his anger. "You said shadow?" He fell into a state of helplessness. "You said I live under my father's shadow. How could you?" In Edward's memory, his father had always scolded him for various things in front of Kieran. Edward's face revealed anger. "What gives you the right to say such things to me?" He was not flustered at all. "Your Majesty, you should now also overcome your insecurity towards me, so numb your limits. The next time you're disrespectful, I won't just sit idly by." The palace doors closed. She knew he had pulled Kieran outside. Melusine kept calling his name, "Kieran," but it seemed Kieran was not pleased. "Let her see my bad side." He spun around and questioned, "Are you scared?" Melusine quickly denied. "No, what's more important is..." What she was truly worried about was very simple. Are we really leaving the Emperor alone? Kieran himself wasn't surprised at all. Ever since the Emperor decided to steal my things, I had guessed that one day it would come to this.
He had given Melusine instructions, so she didn't need to mind. She didn't know how to explain it, but Melusine anticipated the situation. "I feel like he likes you. He just wants to be favored." Kieran had to admit that her way of thinking was so simple, very much like his own style. He gently stroked her head. "But if I also thought like you, what could change? Although saying these things now is already useless." Edward sat dazed in the room, unable to utter a word. The next morning, Melusine sat on the bed, wondering, "What? Where is Kieran gone?" Anne replied as she drew the curtains. "He went to the palace. The Emperor summoned him. His Majesty feels bad for not having had a chance to say a proper goodbye before, and His Majesty said he would prepare a farewell party." Melusine raised a hand to shield her eyes from the glare. She asked, "The Emperor and Kieran once had a loud argument, but now they're saying goodbye again?" Anne, startled, advised her, "Miss Mermaid, if you speak like that, you'll get into big trouble. They are family. Families tend to quarrel easily, but reconcile quickly." She recalled Kieran's words, "If only I could think as simply as you, then everything might be different. Now it's all just useless words."
Melusine frowned worriedly. This matter seemed far from simple.
Thinking so, Melusine called out loudly, "Anne, I—" But before she could finish her sentence, Anne interrupted. "No." Melusine asked, puzzled. "Why? Why do you speak without listening to me?" Anne replied, "I'm sure you want to go see His Highness the Grand Duke, and that's exactly what you will ask for. I know very well how much the mermaid princess loves him, but there are things that can be done and things that cannot." Hearing Anne's words, Melusine could only purse her lips and puff out her cheeks, unable to retort. Anne explained, "Furthermore, it's very dangerous to go out at this time." Taking advantage of Anne's inattention, Melusine quickly jumped off the bed. Seeing this, Anne cried out, "Oh, mermaid princess!" Melusine aimed for the door in front of her and ran quickly towards it, but as soon as she reached it, she crashed into someone's firm chest. She slowly opened her eyes to look, then gasped in surprise. "Ian!" He calmly said, "I knew this would happen." Melusine clenched her fists and angrily shouted, "Let me go!" Ian relayed the message. "His Highness has ordered that you are never to be brought into the palace. Instead, he asked me to prepare a meal for the princess when she wakes up." He pushed a plate of fish in front of her and continued, "This food is for a farewell feast, specially sent here, the Bon Siong fish." Melusine recalled Effort's words. "What do you think, princess? My uncle will like this, won't he?" Thinking of this, she gasped, "Bon Siong." Seeing this, Anne was astonished. "Oh, how wonderful, mermaid princess! You must hurry." But before she could finish her sentence, Melusine frowned and said loudly, "This is Bon Siong, Ian. This is a poisonous fish." Her words startled him.
Melusine explained anxiously, "If the Emperor feeds this to Chiron, it's over. I said no, absolutely not, so hurry up." But Ian was unusually calm. "He'll be fine." She didn't understand why he answered like that. What? Only now did Ian explain the reason. His Highness said nothing would happen. Poisoned food? He's eaten it more than once or twice. Melusine truly couldn't imagine such a thing. Eating it regularly. He could only reassure her, "It's all right, don't worry."
For now, Ian can't do anything more, he said. "You should go back to your bedroom and wait. If there's any news, I'll let you know immediately." But Melusine couldn't wait any longer. "So you're just going to sit there and do nothing?" She screamed when she learned he was being treated unfairly, forced to eat poisoned food. He quickly reminded Melusine to be careful with every action. "This is the Imperial Palace. Thoughtless actions will be more dangerous. By staying here obediently, we are helping him." She pitied Chiron's fate. Doesn't he know even now? I hope Chiron isn't sad, isn't upset. I don't understand. I just don't want to see him suffer. I don't want him to be alone. Anne was startled when he saw Melusine run outside. "Hey, Lady Mermaid!" She placed her hands on the wooden surface as if to brace herself. Melusine wanted to threaten Ian into doing her bidding. "Even so, you still won't take me to see Chiron?" Anne couldn't help but worry. "Hey, Lady Mermaid, what are you doing?" Ian spoke the truth. "I cannot go against His Highness's orders." Melusine was determined to go outside. "Then I'm out of options," Anne said. Witnessing her fall from the window, Anne froze. "No, Lady Mermaid!" He screamed to stop her. "No, no, no!" Tears streamed down Anne's cheeks. Fortunately, Melusine fell onto Chiron.
Her face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Damn it. He was annoyed to see Melusine jump out of the window. Really, what on earth was she doing? A call echoed throughout the castle. "Melusine!" It turned out Chiron had always been worried about Melusine. "Do you know what you're doing? What if you get hurt or die?" She smiled brightly. "Very, very good, Chiron. You're okay. I was really, really afraid you would get hurt." He thought Melusine was overthinking things, talking nonsense again. She noticed something unusual. "Chiron, your hand. You've been poisoned. I know what he fed you. Monocostus poison. Poisonous fish. I wanted to tell you." Melusine kept blaming herself. "But I was still one step too late. I'm sorry." Chiron now understood her intentions. She wanted to tell him. He found it hard to believe. "Is that why you jumped out of the window? Just because you were afraid I'd eat poisoned food, you jumped from that height? Tell me, Melusine." Melusine didn't want to witness similar pain. "Yes, my sisters who ate Monocostus all fell ill and died. I'm afraid you'll end up like them. I'm very worried about you." Chiron felt guilty about her feelings. "You don't need to worry about that. I've told you before, I'm always like this. I've warned you early on, so you don't need to step in for me. How many more times do I have to say this?" But Melusine was restless. But her eyes were filled with love for Chiron alone. "Even if you're always like this, it doesn't mean you won't feel pain, and the poison will always remain in your body. I don't want to see you like this, Chiron. Don't die. Please live. I'm willing to do anything." He froze on the spot. What did she just say? Chiron just wanted to confirm. "Do you understand the ancient saying? The sun setting into the sea signaled that another long day at the castle was about to end." Melusine slowly opened her eyes. Chiron let her lean against him. Was she awake yet? He had brought Melusine somewhere else. She was extremely surprised. "Chiron, this is—" Chiron indulged her wish for the sea. There was no need to stay in the palace, so they immediately set off. He easily noticed she was staring blankly. Chiron must have been surprised too. She hadn't woken up once in between and had slept soundly, only waking up upon reaching the seashore. Did she like the sea that much? Melusine was incredibly happy because I really wanted to go. Melusine replied, but I thought I couldn't go. Kieran had backed her up, but now it didn't matter because she was going with me. Melusine moved closer to the sea. He sat on the shore, watching her back. Melusine's smile showed her joy. She looked up at the sky. Kieran, however, didn't take his eyes off Melusine. She suddenly called his name. Kieran. Kieran was a little startled. What is it? Melusine carefully asked. That, can I go into the sea? It was the first time he heard her say that. Whatever, he said. Since when do you ask for my opinion? Melusine didn't want Kieran to worry, but it was just to be safe. He allowed her to do what she liked. Just go directly, he said. Kieran walked over to Melusine. Are you afraid of the sea after such a short time? She quickly denied it. No. Unexpectedly, he offered. Then I'll go with you, okay? Which completely shocked Melusine. Huh? Kieran had an idea. To go into the sea with her. She was even more flustered than him. How? How together?
Kieran's face held a hint of mischief, as if this was his plan. Melusine wasn't ready yet. Kieran, wait a moment. But he didn't care much, holding her tight. He carried Melusine down to the sea as night fell. Her fishtail emerged upon contact with the seawater. Kieran gently kissed Melusine's cheek. Melusine, absolutely don't do that again next time. I'm not so weak as to need your help. He waited calmly. Answer me. She pouted. I don't want to. Melusine had made up her mind to protect Kieran. If anything happens to you, I absolutely wouldn't let it slide. No matter how many times, I would still do the same. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Kieran wasn't angry, but only playfully scolded Melusine. Lately, I've spoiled you too much. She's a woman of her word. From now on, if anything happens to you, no matter what, I will go find you and help you. I want to do that. He was very happy to know Melusine cared about him. How understanding of her. But you don't need to do that anymore. She couldn't help but wonder. Huh? Kieran assured her, I won't leave you alone again. I've decided.
Small snowflakes fell from the moonlit and starry sky, dusting Melusine's hair. She asked, What is this? Something seems to be falling from the sky. Kieran also just realized, It's snowing. Melusine had never known about it. Snow. What is snow? Kieran explained briefly so she could easily understand. It's water from the sky that freezes and turns into flakes that fall down. Melusine was delighted by the tiny snowflakes. So there's water in the sky too. She reached out her hand, wanting to catch them. It's so beautiful. A hint of sadness appeared on his face. Kieran wrapped his arms around Melusine's waist. She was surprised by his action. Kieran said, I make a promise. From now on, no matter what happens, you will always be the one who comes to me. Kieran seemed to be pleading, so don't go. From now on, your home is no longer the sea. Don't ever forget who is holding you, Melusine. Sitting on the shore, engrossed in a book, more and more bubbles rose from under the water. It turned out to be Melusine surfacing to breathe. She repeatedly called his name. Kieran, Kieran. Melusine wanted Kieran to join her in the water. It's really pleasant here. Do you want to come in? Kieran shook his head, indicating disagreement. No need.
Even though Melusine had extended an invitation, it was truly very cool. Kieran had been busy all day, and Anne said he'd get sick if he kept it up. So Kieran, hurry and go in. You have to enter the sea to recover your energy, right? He resolutely refused. Sorry, I'm not a merman. Kieran placed his foot on the rock, but bringing the seawater up here was also very worthwhile. He hadn't expected to see her like this in the castle. Melusine, in her mermaid form, was happy. You brought the whole ocean here. I'm so happy, she exclaimed. But that's enough playing for today. You didn't even play with me at all. She saw the cotton towel. Kieran kindly helped Melusine. Come here, I'll wipe it for you. It won't do if it's not clean, he said. She was embarrassed and didn't know what to say. He truly helped Melusine dry her feet. She felt ticklish when Kieran touched her, and Melusine quickly stopped him. Kieran, that spot, it's strange, don't wipe there. It seemed he understood her meaning, but Kieran's gaze still didn't leave Melusine. Feeling strange, are we? All right then, he teased. She threw herself into Kieran's arms, pouting. No, keep going, keep going. He carried Melusine across the white snow to return to the palace.
A murmur filled the lavishly decorated room. Melusine was trembling in Kieran's arms. The air around them grew increasingly hot. She reached out and touched his face. Kieran? She asked. Do you like me? Kieran, do you like me? Kieran softly asked. I've never said it, but is acceptable enough? Melusine was a little unhappy, repeating, acceptable. She expressed her feelings. Acceptable and like are not the same, are they? She asked again. Kieran, don't you like me? In his heart, he had long held the answer, like. But Kieran couldn't say it. Is it merely like? He thought. Every hour, every moment, I fear you'll disappear. I can't even bear it. It's not funny at all. He held Melusine tightly. How could it be? She didn't blame Kieran at all. I understand, she said. If Kieran doesn't like me and is just toying with me, then do as you wish. If you're happy, I'm happy too. The Count arrived to announce important news. The Marquis requested a date for the wedding ceremony.
Kiora knew better than anyone. He had only been back at the palace for a month. Ian also raised questions, initially saying it would be postponed. But now it seemed the wedding must proceed no matter what.
Kioran wasn't surprised at all. He wanted to seize both the wedding and the throne in one go. He had investigated and found out that yes, it was rumored that Lady Heisner herself had urged her father to do so. Kioran saw Melusine running and playing in the courtyard below, happily catching the pristine white snowflakes. Ian carefully sought his opinion. This time, when visiting the Marquis's estate, Lady Heisner would also accompany them. She said she wanted to decorate the Grand Duke's residence. Kioran had already made his calculations. Yes, I've agreed with her. You're also out of options, because currently, besides doing this, I have no other way. Ian hesitated to suggest, I know saying this might be a bit presumptuous, but shouldn't Lady Mermaid's party be moved to a room closer to your highness? Even if it's just temporary, why keep her in a hotel? Ian couldn't help but voice his concern. If she encounters Lady Heisner, it will be difficult for both sides to handle. Kioran boldly asserted, Heisner won't care. Ian found it hard to be reassured and retorted, but Kioran quickly reassured him, I understand what you're worried about. I know exactly what I need to do. They'll arrive the day after tomorrow, won't they? Ian had nothing to hide. Yes. Kioran decisively ordered, give Esther to Grand Duchess's room. It's far from Heisner's room, so the two won't meet. We must take her while she still has value. Otherwise, what will we do? Ian was silent for a long moment before he finally obeyed Kioran's command. Yes, your highness. Sunlight streamed into the palace through the window. Melusine sat chatting with her. And what is this? Anne specifically brought it to her. Those are kumquats, Lady Mermaid. She cared deeply for Melusine. This kumquat is incredibly delicious. Since you don't like other dishes, I thought perhaps you might like fruit. Just hearing about it made my mouth water. The kumquat, and Anne meticulously instructed her on how to eat it properly. Wait, just a moment. The hard part is the skin. You have to peel it off before eating. Melusine tasted it with delight. Thank you, Anne. She awaited Melusine's evaluation. How is it? She praised the taste of the kumquat profusely. It's delicious. Melusine was as happy as a child. This is incredibly delicious. Anne learned more about her preferences. As long as you like it, so you can eat fruit then. She couldn't help but wonder. Don't you find it sour? Melusine was immersed in a feeling of happiness. I love it. It's very delicious. Anne found it unusual, but didn't pay much attention. Is that so? Then eat plenty. But does Lady Mermaid really like sour food that much? Snow had blanketed the pine needles in the garden. Noble shoes trod through the palace. Someone was making a ruckus again. Heavens, who is arguing so loudly right in the middle of the path? It's utterly disgraceful. Estelle put on a refined air towards her. Even her eating manners are just like an animal's. Melusine tried to control her anger.
Estelle scoffed. Look at the way you eat. You look no different from an animal. She suddenly approached Melusine. Estelle, with another demand, asked, Where is what I told you to bring? The servant quickly brought it out, saying, Here it is. She subtly dismissed the maidservants. You may withdraw. I have something to discuss privately with Lady Melusine. Estelle, not wanting Anne to interfere, added, And you as well. Anne gently explained, Yes, but I am under orders to always attend to the lady.
Melusine didn't want to make Anne uncomfortable, so she said, Anne, don't worry, I'll be fine. I'm going to talk to Lady Estelle for a bit, and then I'll be back. Anne wanted to stop her but couldn't in time, but she remained silent. The two sat in the palace by the lake. Melusine got straight to the point. So, what do you want to talk to me about? Estelle held the box tightly in her hand. It's nothing too important, just something I want to give you. Curious about the item inside, Melusine asked, What is this? Estelle spoke cryptically. You'll definitely need it. Melusine didn't understand what was happening. I need it? Estelle urged, Just take a look. If you're curious, open it and see. Estelle stared intently at Melusine. Melusine couldn't hide her surprise. Knowing nothing about it, Melusine asked, The color is so strange. What is it? Estelle revealed bluntly, It's contraceptive tea. Melusine stiffened. Contraceptive? Estelle was extremely pleased. If you drink this, you won't be able to have children. The Grand Duke and I are about to hold our wedding. It might be this year or at the latest before next spring. Estelle stated her point clearly. If an unwanted child were to appear during that time, it would be quite troublesome, one admit. It took Melusine a long time to utter a word. You? Nothing escapes your notice, do you? Hate me? Estelle was stunned by the question. What? Melusine exposed her true colors. You don't want me to have children with Kieran. Estelle forced a fake smile. She also had to grimace. Yes, the thought of the man I'm about to marry having a child with a savage like you, with a woman no different from an animal like you, just thinking about it makes me sick.
It seems Estelle is threatening Melusine, telling her that if she gives birth to an illegitimate child of noble blood, she will only encounter trouble. Listen to my advice and drink it. She tried to convince Melusine, saying, I only want what's best for you, but I can't force you. But she was lying. How could Melusine not see that while she claimed to want what was best for her, Melusine knew she had no such intention? Every time they met, she would utter such venomous words. Perhaps it was because I loved Kieran. At first, I tried to tell myself that everything was fine, but every time I saw her, my heart ached. Melusine absolutely refused to give up her feelings for Kieran,
And now I want Kieran to only have eyes for me. Thank you, Lady Estelle, but I don't need it. Hesno couldn't believe his ears. Are you serious, Your Grace? Kieran, of course, wasn't joking. Hesno continued. You will proceed with the plan within a month? Isn't that what I, the Marquis, desire? He was still stunned. Indeed, if that's the case. Hesno wanted to insert himself into the plan again. While Your Grace attacks the new palace, I will take care of the area around the capital. But Kieran didn't let him achieve his goal. No need. Kieran already has arrangements. I will send Count Luzeron to handle it, and you will accompany me to deal with the Emperor. Hesno had no choice but to comply with his wishes. If Your Grace desires it, then I shall follow your lead. He was a bit confused. Oh, and the wedding. Kieran finalized the time. Next spring. We will hold it next spring. Hesno was overjoyed. Excellent. Then I'll go inform Estelle of the wedding date. He then pushed his luck. Actually, I think it would be more delightful if Your Grace went to tell her yourself. Kieran didn't care much. You can take care of that yourself. Hesno didn't know what expression to make. He hastily departed. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Kieran paid no attention to Hesno. Hesno was furious but could do nothing, only follow Kieran's will. For now, I can only humble myself before him. There's only 1 month left. Once I have successfully won him over, my daughter becoming empress will only be a matter of time.
Kieran sat alone in the room. He held the gem, examining it. The day to execute the plan was 1 month away. This would be his chance to deliver a fatal blow to Punhak. In the evening, Melusine sat with her knees drawn up in the dark room. She looked towards the bottle of water and mumbled, "Contraceptive tea." She recalled the morning's conversation. I don't need it. She had already refused, but the woman kept forcing her to take it. She thought, I don't need it for intimacy. I just need to be with Kieran, to sing lullabies for him, to swim with him in a small beach. Just that would be enough to make my heart flutter indescribably. Kieran suddenly entered the room and called, Melusine. Melusine was delighted to see him. Kieran, holding a tangerine in his hand, said, "So you've started eating other things besides fish now." She enthusiastically introduced it, even though it was her first time tasting it. "It's really delicious. Let me peel it for you. It's sour at first, but then it gets very sweet." Kieran beamed when he was with Melusine. He gently took her wrist and said, "Is that so?" The tangerine consequently fell onto the bed. The two exchanged a sweet kiss. Melusine was so shy that both her cheeks flushed red. Kieran, without even tasting it, affirmed, "Just as you said."
His voice was like fermented sugarcane juice, tart at first, then truly sweet. Kieran kissed her passionately. Melusine's breath quickened. Kieran. She was still quite conflicted in her mind. Every time Kieran embraced her, she hesitated. To return to Vauxhall's, she had to give birth soon. Melusine reached out, wanting to touch his face. Kieran, my serenade. I don't want to leave you, so if possible, I don't want to have a child just yet. Kieran, I want to do it. Kieran was startled. Why? His eyes showed disbelief. Kieran held the tea jar in his hand. What is this? He couldn't help but ask. Melusine, do you know what this is? She didn't know what to say. Melusine finally managed to speak. I know, it's contraceptive tea. Kieran was furious. Do you know what this is for? She hadn't finished her sentence. He pressed on. Then why do you have it? Making Melusine falter. Kieran himself also had doubts. Didn't she want to have children? Since when had she started hiding things from him? His brother's voice echoed in his head. Kieran, don't tell me you actually think you'll have a family. You'll never find happiness. Remember that in the end, no one will want to be with you. Kieran was pulled back to reality by Melusine's call. Kieran, Lady Estelle gave that to me, but I haven't touched it. He remained silent. Kieran took a deep breath. Melusine, don't trust her. Melusine countered. So can I trust you? Kieran had deep feelings for her. He didn't want to think about anything else anymore. Right now, he only wished everything would stay like this forever. Anne, sitting on the shore, softly called out, Lady Mermaid.
You really should eat something. Yesterday you only ate oranges. Melusine shook her head and replied, But I'm not hungry, and I feel nauseous. Anne pondered for a moment. She suddenly said, My Lady Mermaid. Melusine hummed. Anne's voice was a little hesitant. Could it be that you are pregnant? Lately you haven't been able to eat, throwing up everything you consume. My mother was exactly the same when she was pregnant with my youngest sibling. As she said this, Anne suddenly stopped. As if realizing she had spoken out of turn, she quickly exclaimed, Heavens, what nonsense am I spouting? Please don't mind me. Melusine sighed and said, Anne, I need to be alone. After Anne left, she sat huddled in a corner of the lake. Then she gently rubbed her belly and thought, if what Anne said is true, a joyful melody suddenly resonated in Melusine's heart, and her heart pounded repeatedly. She was astonished. Isn't this the sign my sisters talked about, the sign of pregnancy? The girl's face flushed, unable to hide her emotion. I'm really having a baby. Just then footsteps and a familiar voice sounded from behind her. Melusine? Kieran sat down beside her and tucked a flower into her hair.
Upon seeing him arrive, Melusine softly uttered Kieran's name. She asked, What is this?
He replied, hibiscus. I heard it's considered the flower of mermaids. Melusine touched her hair and softly repeated, hibiscus. Chiron looked at her with tender eyes, pondered for a moment, then smiled. Melusine's expression was truly innocent and pure. He ruffled her hair. Melusine eagerly said, Chiron, just now, but before she could finish her sentence, he interrupted her. Melusine, I heard you haven't been eating properly lately. Her gaze was somewhat evasive. After a moment of embarrassment, she quickly laid up an excuse. My stomach feels a bit uncomfortable. Chiron instructed, tell me if there's anything you want to eat. Melusine was silent for a moment, then thought, would Chiron be happy if he knew I was pregnant? She intended to tell him, Chiron, but then she hesitated. Melusine remembered the words of Lady Marquise Hesno, the Grand Duke and I are about to hold our wedding. But if an unwanted child were to appear during that time, it would be very troublesome, wouldn't it?
Estelle's words rendered her speechless. She thought to herself, once she became pregnant, she would have to return to the sea, whether Kian wanted it or not. Seeing Melusine's hesitant expression, Kian asked, what's wrong? She lowered her head and replied, it's nothing. She told herself, in that case, it was best Kian didn't know about this. Scene change. In Melusine's private room, Anne was brushing her hair and said, Lady Mermaid, about what I told you yesterday concerning my sibling. Seeing Melusine sitting silently, Anne called out in slight surprise, Lady Mermaid. She startled and turned back. Oh, I'm sorry. What about your sibling, Anne? Anne sighed and said, never mind. Let's talk about something else. There's nothing interesting to tell about my family. Melusine happily replied, no, please tell me. I really like hearing about your family. Melusine suddenly took Anne's hand and said, Jen and Lynn, I want to meet everyone, but seeing her so emotional, Anne immediately said, Lady Mermaid, what's wrong? Melusine hesitated for a moment and replied, Anne, do you remember the word you taught me, that beautiful word like family? Anne guessed, is it friends, right? Melusine nodded. Yes, that's it, friends. She looked at Anne with sincere eyes, smiling kindly, and said, Anne is my friend, the most precious friend I have here. Hearing her words, Anne was moved to tears. Anne squeezed Melusine's hand and replied, Lady Mermaid, I will always stand by you. Although I cannot do anything grand, I will always be by your side. Lady Estelle will be moving in here soon, but you must never bow your head to her. Anne emphasized, remember that. Melusine confidently replied, all right, I understand. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly slipped from her chair and fell to the floor. Anne frantically helped Melusine up, crying out, Lady Mermaid, Lady Mermaid.
The firewood in the fireplace was crackling. Melusine lay on Chiron's lap, and he sat beside her, gently stroking her soft hair. Melusine suddenly opened her eyes, and seeing him, she called out Chiron's name. He gently asked, Mio, how are you feeling? She smiled and replied, I'm feeling better now. Melusine's eyes crinkled with a smile. I'm so happy to see you. Chiron suddenly leaned down to look at her, then gently said, Melusine, I'm going to be very busy soon. She looked up and asked, then when will you be back?
He gently stroked her hair and replied, probably next year, when everything is done. He mumbled something but then quickly pressed his lips together. Melusine asked in surprise, what's wrong? Chiron immediately replied, nothing. He gripped her arm tightly, pulled her into his embrace, and then reassured her, it's nothing. He hugged her and said, you're getting thinner and thinner. He instructed, while I'm away, remember to eat well. I've already told them to plant more oranges in the garden. Then Chiron kissed her cheek and asked, remember? She replied softly, I'll try. Melusine thought to herself, perhaps the time is almost here. When Chiron leaves the mansion, that will be my only chance to return to the sea. Scene change. In a room beneath the secret chamber, a young man was being brutally tortured. Just a moment later, he collapsed, groaning. The door suddenly opened, and Chiron walked in. As soon as he saw him, he cried out, Ah, you are Grand Duke von Ponhog. He struggled and pleaded, please sir, have mercy, please spare my life. I will reveal everything about my identity and the mission I was assigned. Chiron asked sternly, you are a distant relative of Marquis Hesno and a bastard child of the family. You've served under me for 3 years, and for that entire time you've been a spy for the Marquis. Hearing his words, he was stunned and said, how did you? He interrupted him. Did you think I kept you by my side because I knew nothing? He yelled, then why haven't you acted against me until now? Chiron replied, I had to wait until I needed to use you. With that, he gestured with his chin, signaling his subordinate, release him. The soldier immediately untied him. The spy flinched, unable to believe his eyes. He looked at him with pleading eyes. Please spare my life. I'll do whatever you want. Chiron then asked, have you reported what you heard during the strategy meeting yet? The spy started and replied, not yet. Chiron signaled Ian, who immediately took out a scroll and said, here you go, Grand Duke. He handed the document to the spy and ordered, report the information in this to Marquis Hesno, and if you dare disobey me. Before he could finish his sentence, he immediately replied, don't worry, sir, I will definitely complete the mission. Once done, Chiron and Ian quickly left, the large door securely closed. Ian said, that man will surely die right after reporting to the Marquis.
Kieran agreed. Indeed, because he will soon realize that the plan brought back by the spy is completely useless, and he will certainly realize that what he holds is a warning from me. He added, now that he's been exposed, he won't dare to make a move by the day the plan is executed, so things will be a bit quiet for a while. Suddenly, Kieran turned and called out, Ian. The young man immediately replied, Yes, Your Grace. Kieran instructed, To the southeast, there is an island that belongs to me. Once everything is settled, I will build a vacation estate there. The young man asked, You intend to build a vacation estate? Kieran gave a short affirmative. In his mind, he thought of Melusine. If her falling into a state of languor was due to missing the sea too much, then she should stay on that island for a few months. Kieran still remembered Melusine's happy expression when she saw the sea. That would probably help lift her spirits somewhat. Meanwhile, Melusine, at the estate, was also standing by the window, her melancholy gaze fixed on her reflection in the mirror.
The wedding dress designer brought the gown and presented his ideas to Estelle. I think we could embroider more glitter onto the dress, which already has gold thread embroidery, and adorn it with gemstones along the neckline and throughout the entire gown. He politely asked, Lady, would that be acceptable? She was pleased. I love it. Please embroider it in purple to match my eyes. The designer exclaimed, What a splendid choice, lady. However, there isn't much time left, but since the wedding will be held next spring, I will do my utmost. Estelle smiled and said, I'll leave it to you. At this moment, she suddenly glanced at Kieran. Seeing him sitting silently as if it were none of his business, Estelle called out, Grand Duke? She walked towards him and said in a sweet voice, I heard they just dug a new pond in the backyard garden. Could you take me to see it if you're free today? Kieran immediately interrupted, Lady Estelle von Hesno, I don't care how much money you spend on the wedding, or if you even plate your dress with gold, but don't even think about taking up my time. Hearing these words, Estelle felt as if she had been doused with a bucket of cold water.
She ordered the designer, You may withdraw. Estelle's hands trembled as she clutched the hem of her dress. Gathering all her courage, she said, Your Highness, do you still intend to keep that girl by your side? She told me she came from Boxios. Kieran retorted with a curt single word. So? Estelle replied, Legends are just legends. She's still a person of unknown origin, and I'm only afraid she might harm you. Hearing this, Kieran looked up at her and asked sternly, Was it you who told His Majesty about Boxios, Miss Hesno? He stood up abruptly, closing in on her, and said coldly, If you truly wish to become my Grand Duke's chosen one, then instead of trying to win my favor, it would be better if you didn't displease me. Remember that. This made Estelle so frightened that she plopped down onto the chair. With that, he turned and left, leaving Estelle alone. She gritted her teeth, her face filled with fury. Melusine. Estelle stood before her large portrait hanging in the great hall, pondering to herself, As the daughter of Marquis Hesno, I have never felt this humiliated. Whatever feelings the Grand Duke may have for that woman, it's no longer worth my concern. It no longer matters. After the wedding is over, she will simply be cast aside.
That's right. As long as the wedding goes smoothly, I will... Just then a knock echoed at the door. Knock, knock. The maid stepped out to open the door. Estelle snapped. What is it? She replied. Madam, someone wishes to see you. Estelle turned around. Upon seeing Melusine, she exclaimed in surprise. Lady Melusine, you're just in time. I was just thinking of you. What brings you here to see me? She replied hesitantly. I have a favor to ask of you. Estelle sneered. Me? I truly can't stand you. Estelle walked towards Melusine as she spoke. Do you know the biggest difference between a noble person like me and a lowly wretch like you? It's the power to own and take whatever I want. If you still want to remain the Grand Duke's mistress, I will make your life miserable at any cost. Hearing this, Melusine bowed her head and replied, So you won't have to do that. For your sake, Lady Estelle, I wish to leave this place. Estelle exclaimed in astonishment. What? Melusine looked her in the eyes and said, So please help me leave this mansion and stay away from Kieran.
Outside, the snow continued to fall ceaselessly. Melusine stood in the room, looking out the window, humming cheerful tunes. She gently rubbed her belly, thinking to herself, It seems my little mermaid is growing up healthy, isn't she? Every time I sing the lullaby of the sea, I can feel her heart beating strongly. Lost in thought about when her baby would be born, Melusine didn't notice the soft footsteps approaching her. Kieran embraced her from behind, sweetly calling, Mel. She looked at him in surprise and exclaimed, Kieran. He asked why she wasn't asleep yet, and Melusine replied, I can't sleep. She suddenly said, Kieran, are you leaving soon? He replied, Yes, I'll be departing tomorrow at noon. His hand gently rested on her shoulder. Melusine thought to herself, Just one more night. This will be the last night I get to be with this man. No one understands Kieran like I do. She raised her hand to caress his face. Kieran's gaze might be as cold as ice to others, but whenever he looked at her, his eyes would burn brightly. Only I know that when we are close,
both our breaths become scorching hot, as if wanting to consume us. I don't want anyone else to know this.
Melusine pressed her face close to him, whispering, Chiron, hold me. I want you. She told herself, just this once, I want to engrave Chiron's image deep within my body. He looked at her and said softly, You're so weak like this. I'm not in the mood. Melusine pleaded, But I want to, please. Chiron was a little surprised. Cat? Melusine kissed his cheek, her voice coaxing, Chiron, please. He still firmly said no. She continued to rub against him like a small cat. Please, Chiron. He looked at Melusine for a moment, then hugged her tightly, responding with a sweet kiss. After kissing for a while, he gently guided her towards the large bed. They both fell onto the bed. Melusine completely succumbed to his strength. She thought to herself, if Chiron hadn't broken the glass tank and taken me out then, I wonder what would have become of me now. Perhaps I would never have met Serenade Hit, nor would I ever have had the chance to carry this child in my womb. But for some reason, I have a feeling that even if we hadn't met that day, I would still end up being with Chiron later on. He softly called her name. Melusine. Her innocent face softly replied, Chiron. She hugged his shoulders tightly, thinking to herself, You were the first person who taught me that calling someone's name and having them call yours back is such a happy thing. Melusine suddenly looked straight into his eyes and said, Chiron, I love you. He paused for a moment, hugged her tightly, and said, I know. She smiled contentedly, softly uttering, Suddenly, tears welled up in Melusine's eyes. It should have been enough just to be loved by Chiron, but perhaps I have lived in the human world for too long. I want to be loved, even if just a little. I want him to reciprocate my feelings, so that even if everything turns into seafoam in the end, I still hope Chiron will remember this night forever, until I erase this memory.
The next day, a heavily cloaked figure came to meet Melusine. She smiled and asked, So you've arrived, Lady Melusine. Are you prepared to set off? Melusine replied, I am. She handed her a vial of medicine and said, Take this, it's hair dye. Apply it to your hair after the Grand Duke leaves. Melusine hesitated and asked, Is it mandatory to use it? Estelle explained, You're the only one in the entire empire with pink hair. If you don't change your hair color, you won't be able to take a single step out of the mansion. Melusine replied, I understand. She added, Emperor Edward has agreed to send a carriage to pick you up. The Grand Duke won't be able to arbitrarily search a royal carriage, so you'll be able to leave the mansion smoothly. Get ready. Estelle crossed her arms over her chest and looked at her intently. It's almost time to go. Melusine thought to herself, I must be ready. Chiron said today was the day of departure, and now it truly means we won't meet again.
She stood high above, looking down below, as the flag of the Grand Duke's army fluttered in the wind. Melusine felt a pang of regret. He was leaving. She clenched her hand, trembling with emotion, wishing she could talk to him one last time. Suddenly, a voice called from this side, Melusine. She looked over and saw Chiron approaching. He asked sternly, What are you doing here? Her heart swelled with joy. Look, my dear, your father must have come to say goodbye to us. Melusine took his hand and gently replied, Because I wanted to see you, Chiron. Did you come here to see me?
He looked at her intently, then replied, Yes. Chiron gently lifted Melusine's chin and placed a kiss on her lips. Melusine paused for a second, then returned his ardor. She thought to herself, How strange, we've kissed countless times before, but this kiss makes my heart ache. Melusine bowed her head and softly said, Wherever you go, please always be safe and healthy. Don't get hurt and get enough sleep, okay? Hearing these words, Chiron smiled and replied, That's what I should be saying. He raised his hand, touched her cheek, and said gently, I will return. Then he immediately turned and left. Melusine called after Chiron, I love you. She suppressed the pain in her heart, even though she was about to leave him forever. Melusine smiled radiantly and said, I love you. This feeling will never change. Chiron turned back to kiss her one more time before finally leaving. Night fell. Estelle stood by the window, looking out and thinking, Several days have passed since His Majesty departed for the battlefield, and King Edward's carriage will arrive tomorrow. Everything is proceeding according to plan.
She suddenly remembered Melusine's plea. Please help me leave this castle and get away from Chiron. Estelle sighed thoughtfully. I don't know what that woman is thinking, but I won't have to see her face again, so... Suddenly, a frantic cry echoed from outside the door. A maid rushed in. My lady, you must hear what this knight has to say. Estelle looked at the young man standing beside the maid, feeling utterly surprised. She exclaimed, You should be on the battlefield with my father. Why are you here? The Hesnol knight appeared to be severely wounded. The maid quickly helped him. Estelle asked, What happened at Stoss Castle? He immediately recounted the recent events. Inside the Marquis's castle, a knight reported to Hesnold, Sir, His Majesty is about to arrive at Stoss Castle. He exclaimed, He's late. Then Hesnold drew his sword, raised it, and commanded, Everyone, to your trained positions. As soon as His Majesty's troops arrive, we will join forces and advance to Stoss Castle as one. Chiron led the vanguard, waving his hand to signal his subordinates to execute the plan. The Marquis, unsuspecting, told his soldiers, His Majesty will personally lead you into battle. But suddenly, an arrow pierced the shoulder of the vanguard soldier, and a frantic scream echoed. Hesnol panicked. Are we ambushed? He looked towards where the arrow came from, feeling extremely doubtful. But that's the Duke's flag. Chiron dismounted, calling out loudly, Marquis Hesnold! Chiron stepped in front of him, suddenly pointing his sword at the Marquis's throat and commanding, lower your weapons. Behind him, the archer squad was ready.
Hesno knew he had been trapped. He asked, how long have you known? Is it because of my spies that you're removing me from this mission? Chiron sneered. Ha! You truly believe I want to seize the throne? Hesno wondered, what does that mean? Behind the Marquis, 2 soldiers approached. They immediately restrained him. Hesno cried out, why would you? Chiron interrupted. Why would I need you to seize the throne? The Marquis exclaimed, but we are about to become family. Hearing these words, he scoffed and replied, family? I have no family. I never have, and I never will want one. Hesno said tremblingly, that means from the very beginning, you... Chiron declared, I am a Pawnhark. This empire belongs to the Pawnhark Enemli, and a lowly person like you, Marquis Hesno, has no right to dream.
The Marquis trembled incessantly, stammering, Hesno's piercing scream rang out and then fell silent. After hearing the knight recount everything, Estelle exclaimed, so all of this was part of his plan. With Melusine, Anne saw her looking downcast and comforted her. Don't worry, Lady Mermaid. I know it will be a while before His Majesty returns this time, but even so, I'll do my best not to let you feel lonely, all right? Melusine smiled and said, hey, Anne. Anne cheerfully replied, yes. Suddenly she stood up and hugged Anne, which took her completely by surprise. Lady Mermaid, is something wrong? Melusine gently said, thank you. Thank you very much. My gratitude for you is as vast as the sea. Anne felt flustered. Lady Mermaid.
Anne began to hear a melodious song echoing in her ears, its gentle lyrics enchanting. Anne's eyelids suddenly felt heavy, and she thought to herself, what's happening? Suddenly I feel so tired. I can't even open my eyes. Anne quickly fell asleep. Melusine helped her onto the bed and carefully pulled the blanket over her. Stroking Anne's hair, she whispered softly, if I had known I had to say goodbye this way, I would have tried to do more for her. Is this how goodbyes are said? Finally, I understand why my sisters always rushed back to Vexays, even if they spent the night with a human man. Because I am the only one left with the pain, becoming the only one to remember all the time we spent together. Just then, there was a knock at the door. As Melusine turned around, she saw Estelle, who quickly said, Lady Melusine, it's time to go. Why didn't you just come into my room? Melusine, without any suspicion, replied, all right. She walked into the room, not noticing Estelle grinding her teeth and looking at her with fiery eyes. The large door closed. Estelle told Melusine, I will explain the plan to you. She handed Melusine a scroll and instructed, you will pretend to be my handmaiden.
If you give the guards this signature from King Edward, the maid accompanying you will explain that you are going to deliver a message from the king. Once outside the gates, you can do whatever you wish. Melusine took the scroll and said, all right, thank you. Estelle suddenly asked, let me ask one last thing. Can you tell me why you want to distance yourself from His Highness? Melusine turned her head, avoiding her scrutinizing gaze, and replied, I'm sorry, I cannot say. Estelle said, all right, I suppose it doesn't matter anymore. Go, you should leave now. Melusine quickly departed. She turned back to look at the castle one last time before getting into the carriage. Estelle stood still, watching her with cold eyes. When she heard the knight from House Hesno recount everything, she finally understood that all of this was a play orchestrated by His Highness. Estelle burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, ha ha. The maid and the knight were utterly surprised to see this scene. She exclaimed, finally, I understand. That explains his recent demeanor. He never intended to go through with any of it. Chiron once said, I don't care how much money you spend on this wedding, or if you sprinkle gold dust on your wedding dress. She mused to herself, whether it's the rebellion or our wedding. The maid suddenly said, the carriage for the mermaid will arrive tomorrow at noon. Estelle speculated, Edward must be complicit in this as well. The maid asked, what should we do, my lady? Estelle replied with a smile, we will proceed as planned. After all, I have no reason not to help Lady Melusine. His Highness also needs to know what losses, doesn't he? Estelle said coldly, that way, I'll feel a little better about all of this.
The carriage rumbled along the desolate dirt road. Melusine looked out the window, feeling a little puzzled. That's strange, she thought. I thought we were heading towards the village. Why are we going so deep into the forest like this? Suddenly, the maid sitting beside her spoke up, startling her. You know, Lady Melusine, she began. She continued, I don't really have anything against you, but Lady Estelle promised me a generous reward if I did something for her. As she spoke, she drew a dagger.
Melusine was utterly terrified by this scene, and she asked in a panic, what are you saying? The maid raised her dagger and lunged to attack, shouting, I must take your life. The maid gripped her wrist tightly. Melusine struggled and cried out, let go! Suddenly, the carriage shook violently. The maid hit her head against the side of the carriage, screaming in pain. Ah! The dagger in her hand also fell out.
Outside, the coachman saw the horse suddenly neigh and was terrified. He immediately abandoned the carriage and ran. The carriage suddenly changed direction, hurtling towards the edge of the cliff. The wheels clattered as they slid down, and broken rocks and earth fell below. Melusine was utterly panicked. She clung to the window frame and climbed out, thinking, I must get out of here. The maid suddenly grabbed her dress, shouting, "No!" Her hand flailed right in front of Melusine. As the carriage overturned and plunged downwards, it also began to rain, a torrential downpour. Below, the carriage was completely shattered. Melusine had managed to jump out of the carriage just before it fell. She slowly pushed herself up, and a sharp pain shot up from her leg, making Melusine cry out.
Ah! She thought to herself, I must have been injured in the fall. I can't move anymore. Estelle never intended to help me. It was then that she realized humans were not to be trusted. They always betrayed you in the end. Melusine sat up and looked towards Shitan Castle. She quickly dismissed that thought. No. Although this time and previous times had been very difficult, Shitan had also brought her many happy moments, and many of the palace maids and guards in the castle were good people, and above all, she had met Kiran. Melusine thought to herself that it wasn't too late. If she truly wanted to leave cleanly, she had to erase everyone's memories. Tears suddenly welled up in her eyes, and her mouth hummed sweet melodies. My song will touch your hearts, and from those hearts it will spread to the sea, so please don't wait for me. Don't wait for me. Scene change. In the Imperial Palace, a subordinate was reporting to Edward. His Highness has signaled victory. He said he would personally bring the traitor to you. Edward said nonchalantly, Is that so? He's won again, hasn't he? Before I ascended the throne, I never understood why, no matter how many victories he achieved for the Empire, Father always looked at him with a heavy expression, and I feared the contemptuous gaze he directed at me. Kiran entered the hall and said in a low voice, Your Majesty. Edward smiled and replied, Ah, there you are, uncle. Where is the traitor? Kiran knelt in the hall and said, I have brought him here for your Majesty to deal with personally. The Emperor waved his hand and said, No need, deal with him in my stead. He was silent for a moment, then replied, I cannot, your Majesty. Edward frowned slightly and asked, What do you mean? Do you want me to wield the sword myself? Kiran raised his head and replied gravely, Yes, that is the right thing to do.
After a moment of stunned silence, Edward asked him, Why? Why didn't you simply ally with the Marquis and truly rebel against me? Be honest, uncle. He sprang to his feet, asserting loudly, Surely you must have hesitated, if only for a moment, deliberating until the very end. Edward slowly walked towards Kiran, his mouth running non-stop. Of course not. See? That's why I should have killed you from the start. He suddenly looked straight into Edward's eyes and said, If I had ever desired the throne,
then I would never have ascended the throne. Hearing these words, the Emperor froze. What? Kiran drew his sword and said coldly, Your Majesty. He stood before Edward and slashed once through the air, the tip of the sword grazing right past the Emperor's face. Kiran handed him the sword and said sternly, If you want to ensure that no one dares to covet your throne again, then ensure it yourself. Edward took the sword, stammering, Why don't you want the throne? Kiran replied clearly, Because that throne was never what I wanted. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that I no longer yearn for it now. With that, he quickly turned on his heel and left, leaving Edward standing rooted to the spot. He ran a hand through his hair and let out a forced laugh. I can never win. I always hated my uncle's steadfastness. I had hoped to stir his heart with that mermaid, but I didn't even get to mention her. Suddenly Edward exclaimed, Wait, mermaids? Am I a child? Why am I thinking of mermaids? Perhaps I really am going mad. Scene change. In a small house at the edge of the forest, Melusine lay on the bed, eyes closed, her face unable to hide her sorrow.
She suddenly opened her eyes. Around her, someone softly called out, Hey, she's moving. Are you okay? Another person gestured for quiet. Shh, don't be so loud. A boy and a girl stood by the bed. Seeing Melusine's azure eyes, the girl immediately exclaimed, Oh my goodness, she looks just like an angel. Melusine was a little surprised, wondering to herself, Who are these children? The boy heard this and immediately scoffed. There's no such thing as angels, you idiot. Melusine noticed he had a scar on his forehead and immediately asked, Are you Len? The two children were extremely astonished, exclaiming in unison, How did you know that? The girl said, I've never seen you in our village before, or do you work at the Duke's castle? At this moment, the door suddenly opened. A woman stepped in and sternly reminded them, You two, be quiet. She said to the two children, Go outside and help John fix the shed. The Jen siblings immediately obeyed. She looked at Melusine and smiled kindly. I'm sorry, did they wake you up? How are you feeling? Melusine was a little stunned. That face, she must be Anne's mother. She explained, My children found you unconscious at the cliff and brought you back here. We've taken care of your wounds. If you feel pain anywhere, just say so. Now that you're a mother, you must know how to take care of yourself.
Melusine was a little confused. Then she lowered her head and said, "That's a secret."
The woman was slightly surprised, but she smiled and replied, "Of course. Just stay here until you're completely well. Don't worry about anything." Melusine, touched, said, "Yes, thank you very much." After finishing his work, Chiron immediately returned to the castle, and everyone cheered loudly. "The Duke has returned!" Ian held a cloak in his hand and happily said, "Congratulations on this victory. How do you feel?" Chiron immediately asked, "What do you mean?" Ian replied, "For the past 2 months, you've barely slept properly." Chiron smiled and said, "Well, today things will be different." Suddenly, he turned back and asked Ian, "That girl?" Ian was startled. "What?" He asked, "Where is Melusine?" The maid, her face pale, looked a little confused. "Melusine? Sir, forgive me, but who are you referring to?" Chiron immediately ran to Melusine's room. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. It was an empty room with nothing in it. Ian said, "Your Majesty, since you began ruling this castle, this place has always been empty." These words made Chiron freeze. How can that be?
Melusine was at the small house at the foot of the mountain with Jean and her mother. It was a truly happy little family, with the 2 children helping their mother hang clothes. Melusine looked at this happy scene and smiled cheerfully, though a hint of sadness still lingered in her heart. In the evening, she taught Jean to read. The little girl asked, "You know the name of this flower too?" Melusine hesitated. "This is hyacinth." Jean looked incredibly surprised and exclaimed, "You're just like my older sister." Melusine immediately asked, "Your older sister?" Jean replied, "Yes, Anne. She knows the names of all flowers, just like you." Melusine said excitedly, "That sounds wonderful, Jean, to have such an amazing older sister. This is a secret, but I once had a friend like that too. She taught me the names of all these flowers." Jean couldn't hide her excitement. "Wow!" The little girl exclaimed, "You know what would be great? If your friend and Anne and all of us could be together. Anne said she might get a little break from her work at the castle soon." Melusine asked again, "Really?" Jean explained, "The new Duke returned recently. I guess he won, and because of that." Suddenly, the little girl saw Melusine tremble slightly. Jean asked, "What's wrong?" She hesitated. It's nothing."
Melusine placed the pearl package on the table. She thought to herself, "I hope they will see this as a thank you gift." She looked at Chen and Jin, the mother and child, sound asleep on the bed. Perhaps I should say goodbye before leaving. But then Melusine suddenly changed her mind. "No, I'll erase their memories anyway." She reached out, intending to cast a spell to erase all memories of Melusine, but then suddenly stopped. Melusine quietly left. She went to the seashore, thinking to herself, "The Anne family doesn't know I'm a mermaid, so it should be fine if I don't erase their memories." She took off her cloak, reassuring herself, "Yes, everything will be fine, and I've been able to find my Serenhit and bear him a precious child."
I couldn't ask for anything more. The dawn had broken. Melusine shed her clothes on the shore and stepped into the sea. As she walked, she thought, "I suppose this is the last time I'll stand on land as a human." She looked back one last time. Farewell, my beloved Serenade. Meanwhile, Chiron quickly sent men to search, and they discovered the carriage that had fallen into the ravine. Ian said the coachman and the maid both worked for Lady Estelle. A letter bearing the Emperor's seal was found inside. They must have had an accident while on duty. Chiron wondered. And what about the knife? Why would a maid like that carry a knife? Ian speculated. It was likely for self-defense. There were no traces of blood on it, and their testimonies matched, clearly indicating that only 2 people had been in the carriage from the start. Ian suddenly looked at him and asked, "Who is she anyway? This woman you're looking for, Melusine." Chiron was choked with pain. Behind his indifferent facade lay an immeasurable torment. So this is what they call the mermaid's curse? Melusine's image haunted his mind. Chiron silently called out, "Mel, my Melusine, where have you vanished to in this world?" At that moment, a soldier suddenly arrived, delivering a package. The knight immediately presented it. "Your Highness, I believe you should see what this man has brought." He turned to look. It was a pouch filled with pearls.
At this moment, at Jen's house, his mother was furious. She shouted, "Jen, you should have consulted me first. Why did you take it upon yourself to sell what the guest left?" The boy protested, "But Mom, your cough is much worse than you let on." She responded, "The neighbors have already given me some herbs. I'll be all right." Jen disagreed, stating, "I've asked. Those herbs aren't enough to cure you. And Kala, that's also how she wanted us to use the item." Jin said mournfully, "I wish she had told me she was going to leave." The mother gently patted her shoulder, comforting her. "She must have her own reasons. If we just wait a little longer, who knows, we might hear from her." Suddenly, there was a loud pounding at the door. Jen cried out, "Who is it?" The woman opened the door. She gently asked, "How can I help you, sir?" Chiron stepped down from his horse. He asked in a low voice, "Are you the owner of this house?" Seeing the tall man before them, the mother and child cried out, "Your Highness."
Ian got straight to the point. A jeweler told us that she had sold him some pearls. Mother Jen admitted, "Yes, that's right." He continued to ask, "Where did you get those pearls?" She didn't dare to hide it. Actually, a young girl once stayed with us for a while, and she left them for us when she departed. Kieran asked, did she have pink hair? Jin immediately said, no, she had red hair. Ian remarked, red hair. Your Highness, I don't think she's the person you're looking for. He signaled for him to be quiet, then continued to ask Jin, what color were her eyes? The girl replied, blue, like the color of the sea. He asked further, so where did that woman go? Mother Jen bowed her head and replied, honestly, I apologize, Your Highness, but we don't know. She disappeared in the middle of the night. Kieran gritted his teeth. He immediately turned around and said, let's go. Mother Jen thought to herself, they aren't pursuing her for anything wrong. On the contrary, as I see it, his eyes look so worried. Suddenly, she remembered the first day she met Melusine. Now she's a mother. She must know how to take care of herself. She said it was a secret. She wanted her affairs kept private, but perhaps I should still tell him. Mother Jen suddenly called out, Your Highness, there's one more thing I haven't told you. The young girl who left those pearls, she was pregnant. Kieran returned to the castle. He sat on the bed, his hand touching the bedsheet. He suddenly clenched his hand.
Recalling the moments with Melusine, her belly wasn't very big, but it was indeed slightly protruding. Besides oranges, she had great difficulty eating anything else. Just by seeing that, I should have realized. Melusine was pregnant, and that child was mine. Melusine's strange behavior before the day I left. She called my name and said, Kieran, I love you, but at that time, I didn't realize it at all. Kieran's mind was constantly tormented. I shouldn't have ignored her like that. Shouldn't have bound her as if she were my own. I shouldn't have given her a name in the first place. To give her a name, only for her to turn into sea foam like in a fairy tale.
Suddenly, a knock sounded from outside. Ian stepped in and announced, Your Highness, Lady Lady Estelle, is here to see you. Kieran stood up and immediately asked, How did you get here? Ian replied, After Marquis Hesno was executed, His Majesty, out of pity for his family and close retainers, sentenced them all to hard labor in the Duchy of Barton. But it seems she sold all her jewelry to buy her freedom. She insisted on seeing you, saying she has something important to tell you, even though I refused her many times. Kieran pondered for a moment and then said, Let her in. Estelle immediately knelt before him, trembling as she spoke. I am eternally grateful to you, Your Highness. I beg your pardon for greeting you so shamelessly, for I have come here to implore you for something. If you could, please find it in your heart to forgive the woman who was once your fiancée. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she pleaded, her voice choked with emotion. Please, kill me. Kieran, with a slightly weary expression, said, Let me ask you something. One of your maids was found at the foot of the cliff next to it was a royal carriage. Do you remember why you sent that maid to the royal palace? She looked up at him, her face fearful and questioning. My maid? To work? Then she quickly bowed down in fear, stammering in Kieran's silence. I'm sorry, Your Highness, I don't remember anything about that. He spoke coldly, making Estelle flinch in fear. So you want me to kill you? If you truly wish to die, there are countless ways to do so without coming all the way to Shitten. She stammered, Yes, but I wanted to meet you directly, and he quickly cut her off. Do you think I will pity you if you come before me and beg for it? Kieran's words struck a nerve, making Estelle blush crimson and bite her lip in shame. His voice rang out, so cold and made her tremble without a chill. You are a traitor to the throne. Be grateful you haven't been executed for this. Then he walked straight away, leaving the humble Estelle kneeling there. Seeing him leave, Estelle quickly called out to him with a worried face, Your Highness! His footsteps halted. He glanced at the hateful person and said, You truly are such a coward that you don't even dare to end your own life. You've come to the wrong person for help.
I'd rather die than help you. Hearing this, her eyes widened in astonishment and horror. Estelle bit down hard on her dry lips, her body shaking violently. Ian stood behind her, solemnly suggesting, Miss Estelle, you should leave here. Estelle suddenly let out a deranged laugh. Have you heard, Your Highness? There are rumors that you are looking for a young girl. People even say you fell in love with her at first sight, as if someone like you, who only knows how to destroy everything. He faltered slightly upon hearing this, then listened on. She choked on her laughter, her eyes wild with madness, tears silently falling, as she uttered, Can you even love anyone? Estelle knelt on the ground, helplessly continuing, I am truly pathetic for having once loved you. Kieran turned back to look at her coldly, saying, No, what you feel for me is not love. You desire me for my status and title. That is greed. Then he suddenly looked up and let out a bitter laugh. Kieran recalled the image of the girl he had longed for all this time, thinking, I suppose I'm no different. Then he decisively left, leaving her sitting bewildered in the room. Don't die, live. Even if it feels impossible, you must do everything in your power to survive. I sentence you to life.
It was late at night. Bright moonlight streamed into the room. Ian spoke. I have let Miss Esther leave. He then asked, Do I need to have someone follow her to ensure she departs? Kieran, seated on the chair in the middle of the room, replied, It's fine. Then he continued, You may go. Ian bowed respectfully and replied, Yes, Your Highness.
Charon sat silently on the chair, his mind lost in thought. Charon recalled his earlier conversation with Esther, when she had said, "I'm sorry, Your Highness, I don't remember anything about that." He thought, Esther also showed no recollection of Melusine. Like everyone else in the castle, Melusine must have been on that carriage, seeking help from the very person she knew would hurt her, only to abandon me. Melusine's image gradually materialized in Charon's mind. Her face faded in his memory. He struggled to recall her. Charon continued to think, the sin Esther committed, even if she no longer remembered it, would be like chains binding her, and it would weigh heavily on her for the rest of her life. As for the sin I committed, you don't truly matter to me. It will choke me forever. Charon remembered a night when he held her tightly and cruelly said, "Of course I don't like you." Now he thought of it as an unending punishment. Moonlight shone down on the shimmering lake. Charon sat there, burying his face in his hands in helplessness, regretting aloud, "What right do I have to think I love you?" Then he thought, if I can never find you again, this suffocating feeling will torment me until I die. I shudder at the thought that I might be forever deprived of the chance to atone for what I did to you. He looked up, his face stained with tears, but deep within his eyes lay 1,000 determinations.
Kieran remembered the time during battles, the first time I feared death. Even though it was a meaningless battle that I could never lose, the reason I acted sensitively out of fear of losing my life was because she had told me, "Kieran, even if you go there, don't let yourself get hurt anywhere, don't get injured, and make sure to sleep soundly." She had told me that, the first time I wanted to live. When I survived, I returned exactly as the image she was waiting for. When he came home, she was still standing there silently, waiting for him. Seeing this, his steps quickened, rushing towards her, thinking, again. Genuine and limitlessly transparent, because I want to see your eyes. Where must I go to find them? Now I have lost my reason to live, and then the woman who leads me to death. The next day quickly arrived. Chiron summoned the butler. He opened the door and stepped in, respectfully saying, "You called for me, sir." He turned his back to the butler and ordered, "Send Ian here," then wearily ran a hand through his hair, muttering, "Soon we will set sail." In the Duke's study, Ian spoke up, puzzled. Must we really go to such lengths? Chiron didn't answer, instead asking about something else. How are the preparations? He replied, "I've made preparations so we can depart even tomorrow. But..." He slammed his hand down on the table in frustration, advising, "This is too reckless. Taking only the minimum number of sailors on board is practically an act of suicide." In contrast to Ian's worry and unease, Chiron was very calm, saying, "I know. Therefore, you will stay here." Hearing this, he was utterly horrified. What do you mean?" Ian almost shouted. "If a deputy commander like me doesn't go, then who will?" He merely calmly asked back, "Don't you already know?"
He instructed, "The one I can trust and entrust with the position of Grand Duke is none other than you, Count Lucien." Then Chiron took a scroll from the box. He handed it to him and explained, "This is a succession document related to a portion of the territory I own and the right to rule. If I have no heir and die, then most of Shiftan's territory and assets will revert to the royal family." Ian quickly took the scroll, glancing between him and its contents, utterly astonished. Chiron continued, "However, the territory acquired through wartime merits, I can pass on to whomever I wish." Upon hearing this, Ian stood frozen in place, still clutching the scroll tightly in his hand. Seeing him standing motionless, he asked impatiently, "What, is it too little?" Hearing this, Ian jumped up, replying in alarm, "Why would your grace say such things?" He thought worriedly, "This now feels like he might be putting his affairs in order." As they were talking, someone interrupted, "Your Highness." It was the butler, rushing over with a letter in hand to report, "A message from His Imperial Majesty has arrived." Chiron took the letter, falling silent as he read it. The hand holding the letter suddenly trembled, and he ordered in a cold voice, "Prepare the horses immediately." Ian, standing nearby, saw this and spoke up worriedly, "Your Highness, please tell me what's happening. I will prepare to go with you."
He wondered what exactly was in the letter that made him react like that. The letter was from Edward, Kieran's nephew. It read, "Uncle, because it seems I've found the legend you've been yearning for. Meet me at Sota Palace." He quickly donned his cloak and hurried away. Meanwhile, Edward sat leisurely in the palace, awaiting Kieran's arrival. By the time he rode his horse there, the entire palace was enveloped in darkness. Kieran, breathless and with a face full of worry, gasped as he flung open the door. As he stepped inside, a terrible stench assaulted his nostrils, making him frown and think, "There's a foul smell. The scent is clearly opposite him." Edward sat leisurely on a platform. In front of him was a coffin. Seeing him arrive earlier than expected, Edward let out a sarcastic laugh. "Oh, I didn't think you'd come so quickly." Kieran got straight to the point. "Where is it?" He stood up, arms crossed, and replied mockingly, "Who are you talking about, uncle?" Kieran was in no mood for his games. His face darkened as he roared, "Tell me now." Edward calmly stepped down.
Then, as if suddenly realizing, replied, "The girl you've been yearning for?" Hearing the name Melusine, he reacted violently. "You know Melusine?" Then, as if something dawned on him, Kieran's expression instantly changed, his eyes fearfully darting to the coffin. He slowly approached it, like a man possessed. Edward, with a cruel smirk, leaned close to his ear and whispered, "It seems you've misunderstood something. I said I thought I found it, not that it was alive." Hearing this, he froze in terror, as if his entire world had collapsed.
Edward smiled wickedly and said, "What you thought I found, it's no longer alive." Kieran knelt beside the coffin, hastily opening the lid. His body trembled, yet he tried to comfort himself. "No!" he screamed like a madman, making Edward, standing nearby, feel afraid. "It can't be."
The lid was opened and a foul stench filled the room. He quickly raised a hand to cover his nose, screaming in horror. "This is a corpse that has been decomposing for quite some time. How could you tell just by looking and touching it?" Hearing this, he suddenly froze. His hand was already stained with blood from the corpse in the coffin. As if saved, he let out a sigh of relief, thinking, "Different. The bone structure and appearance are also different from Melusine," and said, "There's truly nothing more wonderful than this." Hearing this, Kieran quickly lunged forward. He grabbed Edward's collar tightly, pulling hard while the latter was spouting nonsense. "Because I want to see it for myself, the sight of your downfall." Kieran heard this, his whole body trembling violently, clenching his teeth to restrain himself. Edward, oblivious to the danger, provoked further. "What, angry? Do you want to kill me so badly, like you once did to my father?" Hearing the mention of his brother, he froze. He quickly broke free from Kieran's grip, hastily backing away, coughing violently as he said, "I thought you weren't someone who could feel despair." His face filled with horror and weariness, yet still stubborn. "I hope you were just as confused when you killed my father. No matter who else it might be, you, uncle, will have to endure this, nephew. My father was always afraid of you. My father always pushed me and wanted me to become like you. In the past, when Edward's father was still alive, he was obsessed with Kieran's talent and forced his son to become like him." "Stop it," he choked out. "How could you know?"
The feeling of always having to live in someone else's shadow, Edward screamed, panting for breath. But Kieran, the person in front of him, remained indifferent. That made Edward even more furious, hating Kieran even more, gritting his teeth as he thought, "You still—" Kieran calmly thought, "So he's been haunted by the ghost of the past." Kieran tried to restrain himself from acting and explained, "That day, the one who murdered the former emperor was not me." Hearing that, he went mad and yelled, "Now you expect me to believe this?"
Kieran calmly replied, "That is for your majesty to judge. The previous emperor had been gravely ill for a long time. After his death and worried about his own position when he was left alone, he had always wanted to kill his younger brother." After saying this, he fell silent, staring at Edward for a long time. To Edward's astonishment, he called out, "Edward, don't bury yourself in the past anymore. It's useless, because I understand you better than anyone." After an intense conversation, Kieran abruptly walked out of the imperial palace. As he reached the large courtyard, he suddenly stopped, turned his head back, and said, "Come out now." Behind a large ancient tree, Ian had been secretly following Kieran, but was discovered by him. Seeing him call his name, he sheepishly and cautiously stepped out. Kieran called, "Count Lucerin." Ian awkwardly asked, "You already knew, sir?" Kieran sighed helplessly and replied, "How could I not know when you're making such a commotion behind me?" He stood solemnly before Kieran, then in Kieran's silence, changed the subject. "The carriage is ready, sir. Shall we return to the mansion, sir?" Kieran suddenly asked seriously, "Why have you never once asked me? The reason why you've gone to such lengths?" Ian was taken aback by his question. Then he just smiled cheerfully and replied, "Until now, I have never once doubted you, sir. This is the first time I've seen you look so earnest. Although I still have no memory of the woman named Melusine, this is the first time I've seen you look so earnest, truly the first time, sir. If that's the case, then to obey, I believe, is the duty of a subject." Kieran stood silent as he listened to Ian confide his thoughts. Then he coldly turned away, as if to hide his true emotions, leaving Ian with only one command: depart immediately. A new day began. The boat drifted on the sea, carrying countless hopes. Kieran spoke up. "Once it's light, according to the itinerary, we will set off for Vexays."
3 years later, in a small town, the townsfolk were abuzz with chatter. People said the Grand Duke had gone half mad. Another person added, "They say he ordered all the orange trees that had been planted earlier to be uprooted, even though they had only been planted a short while ago. What's more, he always talks about setting sail, and I hear the destination is the Mermaid Island, right? Isn't that just something from legends? There's no such thing in the world. But all of this—" An old woman sitting on the ground like a beggar in the street corner listened to everything. Suddenly, she saw something.
Kieran and Ian, in their cloaks, stood before her. The murmurs of the people around them continued. Were they looking for a woman named Melusine?
Ian spoke up, explaining to him. This is the old woman I told you about. She fearfully asked, Huh? Who are you? He lowered his dark eyes, weariness showing on his face, and asked, I heard you sang a song. She looked confused. What? What did I sing? Kieran smiled, taking off his hood, and continued. The song is called Zient Melusine. He recalled their previous conversation. Kid, you said you heard it, right? The old woman created it, didn't she? The boy replied with a hint of worry. Yes. He then suggested, could you sing it for this person just once? The boy was a little shy, but quickly agreed. Then the boy's singing rang out, carrying lyrics like the author's heartfelt confession. I don't know why I'm so sad. A story passed down from ancient times still lingers in my wet heart. The most beautiful girl in the world sat enchantingly on the rocky island of Borsiers. With a shimmering golden necklace, she brushed her lustrous pink hair. A strange and enchanting melody, heard by the heart rather than the ears. The owner of the large boat, consumed by an elusive sorrow, gazed only towards Borsiers Island as the joyful waves swallowed the man in his boat. The boy sang while glancing at the person beside him, a beautiful face. That was the song Melusine had sung. The old woman reacted them, muttering the name Melusine? Hearing this, Kieran froze, then quickly approached, asking breathlessly, Yes, it's Melusine. Do you know her? Where is that girl now? Where do I have to go if I want to find her? His eagerness, however, frightened her as she recalled something, waving her hands wildly. Don't come near here. Everyone, get away. To Kieran and Ian's surprise and slight disappointment, her screams continued. The old woman kept repeating, I don't know anything. Hearing this, he clenched his teeth in despair, helplessness overwhelming him. Kieran pleaded earnestly, I beg you, please tell me, where do I have to go to meet that girl? Seeing him plead so earnestly, Ian, standing beside him, called out softly, full of pity, Your Highness. Hearing this, she paused slightly, silently scrutinizing the person in front of her, then slowly approached him, smiling, and said softly, Are you a Serenian? She gave an unfriendly smile and replied, I will tell you one way. A Serenian can reach my mermaid in one way, amidst the vast, boundless ocean, enduring a terrible storm.
Kieran stood calmly on the bow once again. The mermaid's words still echoed in his ears. Offer your life to Berzos. The blood of Serenade must flow into the deep sea. At that moment, Kieran coldly faced her and asked, What should I do then? The old woman merely smiled maliciously and replied, No one knows what happens after that. To this day, no human who has tried this method has ever succeeded. Kieran held the sharp sword in his hand, his eyes full of determination, and he whispered, Melusine. Then he looked towards the vast sea in the distance, his heart unwavering. If waves are everything to the sea, then now you are all that I have. So then, he slowly raised the sword, pointing it towards himself, full of resolve. Resolutely he plunged the sword straight into his heart, spitting out a mouthful of fresh red blood. Even if I am nothing compared to you, please return to my side for life. Please let me hear your Berzos. He then slowly threw himself into the sea.
A crisp morning, the sea surface sparkled beautifully. The cheerful voices of children rang out. Mommy! Melusine heard it and turned towards the source of the sound. A little mermaid with pink hair was frolicking with a pod of dolphins, happily saying, I have something I want to tell you. Melusine, in her beautiful and captivating mermaid form with flowing pink hair, sat on a rock and replied, What is it, my dear? Glau surfaced, smiling adorably, as she said, Mommy, can I play at the beach with Inya? Melusine and the other mermaids looked at the little girl with amusement, and she replied, Of course, absolutely. Don't be back too late. Glau waved goodbye, replying sweetly, Okay, I'm off then.
Indeed, the red-haired mermaid laughed joyfully. She's just too cute. The pink-haired mermaid added, Just looking at that little one makes me want to get to shore right away. Hearing that, Melusine flashed an evil smile and said, Well then, you two should also pay close attention to the explanation about the mating season, shouldn't you? Hearing this, the two mermaids forced a smile. She continued, Where was I? After getting to shore, first, the red-haired and pink-haired mermaids had an understanding. The red-haired mermaid said, But I have a question, Melusine replied with a smile. What's your question? I'll tell you everything I know. The red-haired mermaid spoke up. Do we really have to erase all our memories? Hearing this, she suddenly froze, then remembered the moments spent with Kieran. She thought, Even if I have to leave later, I don't want to be forgotten by that person. She fell silent, sitting on the rock, and with difficulty spoke. As she was speaking, Glaus frantically burst out from under the water, urgently calling, Mom! Mom! Melusine was also surprised and asked, Why are you back so quickly? The little girl thrashed her tail vigorously, pointed towards the island, and urgently said, Something has washed ashore on the island. Over there, it looks like a shark. She looked at her child affectionately and said lovingly, You said you've never seen a shark before. The little girl quickly explained, But it looks as big as a shark, and it's pitch black too.
But it's very strange. Sharks are supposed to be scary and ugly, but that thing didn't look ugly at all. Quite the opposite. I'm curious what color its eyes would be when it opens them. I want to hear its voice. That's why I only dared to look. Melusine walked on human legs, reaching for her blue cloak. Stepping closer to the stranded person, she thought, her heart stirring. When she clearly saw the face of the person washed ashore, a mix of emotions appeared on her face. The person lying motionless on the sand was Chiron. Melusine exclaimed in surprise, "Chiron, how?" She moved closer, kneeling beside him. Her trembling hands gently touched Chiron, thinking, "Is it real? Is it really Chiron? Chiron, why are you here?" His face was pale, showing no signs of life, which made her panic with worry, and she quickly pressed her ear to Chiron's left chest. When she heard his heartbeat, she sighed in relief, whispering, "He's still alive." Then she called out, her hands continuously shaking him, "Chiron, perhaps he participated in some battle and was washed ashore here. If he's still alive." Her song rose, echoing across the blue sky, carried by the ocean's currents. "Even if we meet again, you won't recognize me. Just as no wave stops in one place, just as no wind merely brushes past one spot, where your heart has passed, only my song will remain. So don't cry anymore, don't hurt anymore." Chiron's breathing gradually became steady, his body warming up as if regaining life. Seeing this, she looked at him with deep affection, her gaze never leaving him. Then she continued to sing, "Until the day the waves disappear forever, even if only I recognize you, even if you don't return, even if you can't return, my tears will not fall."
Melusine placed her hand on her chest, feeling it, and thought, how strange. I always thought I had never resented Chiron, not even once. The more I sang, the more I hated and missed this person. Chiron wouldn't remember me anyway. Then she stood up and left. As if sensing her imminent departure, his body reacted, moving again. Melusine hesitated, reluctant to leave, thinking, "It's okay, this is enough. Just seeing Chiron is enough." Suddenly a voice called out from behind, making her emotions burst forth. A faint, weak voice uttered, "Mel." Chiron had woken up, grabbing her arm tightly before she could leave. He choked up, emotionally asking again, "Melusine?" Her expression was one of astonishment, a little joy, but also fear that Chiron still remembered her.
Her face showed surprise as she called out, "Chiron." She leaned down, resting on him as she asked, "Darling, do you still remember me?" Chiron raised his hand, his eyes filled with longing. Smiling, he touched her cheek and replied, "I remember everything. I remember everything about you." Choking back cheers, she happily called out, "Chiron!" Then she lunged forward, embracing him tightly after so many years of longing. Chiron held her tightly, closing his eyes as if feeling her warmth, etching this moment into his memory, and called out, "Melusine." Then, as if making a firm decision, he took off the necklace from her neck, saying, "All right then, go back to where you belong." Though it pained him, Chiron still tried to hold back.
Melusine was startled and astonished, as if she couldn't believe her ears, and asked again, "What? Why? Are you leaving?" He lowered his face, his voice resolute as he said, "Your home is the sea. Mermaids are not human by nature. I stubbornly held on to the girl born of and belonging to the sea. I wanted too much to keep you by my side, instead of watching you suffer when you were with me." She called out, "Chiron." Then she stepped forward, cupped his gaunt face in her hands, and said, "Look at me. I have something to tell you. After leaving Shaitan, every day, every time I opened my eyes, thoughts of you crashed over me like waves. I tried to erase them, but now I don't have to anymore. Chiron." Melusine spoke, her voice choked with emotion, as tears streamed down her face. She pressed her forehead against his, her voice thick with unshed tears, and confided, "I missed you so, so much." His amber eyes lit up, and Chiron looked at her, his gaze filled with love. Then, after years of separation, they shared a kiss. Chiron passionately returned her kiss, and a moment later they pulled apart, looking at each other and smiling happily. It was then that he spoke in a gentle voice, "Mel, it's all right if you run away again. Whether it's the sea or the land, anywhere you wish to be is fine. By any means necessary, I will come to you." Melusine, her voice thick with emotion, hugged his arm and replied, "Chiron."
She recalled their time together in the past, the joyful moments. She often hugged Chiron and asked, "Do you love me?" While they were still being affectionate, he said, "Male," and tiny feet gradually approached them. Little Glau looked at the two adults in front of her. Chiron said, "I," when the little girl anxiously approached, urgently calling out, "Mommy." Then, frightened, she pointed at Chiron and shouted, "Fish, a shark! Why are you with that shark?" Seeing Glau seemed to double his happiness. He smiled tenderly at the little girl, silently marveling to himself,
I once dreamed of this, a child just like her. He turned to her and said, Male, she looks so much like you. I thought it was just an illusion, but Melusine smiled back. No, she's exactly like you, Chiron. Seeing this, Glau asked in alarm, Mommy, do you know that shark? Melusine looked up at the little girl and gently said, Repeat after Mommy. Daddy. Chiron sat beside them, looking at the little girl expectantly. Then he suddenly lifted Glau high up, to her surprise. Instinctively, she clung tightly to him. Chiron lovingly said, I am your father. Glau gradually got used to it, her childish voice piping up, Daddy. Chiron burst with joy, responding, Glau. Glau explained, My name means to shine. Their family happily reunited, and Chiron joyfully replied, May you truly become a shining person, Glau.
At a mansion perched right on the cliffside by the sea, Ian and everyone in the mansion, anxious and flustered, rushed out to inquire upon hearing the news of Chiron's return. His Grace the Grand Duke has returned. Ian and the butler, choked with emotion and tears welling up, sobbed and said, Your Grace, where on earth have you been all this time? Chiron, with a refreshed look on his face and her cloak draped over his shoulder, walked in. He then, crying, reproached them. It's been 3 months. Even though search parties were sent out, I couldn't tell if you were alive or dead. Do you know how worried everyone in the family has been? From behind him, the small figure of Glau peeked out, and a childish voice called out, Father.
Seeing this, Ian was startled. The little girl pretended to be scared, her eyes filled with worry as she said, I'm so scared of that person. Everyone was captivated by her cuteness. Chiron, like a doting father, said seriously, If you wish, I will make sure you never see that person again. The butler asked, puzzled, Could that child be your majesty's? He held Gluus in his arms, proudly declaring, That's right. Ian wondered anxiously. He disappeared 3 months ago, but how could he have a child that grew so fast? Wait, if that's the case, could it be... From outside the door, Melusine calmly walked in. He exclaimed in surprise, This person is this the one His Royal Highness the Grand Duke has been searching for so diligently? Ian breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a little happy for him. Really? He's finally achieved what he wanted? Now, Chiron turned seriously to the servants and commanded, Listen closely, everyone. The guest who has arrived with me will be the future Grand Duchess. All of you must serve her properly. All the servants exchanged joyful smiles, happy that their master had finally found happiness. The whole group replied in unison, Yes, we will serve her with utmost dedication. Glau joyfully bounced onto the large bed. So soft. Oh, it's so comfy. Melusine sat beside her, smiling, and asked, Do you like it here? The little girl cheerfully replied, Yes, even though I don't really like Uncle Magia, whom I saw at first, I love everyone else. Everyone surrounding her praised her cuteness, and she covered her mouth, smiling, and replied, Is that so? Someone entered from outside to report, Your Grace, the Duke has instructed me to prepare the princess's bedroom across the hall. Melusine replied, Thank you. Oh, but there's something I wanted to ask. Is the maid named Anne here? Just then he walked in and answered, That maid will be here soon. Seeing Chiron arrive, Glau joyfully shouted, Father! Melusine happily walked over, eagerly confirming, Really? Truly? Anne is really coming here? He replied, Yes. Overjoyed, she rushed to embrace Chiron. Thank you, Chiron. He smiled, looking at her with affection, and said, If you wanted, we could have stayed on that island longer. Glau is still too young to be away from the sea for too long. She explained, No, I wanted to show Glau this sight, the magnificent and splendid view of the beautiful sun in the sky, just as I dreamed under the moonlight so long ago, where I fell in love with Cyrenith and where we welcomed this child. Chiron leaned down to look at her, saying, Mel, if Glau is all right, there's a place we can go together. Melusine asked curiously, Where are we going together? By the surging seashore, their family was happy together, and he continued, What I've been preparing for you all this time. Our paradise. It's a small house by the sea. It's not too ostentatious, with the cozy atmosphere of a family.
On the beautiful island, after a day of rest on the island, Melusine looked outside in astonishment, exclaiming with delight. She admired everything inside the house, with Glau being carried by a servant behind her. Chiron continued, This place is probably closer to the sea than Chiton. The servant explained, This is the place His Grace the Grand Duke prepared 3 years ago. On the island closest to Vexays, he wanted to create a space for His Highness.
Melusine couldn't help but be moved upon hearing this, and replied, I see. Then she turned to her maid. Anne, thank you for coming here with us. Anne happily replied, It's nothing at all, your ladyship. On the contrary, I feel truly honored to be able to live alongside the two of you. Chiron stepped from behind, came forward, and embraced her, calling, Mel. He asked worriedly, Are you all right? She asked, puzzled, Me? What about me? Chiron said a little awkwardly, You haven't traveled by boat in a long time, so you must be very tired, aren't you? She smiled and replied, I'm fine. Anne, sensing the mood, carried Glau outside. Let's go play in the garden. Suddenly, Melusine became quite excited and said, Oh, there's something I want to do with you. Chiron tilted his head, wondering, and asked, What do you want to do with me?
As dusk fell, she and he happily walked along the beach together. They intimately embraced each other, Kieran holding her slender, soft hand tightly. Melusine's lithe figure wrapped around Kieran as they danced. They happily danced together until the sun slowly set towards the sea.
Perhaps because she was a mermaid, she had a little difficulty dancing. Seeing this, Kieran quickly adjusted, gently guiding her. Mel, you'd better look at me before you fall. Melusine felt a bit helpless, her feet slowly moving, saying, it's harder than I thought. Due to carelessness, she accidentally stepped on her skirt, her body swaying as if about to fall. Melusine screamed in panic, her hands clutching Kieran. He quickly wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her tightly into his embrace. Melusine wrapped her arms around Kieran's neck, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Then she burst out laughing immediately, which confused him. Why are you laughing? Melusine leaned against him playfully and replied, dancing with you like this makes me so happy. Actually, before, when I went to a ball, everyone there was dancing, looking so joyful and radiant. Everyone there wore party clothes, masks, and danced together. That's why I wanted to dance with you, Kieran. Kieran silently gazed at the girl in his arms. He called out, Mel, then slowly knelt down, to her astonishment. He tenderly held her hands, gently kissing the back of her hand. Now, I have you.
Being hand in hand with you, you can take as much as you like whenever you want. Melusine was a little emotional, her eyes welling up, and she spoke. So I'm yours now, aren't I, Kieran? Kieran didn't hesitate, quickly affirmed. That's right, so you can do whatever you want. Even if you go out to that distant sea and don't return, I will stay here and wait for you. She choked out the question. What if I can't come back? Kieran replied seriously. Even if that happens, nothing will change. Melusine moved, called his name. Kieran, do you understand? The sun rises and sets continuously. Waves crash and water flows everywhere. I find that truly wonderful. It seems like those things are changing, but in reality they are not. If we have to part for a while, we will come back together again, just like the vast ocean out there. Hearing this, Kieran felt a little emotional. He unexpectedly took out a box and said, I've prepared something for you. She exclaimed in surprise, Kieran. He slowly put the ring on her finger, and Melusine spoke. This is... Kieran slowly began to explain. This ring will be my shackles, not yours, Mel. Still on one knee, he earnestly proposed. Melusine, will you marry me? And just like that, a marriage proposal was made. In the spacious room, a familiar voice rang out. Your Highness, you are absolutely stunning. Receiving her compliment, Melusine felt so delighted that her face flushed slightly as she asked, Really? At this moment, Anne, holding Glau in her arms, also asked the little girl, Princess, what do you think? Glau happily smiled with delight. Mommy is so beautiful. Melusine looked at the two of them and softly gave a very gentle smile. Seeing her expression, Kieran, who was standing not far away, suddenly frowned deeply. He quickly walked over to her and turned to the designer, saying, Mel, you look a bit tired. How about we stop here for today? The designer was so surprised that he widened his eyes. Yes, but there's still a dress Her Highness hasn't tried on yet. Hearing his words, Kieran, slightly annoyed, growled. We'll look at the rest tomorrow. The designer, of course, couldn't argue with him, so he nodded in agreement. Yes, I understand. After the designer and the maids had all left, he slowly walked towards Melusine and suggested, How about we go out for a bit to get some fresh air? She seemed very interested. Yes, that sounds lovely. Kieran quickly added, I have a place I want to go to. Not long after, the two stopped in front of a bustling small town. On the streets, people were busily moving back and forth, buying and selling. A familiar feeling suddenly washed over Melusine's mind. So this is it. It's still the same as before. Kieran carefully walked behind her, reminding her worriedly, There are a lot of people here, so be careful. Melusine looked straight into his eyes and obediently replied, Yes. She seemed to see something, a figure in a black cloak, similar to her, gradually disappearing behind a small alley. Melusine hastily broke free from Kieran's embrace to chase after the woman. Kieran, wait for me a moment. He looked at her in surprise, not understanding what was happening before his eyes. Mel! A few minutes later, Melusine caught up to the woman. Wait, are you the person I met back then? It turned out she was also a mermaid, just like Melusine. She slowly raised her head and continued. I knew you would come back, little sister. By this time, Kieran had also managed to catch up to this spot. Mel, where are you going? Melusine clasped her hands together and calmly replied, I'm fine, Kieran. I just have something I want to ask. Upon seeing Kieran, the woman inexplicably uttered a sentence laced with admiration. That man isn't dead. He has truly become a serenade of the gaze, hasn't he? Hearing her words, Melusine, somewhat confused, asked, What is a true serenade of the gaze? The mermaid began to explain more clearly to her. Not all men who have spent the night with us become a serenade of the gaze. To actually survive and return, this is the first case. At this moment, confusion seemed to clearly show on Melusine's face. What are you saying? I don't understand. Can you tell me? Melusine asked. The woman then posed a question to her. Do you know the meaning of serenade of the gaze? Melusine thought for a moment, then gently nodded and replied to her.
Yes, of course, it's the guardian of the waves. The mysterious woman kept intertwining her hands, then pointed towards Kieran and said, "What does to guard truly mean? Even if waves crash violently, it won't be eroded. What is an unchanging heart, after all?"
You should find your answer from the man standing behind you. As the woman's finger pointed towards Kieran, Melusine's gaze unconsciously fixed on him. Kieran, not wanting her to stay any longer, quickly moved to pull Melusine away. "That's enough, let's go." She had no choice but to obey him. Yes. At that moment, the woman once again spoke words that made one ponder. "Congratulations on having your wish granted. One day I will surely." Meanwhile, in a different setting, the scene outside the Imperial Palace was magnificent and splendid. Beautiful blue butterflies ceaselessly filled its sky. The maid Anne anxiously called out, "Princess." Hearing her call, little Glau quickly rose from the cool green grass and happily played with the flowers and blue butterflies fluttering around her. Anne! Looking at this somewhat familiar scene, an image from a long time ago suddenly flashed in the maid Anne's mind. Could there have been a similar situation like this before? After thinking, she quickly ran over to instruct the little girl. "You mustn't wander around here on your own, princess." Anne's words made little Glau feel confused. Why? Why not? She patiently explained to the little princess of the family. Well, because this is the Imperial Palace. If His Royal Highness the Duke and Her Royal Highness the Grand Duchess wish to marry, they must have the permission of His Majesty the Emperor.
And so they found themselves here. Footsteps continuously echoed towards the two of them, drawing the attention of both Anne and Glau, who looked up. An arrogant voice rang out. "Hey girl, what's your name?" The young man's attitude made Glau feel a bit helpless, unsure how to respond. "Me? My father said that whoever asks for a name must state their own name first." Not only failing to get the girl's name, but also being lectured, the boy with the golden hair angrily gritted his teeth. "What? How dare you?" Despite the boy's anger, Glau remained calm, showing no fear at all. The boy's face turned red like a tomato as he said, "But I'll let you off this time. My name is Jason." As soon as the boy said his name, the maid Anne immediately recognized the noble identity of the person standing before them. "Princess, you must bow quickly." The girl Glau, not knowing what was happening, still turned her head to ask her, "Who is that?" The maid Anne quickly explained to the girl, "That is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." In this situation, with the two of them confronting each other, Anne's mind began to buzz. Oh my god, since their first day in the Imperial City, this was an unexpected encounter. Kieran's fiancée, Lady Hesno the Marchioness, was standing face to face with him in a less than ideal situation.
Upon facing this woman, a strange, inexpressible feeling suddenly welled up in Melusine's heart. She thought to herself, Estelle. Then she gently began to call out the name of the maidservant standing right before her, But before the words could fully leave her lips, she stiffened and fell silent. Estelle slowly bowed her head in greeting to Melusine, following the usual customs and etiquette. Meanwhile, thoughts of the past incessantly swirled in her mind. She no longer remembers me now. Actually, at that time, I had wanted to ask Estelle, why did she hate me so much that she wanted to kill me?
However, now that Estelle has lost her memory, perhaps that is impossible. She then turned her head to look at the man behind her, Kieran, and said, "Let's go." With that, she and Kieran walked away arm in arm. If so, this connection should end here. The moment Melusine turned on her heel, Estelle's gaze became unusually curious. That person was the Grand Duchess. I once wished to become the Grand Duchess. Was it because I longed for such a sight? As if sensing eyes on him, Kieran immediately turned his head to look behind. The moment their eyes met, only one person felt a tremor and their heart skipped a beat. The other person, however, coldly ignored it as if nothing had happened. Estelle slightly lowered her gaze. Her lips pressed together. Yes, this is enough. I even feel more relieved. After being sold to a slave trader in the Duchy of Batong, helped by His Highness' effort, and then coming to the Imperial Palace as a maid, I tried so hard to forget the past. Now I can accept it. This attachment should end here. While Estelle was still engrossed in her jumbled thoughts, another maid called her by the name Luna.
"Let's go. The head steward is looking for you." She subtly smiled with satisfaction, then strode after her friend in this royal palace. "Okay, let's go." A small hand unexpectedly reached out into the air, holding a cluster of white chrysanthemums. "Here, take this. I'm giving it to you because it's as white as you are. How is it? Fragrant and beautiful, isn't it?" Glau abruptly turned her head away, and only a moment later did she begin to answer Jason. "I hate flowers." Hearing the girl's firm words, Jason seemed a little disappointed. "What? Wait a minute. Then what about this? Here." He held out a ring. As soon as she saw the ring in the boy's palm, Anne asked in astonishment, "Your Highness, this is—" Jason pouted and continued, "It's my mother's. It looks beautiful, so I wanted to give it to Glau." But another voice unexpectedly interjected, "That won't do, Crown Prince." As soon as he saw the newcomer, the boy exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, Imperial Father." He tilted his head slightly and explained, "Because I already gave that to the Empress. Jason, what you didn't earn is not yours. Quickly return the ring to the Empress. Next time, only use what you have earned yourself." Despite his father's gentle admonition, Jason, though reluctant, obediently agreed. "Yes, Father." A steward standing not far away spoke up to remind him, "Your Majesty, the Grand Duke is waiting."
Hearing his call, he immediately stood up and didn't forget to instruct his young son. "Ah, I'll be right there."
Jason, you should return to your palace as well. After Emperor Edward had left, the boy looked at Glau, extremely bewildered. Jason softly called her name. "Glau, what do you like? I'll bring it for you next time." Upon hearing his question, Glau quickly broke into a joyful smile and spoke her true thoughts. "Fish." Jason scratched his head, smiling at her. A moment later, in the palace's reception room, Kieran entered and greeted. "Your Majesty." Edward quickly walked to the sofa and sat down opposite him, then asked, "Oh right, are the wedding preparations proceeding smoothly?" Kieran quickly replied, "Thanks to your concern, everything is going well." Edward raised a hand to cover his mouth and coughed lightly a few times. "Actually, accepting the marriage is merely a formality. The reason I called Uncle here today is..." He paused for a moment, then said, "I want to apologize to you, Uncle." Kieran was a little puzzled by this somewhat unexpected statement from him. "What do you wish to apologize for, Your Majesty?"
Edward found it a bit difficult to recall this, a past event when his uncle went to find a woman. "I behaved very badly. I shouldn't have done that. It was my fault." Recalling this, Kieran initially looked very pained, but then calmly said, "It's in the past. You don't need to apologize. Instead, it's better to forgive yourself." Seeing such goodness in him, a genuine smile suddenly appeared on Edward's lips, from the bottom of his heart. "I've always admired your calm demeanor, Uncle. I've thought about your words that day endlessly." Images of memories began to flood his mind, along with Kieran's gentle advice. "Edward, don't live in the past anymore." It's funny, he thought. Only after Jason was born could I truly look back at myself and see how much I had been lacking, and how I tried to compensate for it in such misguided ways. At least I don't want to make this child become warped like I once was.
"Can everything be fixed?" Kieran looked at him with a calm smile. "Absolutely." Upon hearing these words, all negative thoughts in Edward's mind seemed to vanish. He suddenly stood up. "Excellent. That's settled. I must be going now. My heartfelt congratulations on your wedding. You've changed so much from how you used to be. I feel like I'm back in a time when everything was still peaceful." Not long after, the wedding of Grand Duke Kieran and the mermaid Melusine was held. Under the dim twilight and the rhythmic lapping of waves, Kieran spoke his vows. "I swear by the waves that never break, by the sea that will never run dry, and by your eyes, which will possess and bind me forever. From this day forward, I, Kieran von Bernhardt, belong to you, Melusine, until the day I die." Melusine looked at him, smiling happily. "And I too, forever and always." The moment Kieran lifted his bride into his arms, the two children, Glau and Jason, shyly covered their eyes.
Their happiness was now culminated in a perfectly blissful wedding. At this moment, Melusine could lean close to the face of the man she loved and declare, "Serenade, you are mine, the beginning and end of a mermaid, forever and always." The man to whom, like the sea, she could return again and again. She tenderly uttered the words of utmost sincerity. "Kieran, I don't think I'll ever forget today." Kieran joyfully nodded in response. "Indeed, this is the day I will cherish forever." Night fell. In their bridal chamber, upon opening his eyes, Kieran couldn't find the silhouette of his beloved. He gently sat up and called out, "Mel?" "I had a dream about the moment I plunged into the sea, amidst the storm, searching for Melusine. My heart felt torn apart, and then I heard it, and I slowly ran out of air. And then I heard it, like waves that never stay still, like the wind that never just passes through one place. Only my song remained." On a beautiful and windy beach, Melusine was sitting and chatting with her little daughter, Glau. "Wherever your heart may be, don't cry, don't hurt anymore." A sound I would never forget, the song of the woman I loved. Suddenly, hearing footsteps approaching, little Glau slowly turned around and recognized the man standing nearby. "Oh, that's Papa."
My first moment of peace in my life, my ocean, my everything. Now I see. After so many years of wandering, I have finally found happiness. A few hundred years later, in the Vexay Sea, on the incredibly rough and tense surface of the water, a scholarly-looking young man held a pair of binoculars, observing his surroundings. A sharp-featured man suddenly appeared unexpectedly behind him. Feeling tense? The question startled the knight. "Ah, Your Highness, you must wear earplugs when you're on deck. There are mermaids out there in Vexays." At his reminder, the man nodded and held out his hand. "Yes, that's precisely why I'm here. Give me a pair." The helpless knight could only obey. "Yes." As he slowly put on the earplugs, he let out a dejected sigh. "Every time we pass through Vexays, we have to do this. It's such a nuisance. Aren't they just legends?"
Not long ago, when people still believed in legends, the entire empire knew the love story of the former Grand Duke and a mermaid. When this story was mentioned, his first thought was,
Nowadays, only children believe such things. What man would dare risk his life for a woman? How absurd and irresponsible. Before he could think too long, a strange singing voice suddenly echoed from the open sea. It was a song. The bewildered man muttered to himself, "But I'm wearing earplugs. How can this be?" The singing only lasted for a few brief minutes, but the sea surface became increasingly turbulent and violent, causing his ship to break apart and sink beneath the water. As he floated in the open sea, he reached out his hand and thought, "I must somehow get to the surface. I must swim. I don't know why my heart is filled with sorrow, a story from long, long ago, still lingering in this tear-filled heart. This is a story of endless pain and love. As long as the memory of love exists, this story will live on forever. It cannot be erased by tears, nor can it be separated by death. It is the story of the beautiful Melusine and the man who embraced her ocean." Thank you for watching today's video. And so we have reached the conclusion of this captivating series. See you in the next video, which will feature an even more dramatic and exciting series. Don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel to support us and not miss any new videos. Thank you sincerely for watching, and we wish you a wonderful day.